Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, you had better. Well, get them up, wake them up, get them going Tuesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. 5 hours, 5 days a week. Launches on this Tuesday, 19 September. A lot to do. Longhorns setting off to the beginning of the end, their final conference slate in the Big 12 Conference ever. As they move off to the SEC, Longhorns off to a 3-0 start. They're headed up to Waco to face the Baylor Bears. We'll dive into that game in a big way. Also, NFL doubleheader to wrap up Week 2 last night. A couple of ugly football games, an ugly injury, terrible injury for Nick Chubb. We'll talk about it and put a bow on Week 2 in the National Football League. In Major League Baseball, the race in the AL West continues to be topsy-turvy and tighten up even more. Gut punch loss for the Astros. Rangers couldn't take advantage. And going all the way to the wire, it feels like, in the American League West and the American League and Major League Baseball. So a lot to do. We'll launch this thing, and we appreciate you being there wherever you find us on this Tuesday morning. We're there every morning for you on 101.9, also AM 1260, also streaming on our Horn app with the numbers rising like crazy. We appreciate that very, very much. You can also watch us and listen to us at hornfm.com, also on our YouTube channel. Subscribe there at the Horn Austin. Look who it is across the desk, as usual, our shutdown corner, holding down his side of the show in the field, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week here on Hook 'em Up from DB High down in the 713. Of course, DBU right here in the 512. 4 different stops in NFL zip codes. He is the football theorist who wore number 21 in your program, but always number 1 in our hearts. He is our man, Rod Babers. Rod, how are you?
I'm doing great. I appreciate the intro as always. Good to be here this morning. Also, shout out to those who are up early with us and those who are of service. We know our society built on the selflessness of service, so we appreciate all those in all the different forms who are serving our society, whether it be God, country, or community. We want you to know that we salute you. Soldiers, first responders, officers of the law, teachers, nurses, all of you, we appreciate you. Can't name every person and every function, but we do appreciate all of you guys.
No question. And it's going to be a good Tuesday. Lot to do. Conference play beginning for the Longhorns. A massive week in college football is on tap. We'll start looking forward to, and we'll also talk plenty of NFL Cowboys. Feeling pretty good about themselves as well in the National Football League coming out of 2 weeks into the season. And as we say, a couple of weeks left in the Major League Baseball regular season, and we'll get you all locked in. You feeling good this morning? You get a jog in this morning?
I did get a jog in.
Nice.
Got a little workout in, so I'm feeling good. Did watch a little bit of Baylor, but yeah, man, it's gonna be tough sledding for Baylor against that Texas defense right now. The way their Texas defense is playing, I think Baylor's gonna try to run the rock. Well, we know they're going to try to run the rock. They don't want to put too much on Sawyer Robertson.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Blake Shapen not going to play in that game. We know we got hurt in the Texas State game to start the season. Baylor off to a 1-2 start. We'll have a look at the Big 12, where it stands as conference play begins in earnest this weekend. It's not been a good run here in the month of September for the Big 12 conference, as the Longhorns and Oklahoma, the only 2 ranked teams in the Big 12. Everybody else scuffling and struggling. We'll talk about it as the Longhorns head out and what they hope will be a championship run in their final year in the Big 12. Let's start with the headlines. Get your Tuesday underway with the news. Make sure you're caught up on everything happening. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you here in the 6 o'clock hour. Start with Texas football. Yeah, third-ranked Longhorns off to a 3-0 start to the season. For the first time since Mack Brown was their head coach. David Ash and Case McCoy were their quarterbacks. Barack Obama was in his first term in the Oval Office. Yeah, it's been that long. Texas for this week is the beginning of the end. They open Big 12 conference play for the final time. First up for Steve Sarkisian's Horns, a trip to Waco. Face the Baylor Bears for the 113th and possibly final time.
I think this week, Big 12 play, and that's exciting. And like I touched on with the team, Big 12 doesn't care that we're 3-0. The Big 12 doesn't care that we're ranked number 3 in the AP poll. We are 0-0 in Big 12 play, and this week we've got to do everything in our power to try to get to 1-0 in a hostile environment against a really well coached team, a veteran team, and it's going to take a lot of poise, a lot of composure, and we're going to need to play a complete game. We're going to need all 3 phases Saturday night, and so that's what we're putting forth in our effort, and that all started this morning.
Texas has won 80 of the previous 112 matchups since 1901. Saturday's game will kick at 6:30. We'll air on ABC. On the injury front, Coach Sark did announce yesterday that the team will be without starting right guard Cole Hudson and redshirt freshman defensive lineman Chris Ross for about a month each. Both injured this past Saturday in the win over Wyoming. Hudson suffered a knee sprain while Ross suffered an injury to his elbow. Better news for freshman running back C.J. Baxter. He returned to practice yesterday, good to go, after sitting out this past week with a minor foot injury. Not good news for the 1-2 Baylor Bears. Official word from their head coach Dave Aranda yesterday that their starting quarterback Blake Shapen will not be ready to go this week. Shapen suffered a knee injury in Baylor's season opening loss to Texas State. That means redshirt sophomore quarterback Sawyer Robertson, the Mississippi State transfer, will get the start. Elsewhere in college football, Michigan State has initiated the process to fire suspended football coach Mel Tucker with cause. Tucker was placed on administrative leave without pay earlier this month after it was revealed that he was the focal point of a university investigation into allegations of sexual harassment. In the NFL, a doubleheader of Monday Night Football to wrap up Week 2 in Pittsburgh. Steelers forced 4 Cleveland turnovers, scored 2 defensive touchdowns, en route to a 26-22 win over the Browns. Both teams now 1-1. Not only did Cleveland lose the game, they lost their all-pro running back Nick Chubb for the rest of the season with a gruesome knee injury. Suffered early in the second quarter. Hate to see that. In Carolina, meanwhile, New Orleans Saints came to town, improved to a 2-0 start to their year with a 20-17 win over the Panthers. Also in the NFL, New York Giants announced their star running back Saquon Barkley has an ankle sprain. He'll miss 3 to 4 weeks now. Major League Baseball, gut punch loss for the Astros last night. Cedric Mullins hit a 3-run homer in the 9th to rally the Orioles past Houston 8-7. Hit that off the Astros closer Ryan Presley. Rangers unable to take advantage, though. They fell to Boston 4-2 in the opener of that series, and Arlington Mariners did take advantage. They topped the A's 5-0. So right now the Astros lead the division by a game and a half over both Seattle and Texas.
All right, Steelers get a win, and I'm shocked, and I can't believe that the Steelers got that win. That was one of the ugliest wins offensively for the Steelers that honestly I've ever seen. And I don't know how Matt Canada. I brought up Matt Canada's stats last week to you guys.
The offensive coordinator of the Steelers,
who once was the offensive coordinator of Maryland, the Maryland Terrapins that beat Texas.
the Jet
right?
Sweep.
What did he just say Matt Canada, right? When they had to suspend, then fire their head coach because they had an unfortunate tragedy with their football team. But anyway, but I digress. Getting back to Matt Canada, I don't know what he has on Mike Tomlin. I don't know, and maybe they're just really close. But Matt Canada's offenses have been terrible since he became the OC there. I'll give you a stat, and I've been keeping up with this stat for a while. The Steelers have now gone 37 straight games under Matt Canada without gaining at least 400 yards of offense.
How many?
37 now.
In a row?
37 straight.
So what, his entire time?
His entire time there. They've never had 400 yards of offense. There have been 269 instances. Actually, I take that back. There have been more than that now because this doesn't count this week. So this week of games, I didn't put into this particular stat. 37 straight games, that is up to date. But basically, they're the only team in the NFL in that time span that have gone that many games without at least 400 yards of offense. I think the Atlanta Falcons are next, actually. And I got to go look and see what they did this past week. But the Atlanta Falcons, 94% of their games have been under 400 yards of total offense since 2021, since in the Matt Canada time frame. And the Bears are at 91%. So we're talking about some of the worst. The Texans are also at 91%, and so are the Washington Commanders. So you're talking about some of the worst offenses in the NFL in the last 2-3 years. And, man, I don't know how the Pittsburgh Steelers, maybe that's the way they want to win. That's their blueprint. But, it's ugly. UGLY.
It is ugly.
It's
and,
ugly.
well, they won with defense, right? 4 turnovers, forced 2 defensive touchdowns. And you know, Deshaun Watson was a mess last night for the Browns. I think there was a sense of shock on the sidelines when Nick Chubb suffered the gruesome knee injury in the second quarter. And you say you're shocked that the Steelers won. Do you realize that
I don't know how they did it.
Did you realize that the Steelers haven't lost a Monday Night Football game at home in 32 years? 32 years.
That's amazing.
Last 12 to 13 outright, too.
And they've won 20 in a row at home against their division opponents. And that's just the Steel City mentality. 32 years since they've lost a Monday Night Football game at home. But yes, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty. It was a gruesome injury to Nick Chubb, which you absolutely hate to see. So bad that they wouldn't even re-show the replay on TV with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the Monday Night Football broadcast. Deshaun Watson, though, I mean, you mentioned the total yardage. Steelers only had 255 total yards, only ran for 55 last night against that Browns defense. And
they only scored 12 points on 12 possessions, not counting end of the half and end of game possessions. And 71 of those yards, remember, they came on one play.
Yeah, to George Pickens, the touchdown pass early in the game. But T.J. Watt had a scoop and score touchdown. They had a pick six early. So 2 touchdowns from their defense. And
defense scored more than the offense.
If you're a Browns fan, you're just kicking Deshaun Watson was a mess last night. They harassed him with their pass rush. But, man, he and Alex Highsmith, the 2 rush linebackers, they were just assaulting, after the quarterback the whole night. And he also had 2 bad penalties, Deshaun Watson, where he got 15 yards for grabbing face masks. And Cleveland was a mess with penalties, turnovers, and they were the more talented football team last night.
There's no question.
The Steelers found a way to win the game.
Yeah, the Steelers, it's a culture of the Steelers, right?
Yeah.
You basically brought up that stat. That's a stat that shows you about the culture of the Steelers in that division and on Monday Night Football. So, yeah, it ain't always got to look pretty. And they won with defense, which is also the Steeler way to win with defense. So, it's interesting. But the Nick Chubb injury, they showed it on the Jumbotron at the stadium, and you can hear the groans and moans of the audience. And I've seen it on social media. It is pretty gruesome. Honestly, Nick Chubb could probably retire today, and he would still have a really good one for the Hall of Fame.
Really?
I'm not making that up. How about this? Throughout NFL history, there are 129 instances of a running back averaging 5+ yards per carry on 190 carries. The only running backs with 3 such seasons in their career, or more than 3 such seasons: Jim Brown, Barry Sanders, Jamal Charles, and Nick Chubb.
Oh, those guys are all. The other guys are all in Hall of Fame.
Jamal Charles actually is on the.
Should be.
He's on the ballot, I think, this year. Somebody's going to make his case. He should, and I'm with you. He's got a hell of a case. Now, Nick Chubb is not going to make it. I'm just saying he would have a case.
Is quarterback the only position where you need Super Bowls? Or you don't need Super Bowls, but where it definitely
you
boosts your
definitely.
case.
I think you need, unless you got statistical,
Like
just
Dan Marino.
your statistical achievements are just unparalleled. Unprecedented, record breaking. But yeah, Warren Moon was kind of like that. I think you need Super Bowls unless you got statistically you're on another level.
But not at running back.
No, not really. I don't think any other position really you need them that much. It's crazy how that. I don't think it's right, but yeah, I think any
That's
other.
just my thought process.
It helps with any other position, but I don't think it matters as much as it does with quarterback. You're right about that. But anyway, Nick Chubb, that's gruesome. It's horrible. And remember, he had an injury in 2015, I believe, right? Was that 2015?
Yeah, well, he had his knee reconstructed while he was still at Georgia.
Yes.
In college.
So he had
the same knee, by the way, his left knee. So he's going to have a second reconstruction, which is terrible news.
Yeah, that's why it's,
Yeah, and you just hope he can get back. And he's one of the best in the league, as you just said. Fringe Hall of Famer, kind of in that Jamal Charles mold. The numbers are there, but did he play long enough? Did he have enough impact? Becomes the question for both of those guys. As for the game itself, Pittsburgh, two defensive touchdowns. Cleveland outgained them 2-1, but man, their mistakes. And the kid Highsmith had a hell of a game, a pick six, and his strip sack fumble. Did you feel like watching them? And we have to watch it because it's our job. And then you're trying to watch this game, but there was no way the Steelers were going to come back and win that game without a defensive touchdown, right?
No, their offense is too inept. They can't do it.
It felt like there's no way. And when the only thing you couldn't do if you were Cleveland was, give up the strip sack fumble touchdown, which they did.
And Steelers fans know that too. Listen, we know Steelers fans are the classiest fans, some of the classiest fans out there. Dude, they broke out into Fire Canada chants during the game.
Well, and
out of the offense. Yeah, they really have. And to be able to come out in this situation and force a 3-and-out, that's big time. They use the timeout. You've got 1 left, but 3 minutes left on the clock.
It's their own OC.
Well, and Steeler fans know football, right?
They're
smart football fans. They've seen a lot of good football in their time, and they still won the game. So, in the end of the day, that's a Mike Tomlin team. They find ways, and T.J. Watt and Highsmith were great. And Minkah Fitzpatrick also, was part of that Nick Chubb injury. He had some plays early in that game. And so they're 1-1. Browns 1-1. That old division is sitting there after 2 weeks. And
You should have known the Browns couldn't handle success.
No. Well, look at now. I mean, they got to figure out what to do without Nick Chubb. And there's, in L.A., the Rams are apparently putting Cam Akers, their running back, on the trade block. And you wonder if the Browns will get involved with that.
I wonder if that Jonathan Taylor trade talks start to spark up again.
Kareem Hunt is still on the street, former running back in Cleveland. He's a guy they could look at. And the kid that came in last night did a pretty good job, ran for over 100 yards once Nick Chubb got hurt. So he's a guy, Jerome Ward, who's their backup. Huh?
Jerome
Ford. I said Ward. Jerome Ford is a guy to watch for on the waiver wire in your fantasy football league. But we'll see. Yeah, the Cam Akers call could be there. It looks like Sean McVay's tiring of one Cam Akers in L.A. They're moving on from him, it feels like. So we'll see if we get a trade gets done. Cleveland at 101, Steelers 101.
Yeah, Sean McVay's starting over kind of from scratch pretty much offensively. I mean, a lot of his pieces he's starting over with. Cooper Kupp is still hurt. And then you got Matt Stafford, but, man.
They're not terrible, though.
No, because he's the hell of a coach.
They've been competitive as heck.
He's a
won
hell
a game.
of a coach.
They beat Seattle, and they were right there with San Francisco.
He just limited because of some of the personnel that he has. But, man, Puka Nacua, that's his latest project.
I think if Cooper Kupp can come back at some point early in the season, they could be the Seattle of last year. No expectations. Matt Stafford was hurt, quote unquote, all off season. I don't know. They looked good in the first 2 weeks.
No, they definitely look way better than we thought. Like I said, I thought they would be on the verge of tanking as a team. They definitely not going to do that. But I don't know how many games they're going to win down the stretch. Once the injuries start mounting up, they don't have any depth.
Well, and they're handing the ball more. I mean, because Cam Akers is the reason he's on the block. He was a healthy scratch last week. Got it at odds with the head coach. And Kyron Williams, the young guy out of Notre Dame, has become their lead running back there. And you mentioned Puka Nacua with the Rams. He had 20 targets last week. Matt Stafford targeted him 20 times.
Yeah.
He caught 15.
No, I'm telling you.
For 147 yards.
I know this is for what the facts, but Puka Nacua had the most receptions by a rookie in the Super Bowl era in week 2.
Yeah.
His 25 receptions through 2 games are the most in a player's first 2 games in NFL history.
Yeah, Puka Nacua.
He's on pace for 200 and something receptions. He's not going to have that, but Puka Nacua is right now. He's a fantasy dream for whoever randomly picked him up. I think you picked him up.
I picked him up. And guess who? And I didn't play him last week.
What are you doing?
Well, because we only start 2 receivers. I got 2 other good receivers. Plus, he was on the injury report.
Dude, he's got 35 targets.
I understand
in the first 2 weeks.
I understand that, but he wasn't. He was on the injury report, and he was questionable whether he was going to play or not.
Yes.
So I was
Sean McVay's playing mind games.
Sean McVay playing mind games. But yeah, Matt Stafford looks for him on every drop back. He's looking for Puka Nacua.
Right?
And who's not looking for Puka Nacua?
And they hand that ball off to him a little bit. They'll hand it off to him 2 or 3 times a game.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Sean McVay loves him.
Loves him. Out of BYU, Puka Nacua. All right, speaking of BYU, we'll talk some more NFL. Cowboys, sitting at 2-0, feeling good about themselves. Longhorns sitting at 3-0. And, Rod, when we look at the Big 12 as a conference right now,
oh no,
as we start conference play for the Longhorns in their first,
it's so
their final conference play. So 2 teams are ranked in the top 25 in the Big 12, right? 2 teams, Texas and Oklahoma. The 2 teams leaving. There's not a team that's going to be in this conference beyond this year that's ranked right now. And so you got 5 teams that are 3-0. Texas is 3-0. Oklahoma is 3-0. BYU, Kansas, and UCF are 3-0 in the month of September. Okay, 5 teams are 2-1. That includes TCU beat Houston this past week. Cincinnati, K-State, Oklahoma State, all 2-1. Oklahoma State, though, just lost to South Alabama. The conference so far in the month of September has lost to college football heavyweights Rice, Texas State, Ohio, South Alabama, Wyoming, and Miami of Ohio, Rod. Not good. Best non-conference win is Texas over Alabama. And second best is BYU's win over Arkansas.
To me, that makes, I know people aren't going to like it.
And I guess you could say Kansas' win over Illinois out of the Big Ten.
I think if you're a Texas fan, it makes the Big 12 even more dangerous because a lot of these programs now got nothing to lose because a lot of their
But are they any good?
So exactly, they don't know how good they are, and a loss like that early on to a subpar inferior opponent can be devastating psychologically. And then basically the rest of the season, you're just trying to save the season with a big win.
Yeah,
and Texas is everybody's way that had those big, devastating, kind of shameful, coyote, ugly losses. Texas is the great way to save your season. Yeah. You beat Texas, you save your season, especially now.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that makes it even more dangerous. And that's got to be the rallying cry,
no
right?
doubt it is. But Baylor,
derail Texas.
Come on.
But so 5 are 3-0, 5 are 2-1, and the rest of the other 4 are 1-2, and that includes Baylor, who, as you said off the top, Blake Shapen's not going to play in this game. That means Sawyer Robertson will be your starting quarterback. Can I give you Sawyer Robertson's numbers so far? The 6'4", 220-pounder who transferred from Mississippi State, originally from Lubbock.
It ain't pretty.
He's completed 45% of his passes since coming in for Blake Shapen. He's thrown 1 touchdown and 3 picks. He's thrown for 444 yards. He's bad. He's a bad quarterback.
He's bad.
He's a bad quarterback.
He is a bad quarterback. And that's the best they got. He's the best bad idea. It's the Argo principle. He's the best bad idea they got. The best bad idea is Sawyer Robertson, and he is
45% completion percentage, which means Texas knows they're going to try to saddle up the run game.
They're going to run the rock, man.
Which Texas has a pretty salty run defense.
Yeah.
So this is an uphill battle for Baylor. They are at home. It will be a night game. Can expect rowdy crowd and that type of stuff in Waco. But man, this quarterback, that was a crushing injury, because even in the loss to Texas State, Blake Shapen played that game kind of on one leg. He hurt his knee with an MCL sprain, but he's played in the game and really gave them a chance.
Good, yeah.
Gave them a chance. But Texas State was too much for them. Texas State went in there and beat them to start the season. They also blew the game against, one of the reasons Utah beat them in Waco was 13-3 in the fourth quarter. And a pick six that Sawyer Robertson threw turned into the game changer.
Yep.
It was a pick six that, you're just trying to, they were up, I think it was 13-10 at the time. They're just trying to salt away the game and get the victory. He throws a pick six or an interception that ends up being the difference in the football game, 17-13. Bears, Dave Aranda, remember they had Austin Novosad, the kid out of Dripping Springs, the quarterback. He was their big quarterback commitment. And he would be playing right now at Baylor right now if he hadn't decommitted on signing day
Oregon, right?
and gone to Oregon
Yep.
to play for his former for the offensive coordinator there at Oregon. So yeah, they're in a quarterback mess at Baylor right now, and Texas they're 2 touchdown favorites on the road at Waco on Saturday. We'll break it down as we go, but the Big 12 not off to a great month of September.
I said it makes them dangerous though, because now you got a lot of squads with nothing to lose. A lot of their, like I said, preseason hopes were dashed. Even though they can still go into Big 12 play, they know they're not as good as they thought they were. So they're starting from a much bigger deficit than they thought. It's like, oh man, we're pretty good. Like Texas Tech, it's like, oh man, we're the dark horse of the Big 12, baby. We're gonna go in there, we're gonna make some noise in the Big 12 this year. Hell, we might even be competing for the Big 12 title. It's like, oh, we're not that good. We need to. Even Texas though. Even Texas with some of their, right? Texas has won games, but then, the Rice game and the Wyoming game and Long Fence is like, I don't think we're as good as, we thought we were going to be at this point in the season. Nobody is. Because everybody's a work in progress. It's going to be week to week. If you get better week to week, the concern for Texas was, did they get better from the Bama week to the Wyoming week? And a lot of Longhorn fans will say, no. They won, and they won in spectacular fashion. Fourth quarter, we like the clutch gene that the team is starting to cultivate. But did they get better from week 2 to week 3? They definitely got better from week 1 to week 2.
Yes.
Did they get better from week 2 to week 3?
Debatable.
Exactly. So you got to get better from week 3 to week 4. Like that's the ultimate goal. You want to look up at the end of the season and go, man, we got better every week. And if you did, you'll probably be playing for a championship.
Yes.
That's the way it goes. But if you regress and you're inconsistent, that's when you take losses you're not supposed to take, and then you lose to opponents that you're supposed to beat. Stuff like that happens.
Well, look, Dave Aranda's got one game plan. He's got to win with his defense and force Quinn Ewers to make mistakes, which he hasn't done. The one thing you can say about Quinn Ewers to this point for Texas is he hasn't turned the ball over in 3 games.
No.
If that continues with this defense, even if he's not spectacular, Texas, I think, will be all right. If he starts turning the football over, that's when you put your defense in tough spots. We'll hear from Steve Sarkisian coming up throughout the morning at his Monday media availability, and met with us talking about the game, the win over Wyoming, 31-10, and looking forward to the Big 12. We heard him in the headlines, but more coming behind the burnt orange curtain. Also, for the end of our first hour of 5 here on Hook 'em Up, we'll get some What the Facts around the sports landscape as well.
What the Facts?
Rod B. Ty is here as well, just getting warmed up on a Tuesday. Coming up for the top of the hour in our first hour here of 5 on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. We'll get the What the Facts segment, including a devastating loss, according to Dusty Baker, for the Houston Astros last night.
Go Astros!
Devastating, he called it. Astros not playing well at home. They get beat last night. We'll tell you where they stand. Also, we'll get some other facts of your Tuesday morning. And here's a fact. Let me say thanks to our friend Nick Shuley. Of course, Nick Shuley, joins us every Wednesday, Rod.
Nick's the man.
With the live music update, Setlist ATX. So I'm doing, last night, every Monday, Mike Craven, the senior writer at Dave Campbell's Texas Football, we record our Eyes on Texas multicast, right? The podcast we record here at the station I got my two sons working on, with me, and we record that, recap the Texas win over Wyoming. So I'm recording the episode, which will be out today, with highlights and Sark sound and all things Texas football. The Eyes on Texas podcast. So I get a text from Nick that, hey, I have a ticket for you for the Jason Isbell taping at ACL Live at the Moody Theater last night.
Nice.
I was like, what?
Come on.
I'm like, I got to race through this podcast to get done. So I got to
clutch right there.
I know, hugely clutch. That was a hard ticket to get. Jason Isbell in the 400 unit.
Wow.
I get the text. He's like, I got you a ticket. It's like a Hail Mary. And I'm like, oh, man. We wrapped up the multicast, and I raced down there and got to see that last night. It was a great show and great taping. He played most of his new album, Weather Vanes. So thank you to Nick. On the music front, today is Ham Benefit Day. One of the big days, of course, Ham, the Health Alliance for Austin Musicians.
Good stuff.
You want to get out and see some great, we know that Austin is just jam-packed in Central Texas with hugely talented people. And as Nick told us last week on our Wednesday visit with him, that musicians actually move here for Ham because it's
it benefits.
It's like health benefits
health
for
insurance
musicians who are independent contractors in large regard. And it's the 18th year of Ham Day. There'll be music all over town. And some amazing musicians just putting on a show. You can find out more about that at myham. That's myhaam.org. And all the details of where Nick actually told me he's going to be out at the HEB on
the Lake Austin.
HEB at like 9 o'clock this morning.
Because they're going to have live music showcases out there, and there are going to be some players actually kind of popping up.
Yes.
They start at 6 a.m.
Yeah, they're playing. Right now there are shows going on.
Yeah. And they got some, I think there'll be some players, like some pop-ups. So, just be on the lookout. I think some players may be popping up.
You know what's kind of cool about that? Nick told me last night while we were watching the show, Jason Isbell, he owns his own record label. And all of his crew that travel with him on his shows, he treats it like a business. They all have benefits. Like a good friend of his is one of the guitar techs that's for Jason Isbell, and they all get medical benefits through him.
That's so cool.
Which is unheard of in the music industry, apparently. And so they all love playing for Jason Isbell, as one of the more talented people you'll see. That was a great show. So thank you to Nick. Appreciate it. Get out and then support the live music capital of the world and the live musicians that make it the live music capital of the world. It is Ham Benefit Day.
And My Ham on Twitter with 2 A's.
2 A's.
MYHAAM.
Yep.
Yeah.
Health Alliance for Austin Musicians, Austin's most iconic celebrations of community, live music, raising awareness and critical funds for Ham. So check that out today. It'll be going on right now and all day long, even to this evening around Central Texas. So there you go. Appreciate Nick. And that Eyes on Texas multicast will be out at probably about lunchtime today. We'll drop that, and you can always find it on Twitter and Instagram and YouTube, of course, for the Dave Campbell's Texas Football YouTube channel, and for ours at the Horn Austin. All right, Rod, we got Texas football on the brain. Baylor Bears. Also, I said devastating loss for the Astros, devastating loss for the Cleveland Browns last night. Nick Chubb, their all-pro running back. Their offense is built around him in the running game, and we talk about all the time, Rod, that a player can his career can be ended on any play. On any play. You played in the National Football League.
That's why you're trying to get that guaranteed money.
Yes.
That's why you're trying to get that signed, whatever. That's why guys are trying to, especially at running back position. We've been talking about this, right? Especially at the running back position. Oh, did you hear the news?
No.
Oh, we got to get into this. Hold up. Let me find the quote real quick. There is actually an issue with the NFL Players Association in regards to their advice to running backs, apparently.
Oh, wow.
And the NFL apparently is investigating some counsel they gave running backs. I saw the story yesterday, and I was like, that is a weird story. And then today, of course, the unfortunate news. Okay, here it is. This comes from Mark. He's an NFL reporter for the Washington Post. So Mark Mask, and I think it kind of went under the radar because of this. So the NFL filed a grievance against the NFLPA last week accusing the union of improperly advising running backs to fake injuries as a contract negotiating tactic with teams.
Oh, wow.
The league informed owners on the Management Council Executive Committee of the grievance. And there'll be some stories coming out about it. Isn't that a weird story? Like, I didn't even hear that. What? They were advising them to fake. You accuse them of advising their running backs
How does
to
that
fake
help you?
injuries? How does it help you? You're still losing money. I want the money.
Yeah.
I got to be there to get the money.
Yeah. Well, and you're right about Nick Chubb and every running back. That's and running backs, they're arguably the most vulnerable of the positions. Quarterbacks are, but they protect the quarterbacks to such an extent these days with the penalties and the pocket and late hits. Running backs,
no protections.
Yeah. I mean, and they've got the ball in their hands quite a bit.
Yeah.
And their position is undervalued, and you just feel bad for a guy like Nick Chubb and hope he can be okay. But a gruesome injury. I still haven't seen it, and I don't have any interest in seeing it. I will tell you that.
I saw it online, and they showed it.
It's nasty.
Oh, do you have the reaction? Here, Pat, pull this up. The stadium.
Yeah, they showed it in the stadium.
They showed it in the stadium. Yeah, but they did. And Troy Aikman, there was a classy move. I don't think they should be showing it on. It'll make its way on social media. If you really want to see it, you can see it somewhere. But I agree, on TV, you don't need to see it. Here is the reaction from the fans in the stadium when they saw it and they played it on the Jumbotron.
I am told that the replay of Nick Chubb getting injured is not to be seen.
Yeah, we're not going to show it.
Yeah, nice. Well, you heard the crowd.
When they saw it.
And that's the opposing team. Like Pittsburgh and Cleveland are about 90 minutes apart, and they don't like each other, but still, you just feel for a player, the quality, any player, but certainly one as good as Nick Chubb.
He's such a good guy, too.
And a great dude, and the team was pretty crushed. That was a deflating situation.
Case to be the best running back in the league.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what we're talking about.
For sure. Well, again, the offense is built around him.
Yep.
And it better, now you're in trouble because you got this guy, Jerome Ford, but Deshaun Watson's a mess. If you're watching that game last night, he is. I know that they didn't block very well.
He flashed.
Really?
He does flash every now and then, but it's considering what Hogan and I used to see from him with the Texans, he's nowhere even.
Is it the scheme though?
I just think it's that 2 years off, man. It's hard to do that in football. What example do we have of a player having that much time off? Michael Vick. I don't know if Mike Vick had that much time off.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in jail for like a year.
Yeah. He was in jail for a year, but I don't think he had two. I don't think
he come back the next year though.
I want to say he came back pretty quickly. Go look at when he.
Oh yeah, I'll look it up.
When he stopped playing it. It might have been closer to. He might be the only example of it. Mike Vick might be the only example of somebody at the quarterback position who stopped playing for that long and then came back. But come on, guys, that's one example. But Mike Vick still wasn't the same Michael Vick, by the way.
Yeah, he did not play in 2007 or 8.
Yeah, so Mike Vick's the only example of it.
Yeah.
Same amount of time.
Well, and it's hard to lose those years, and can he get back to the level where he was? That's what the Browns are banking on. Of course, he's got that guaranteed contract that they gave him after to make sure to facilitate that trade with the Texans.
So we got to believe.
They got to, but it's Cleveland. It's like Chicago. Those two towns can't have good things. They can't have nice things. They never have good quarterbacks.
Never.
Best quarterback in the history of the Browns is Bernie Kosar. Best quarterback in the history of the Bears is who? They can't have nice things.
Jim McMahon?
Yeah, and he wasn't very good.
No.
Jay Cutler's got a case.
Kyle Orton.
I have no idea.
Those two, historic, long-term organizations in the NFL have never had good quarterbacks.
That's a good point. Justin Fields.
They can't have nice things.
It don't like Justin Fields is it right now either. They just don't know how to use Justin Fields, and he
doesn't see the field very well.
He can't read defense at all.
He's having a hard time processing what he's seeing in real time.
But they need to just then use his legs. He's got 4 design runs, guys, the entire season. That's insane. That's like when Bam only had 3 design runs for Jalen Milroe. We're like, that's okay. Well, great. Thanks.
Advantage us.
We appreciate that. But it's like, come on.
By the way, Nick Saban has named Jalen Milroe his QB1 again.
Well, come on. Sniff, snap, sniff, snap, sniff, snap. They go back and forth.
Alabama plays Ole Miss this weekend.
Nick Saban was trying to make a point to his new OC. He's like, oh, you want your guy? You think your guy's better? Okay, go ahead. Let me have your guy.
And he stinks.
Exactly.
Hey, can we dive into behind the burnt orange curtain? Texas football talk. Longhorns are 3-0 for the first time in more than a decade.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Okay, so Sark met with the media yesterday and talked about a lot of different things. This is actually one of his longer media availabilities on Monday. I think he went like close to 30 minutes. So we got a lot of sound. A lot of Longhorn fans were upset with the passing game versus Wyoming, even though the running game looked really good, and then Jonathan Brooks found his groove, and Texas was able to dominate that game late with the running game really being the focus and really being the kind of the identity. And Jay Brooks, by the way, he really was the kind of the lifeblood of the entire offense during that game. But the passing game struggled. Sark admitted it struggled. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about the passing game versus Wyoming.
I think just every aspect of the passing game needs to improve. We felt like we weren't as sharp. We had a protection breakdown in there. Didn't have the best play calls predicated on what the coverages were. I think Quinn could have probably made a couple throws that he normally would make. So everybody kind of took their turn. And that's not to make excuses. We all have to be better. And that, again, you think passing game, you think play call, and you think quarterback. And most notably, both of us need to be better. But I think everybody else needs to be better as well. And so we all got to take responsibility of that. And we're going to need our passing game, as we know. And so, again, I'm not going to let one game kind of knock me off my rocker on this one. We were really good throwing the ball for 2 weeks, especially in week 2. It wasn't as clean as we wanted to. The lucky part for us, we have a run game that we can lean in on, a defense that we can count on, and special teams. But we'll get that fixed, and we'll go out and play much better in the passing game this week.
I think he's right, number one, because Baylor – I think he's prepared for Baylor based on the pressure packages and the different challenges that Baylor presented to Texas last season. There's no question when a team sacks your quarterback 5 times, you probably go back and look at that film and you study it and try to figure out exactly what happened. And a lot of those concepts other teams have adopted versus Texas too. So I do think coming off the Wyoming game, disappointing passing game, and then going into the Baylor game where Dave Aranda, as I have said numerous times, had probably the best and most effective, pressure packages versus Texas in 2022, or at least group of pressure packages versus Texas in 2022. I think I think Sark will be ready, or at least the offensive game plan will be a sharp, detailed one in this matchup versus Baylor.
Yeah, and Baylor hadn't been very good in any phase of their team this
Not
year,
really,
right?
no.
I mean, they're if you look at the Big 12 stats through 3 weeks, we know they're 1-2. They lost to Texas State. They lost to Utah. They're down at 10 or 11 in total offense. They're down at 10 in total defense, and there's not much to look at as far as what they hang their hat on. And that's why folks in Waco are wondering about Dave Aranda. Did he win that Big 12 championship with Matt Rule players, right?
Yes,
and now he hasn't replaced them. A lot of those are off to the National Football League, and his quarterback Blake Shapen is hurt, and he just hasn't restocked the cupboard. It doesn't feel like right now. And they were playing Long Island University out of the FCS level on Saturday, and they were up. It was 16-7 at the half. I mean, and they ended up winning 30-7. But I mean, this is not a really good football team right now. This is an opportunity for Texas to go in there and start Big 12 conference play with a win and take advantage of a wounded team.
Yep, there's no doubt about it, and I totally agree with you there because Baylor just doesn't seem to have the talent level to be able to play with the Texas and really play with a lot of teams in the Big 12. And I like Dave Aranda's disposition as a coach, and I like some of the things that he emphasizes and reflects on as a coach. But there's no question now, your records, you are what your record says you are.
Yeah.
His record says he won with Matt Rule's players, and when he got his guys in there, that program has regressed.
Yes.
No question. Let's get to some more Sark sound before we're done here behind the burnt orange curtain. Let's talk about the slow starts. Sark, of course, was asked about the slow starts. We've talked about the clutch gene that this team is developing. Scored 21 points in the fourth quarter versus Bama and versus Wyoming. 21 in the third quarter versus Rice, I believe. So second half, they've been a lot better at adjusting in these games. Here's Sark talking about the slow starts that have plagued them early.
Some of it is we just haven't finished some drives. We've had pretty good drives early in the games, and we've gotten ourselves into the red area, and we haven't finished those drives. Most notably, you think about the Alabama game, we were moving it, we weren't punching it in the end zone, and so finishing those drives I think is important. The other night, that second drive was a 90-yard drive. That it just took us a while. I think that's the part that sometimes frustrates us too, because we're so used to kind of getting yards in chunks and punching it in, that sometimes when you have to be a little bit more methodical, there's nothing wrong with that. We shouldn't feel disappointed going 90 yards and scoring a touchdown. But in the end, it's owning the openers and owning our game plan. And, again, we have a veteran team that really tries to do what we ask of them to do on the offensive side of the ball. And again, we've placed a lot of emphasis on finishing in the fourth quarter and making adjustments. I got to make sure we got to swing that pendulum back a little bit of owning these openers and starting the way we're capable of starting.
Yeah, I think he's admitting it there a little bit. I think honestly, the team was just so focused on the second half and the fourth quarter. It's possible that Sark has not been as detailed in his preparation and game planning offensively that he has been in recent years. I don't know what the adjustment is. I would love to hear him methodically break it down, what the new process is for him in his second half and in the fourth quarter. But it's clear there's been a change in the way this team performs in the second half, the way the coaches adjust in games, a chess match within the game, and their response to adversity in the fourth quarter. So I'd love to see if there's something now in the process that's shifted, that now maybe they could essentially recreate or at least get back to where their opening script was also a strength for the team too, and you can start how you're finishing these games as well, and you can bookend it, and then you're talking about cooking with some hot grease at that point.
Yeah, and I saw yesterday where Craig Bohl, the head coach at Wyoming, in his aftermath recap yesterday, said the game plan for his team at Wyoming with 10 defensive returning starters was centered around not putting their secondary in precarious situations where they were going to be locked in one-on-ones with the Texas receivers, and he said, quote, we were going to make them go the long, hard way and not give up explosive plays. He also said he's never seen anyone as fast as Xavier Worthy on a football field.
Make them go the long, hard way.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's will probably be, that will probably be Baylor's plan coming up with Dave Aranda. We come back. It's some What the Facts. That's some behind the burnt orange curtain for the first time. We'll do it several times this morning, talking Texas football, getting ready for conference play. What the Facts coming next. You're on Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
Time for What the Facts. Just the facts every morning here ahead of the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Interesting little newsy nuggets that you need to know, including the Pittsburgh Steelers have not lost a Monday Night Football home game in 32 years. Still have not lost a Monday Night Football home game. 32 years, Rod Babers.
That's crazy.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Even with a bad offensive coordinator and a bad offense, they still found a way to beat the Browns 26-22 last night. Also last night, the New Orleans Saints improved to 2-0 with a win over the Carolina Panthers. How about this fact? Bryce Young, the first pick of the draft, in his first 2 career games is averaging just 4.2 yards per attempt. Third lowest mark in a player's first 2 career games in NFL history. He is struggling.
He's checking down.
No, and
Charlie checked down.
Did you see the video where his running back had to push him to the center because he was unshotgunned, but he was lined up behind the guard?
Like, yes.
and the running back was like, "Bro,
he looks a lot of sorts.
Get over there. The center's over there."
Like, what are you doing?
He didn't know where the center was. That's like not knowing where the hole is.
Well, and again, Rod, you and I are Houston Texans
as a running
fans.
back. As a running back, guys.
Early start
as a running back.
Yeah,
I'm talking about as a running back. Come on, get your minds out of the gutters.
I know what
Early
you're
in the morning.
saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
My mind's right here, and I'm saying that we're Texans fans, but at least through 2 weeks, I feel pretty good about C.J. Stroud as a quarterback. The Texans have issues. They've got 4 of their top 5 offensive linemen injured right now, and they're struggling. But
he's showing up.
I've liked what I've seen from C.J. Stroud pushing the ball down the field. He hasn't thrown an interception through 2 games, even though he's under constant harassment.
Amen,
Bryce Young has not looked great so far for the Carolina Panthers. He was the first pick of the draft. What else do you have, Rod, on What the Facts?
Oh, man, I got a couple of these. So, okay.
Give it to me.
Let's start with the college football weekend. 6 ranked matchups this weekend.
Told you, get those honeydews out of the way last week.
First time there has been this many ranked matchups on a September Saturday since 2006.
Come on.
Long time since
Clear
you've
the
had
day.
a
Clear
college
the
football
day.
weekend like that. Yeah, so he was right last week when he told you, hey, get your popcorn ready. I got another one for you. How about this one for the gamblers out there? NFL underdogs against the spread this season. After last night, because the Steelers were 2.5-point dog. I think the Panthers were a dog, so the Panthers actually lost. But the Steelers won as a dog, so that makes it 19-13 against the spread this season.
Yeah.
NFL dogs. So that's, it's pretty damn good for the NFL dogs. And how about this one? This is a freaky one, too. NFL overs, 13-3 in week 2. The over. The most overs in a single week in the wild card era since 1990.
Yeah,
that's the wild card era, and the highest single week over win percentage, 81.3% since week 4 of 2008. Hit them overs, man.
Hit them overs.
But then don't trust it because the week 1 unders, I believe, went 12-4.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Well,
the parody-filled league.
It went 12-4. So it flipped. It really did just kind of flip on you. NFL road teams, they have started 19-13 straight up. 19-12-1 against the spread this season. The 19 straight up road wins is the most through 2 weeks in the wild card era. So you can't predict the NFL based on what I'm telling you.
Also, in Just the Facts, devastating loss for the Houston Astros last night in Major League Baseball. That's what Dusty Baker called it, devastating loss. They're playing the Baltimore Orioles, best team in the American League, a 94-win team. And Astros had the lead in the 9th inning. They were up 7-5 and looking to take the first game of that series. And had they won the game, the Rangers had already lost to Boston. So they were about to take a 2.5-game lead in the division over both Seattle and Texas. And Ryan Presley gave up a couple of hits and then a Cedric Mullins 3-run homer in the 9th. And a stirring comeback for the Orioles. They steal the game 8-7. So the Astros lead over the Rangers is still just a game and a half. And over both Seattle and Texas now in the American League West. Here's the number that stands out for the Astros in Just the Facts. The Astros have lost 13 of their last 18 home games. 13 of their last 18 at home.
It's so weird how, well, you brought up a couple of weeks ago how their record at home as opposed to on the road.
Well, there was a story at theathletic.com over the weekend, Rod, that the Astros, some of the players went to the management and asked them to paint the batter's eye. Like apparently they have that batter's eye in center field. They've got the grass thing with the big Astro logo, but right next to it there's a bar and a restaurant that sits in right center field. And the Astros players, complained that they're having a hard time seeing the ball. But, that sounds like
What?
excuse making to
That
me.
definitely sounds like a. See, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, so according to
Come
the
on.
athletics.com's report,
Wow.
workers were seen painting green over the Budweiser bar thing.
Interesting.
And last night it was about Ryan Presley, who's been pretty average all year long as their closer. Astros won the World Series last year, large part because their bullpen was the best in baseball. It's not as good this year. The starting pitching's not as good, and they're not a very good home team right now. They'll play again tonight. Rangers also are scuffling. One other, just the fact, Rod. Congratulations.
Give it to me.
You have a degree from the University of Texas.
Yes, sir.
U.S. News and World Report out with their undergrad rankings yesterday. University of Texas is ranked the number 1 public university in the state of Texas. That's obvious.
No doubt.
Number 9 public university in the United States of America.
Hey, I like that.
And number 32 university in the world.
Wow.
So congratulations to the U of Texas.
What
happens
starts here
here?
changes the world.
You're
That's
damn
exactly
right. Des.
Number 1 public university in Texas. Number 9 in the United States of America.
Damn right. Damn right.
Damn right.
I like that.
That's a fact. That's a fact. All right, we're back with the headlines. Plus, Rod's got a rant this morning. It's a Tuesday. Longhorns are opening Big 12 conference play. We'll ask you this on a What the Facts. Do you know which teams the Longhorns have played more often than Baylor? There are only 2. Only 2 teams the Longhorns have played more often, more times than the Baylor Bears. We'll get to the answer on the other side. Hey, one other Ian Rod B fact of the day. We know the Texas game with Baylor this week is a 6:30 kickoff in Waco. The Kansas game next week, the following Saturday, a week from Saturday, has been announced as a 2:30 kick.
Okay.
Middle of the afternoon. First one of those since the Rice game. 2:30 by the Big 12 Conference yesterday. So just keeping you up to date. Texas and Kansas, 2:30. This week, 6:30 in Waco, Texas.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how excited Baylor fans are going to be. I know they want to send Texas out with an L, but they can't be very confident in their Baylor Bears at this point. So I wonder how much of a factor the crowd's going to play. And you can take the crowd out of it early if you're Texas. All you got to do, like you did in that Bama game, Texas took a lot of that crowd out of it in that Bama game. The crowd never really had a chance to play a huge factor in the game. They came back late in the game, and I think that's when the crowd went off. But since Texas was controlling the game for a lot of it, and their defense never allowed their offense to have that big splash play early on, that was later in the game, the crowd, they never really got a chance to get to make an impact. You can do that in Waco too.
Dave Aranda, by the way, the head coach at Baylor, said yesterday at his press conference, he says, quote, "I can't tell you how many times this offseason I heard, Dave, just win this one game."
Yeah.
The Texas game.
Yeah. That was
he said that's been brought up to me multiple times.
That's because they didn't know you was going to get beat by Texas State, though.
And Utah.
And Utah's a good team. But Texas State, we didn't know Texas State was going to be good.
Texas State 2-1.
I was saying they're a good team.
Only a 7-point loss to UTSA is preventing their 3-0 start for G.J. Kidd.
The Utah loss is not what's got you on the hot seat. The Texas State loss got you on the hot seat.
Yes.
Yeah,
to a first-year head coach.
Yeah,
Texas
that's
State.
what everybody was like, okay, this guy might
By the
be
way, Rod, do you know that Texas is the only team in college football who is 3-0 with all 3 wins coming against FBS teams who went to a bowl game last season?
It's a nice little factoid.
It's a little fact right there.
Nice factoid.
No FCS schools up in here, like Baylor played last week with Long Island University. But, yeah, that's the matchup. As I said on the way to the timeout, the Longhorns have played Baylor the third most of any school they've played. Any program, only Oklahoma and Texas A&M more times. 112 meetings. Yeah, the rivals. They played A&M more and Oklahoma more. But it is odd that this could be the last one, right? Steve Sarkisian was asked yesterday about scheduling these schools in the non-con in the future, and he said, then if we schedule Baylor, then Texas Tech's gonna be mad. Everybody wants a piece of Texas. It didn't sound like they're interested in playing any of these schools beyond this conference schedule. So this will be it. 112, 113 times, and see you later.
Yep. No, I
take it easy.
I think it will be done for a lot of Texas's relationships with the Texas schools that remain in the Big 12.
I would think Texas Tech would be the one that you might see a relationship with, just because it's a state school.
Yeah, but how?
A public state school. Just a non-conference every couple years or
a few years or so
in a rotation. I don't know, but at the same time, look, the Big 12. I mean, Texas has never been big fans of Baylor. They didn't really want Baylor in the original Big 12. And that was a lot of political lobbying with Ann Richards and Bob Bullock, and when the Big 12 was formed back in the mid '90s, that was a big political football, to say the least. But all right, let's get to the headlines, trending topics to start your Tuesday morning. There's a lot of them, including a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news. And we'll start with the Longhorns. As we said, third-ranked Horns off to their first 3-0 start since Mack Brown was the head coach. David Ash and Case McCoy were the quarterbacks. Barack Obama was in his first term in the Oval Office. It's been that long since the Longhorns started a season 3-0. But it's the beginning of the end now. They opened Big 12 Conference play for the final time. For Steve Sarkisian and the Horns, their trip to Waco to face the Baylor Bears for possibly the final time.
I think this week, Big 12 play, and that's exciting. And like I touched on with the team, Big 12 doesn't care that we're 3-0. The Big 12 doesn't care that we're ranked number 3 in the AP poll. We are 0-0 in Big 12 play, and this week we've got to do everything in our power to try to get to 1-0 in a hostile environment against a really well coached team, a veteran team, and it's going to take a lot of poise, a lot of composure, and we're going to need to play a complete game. We're going to need all 3 phases Saturday night, and so that's what we're putting forth in our effort, and that all started this morning.
On the injury front, Coach Sark announced yesterday that the team will be without starting right guard Cole Hudson and redshirt freshman defensive lineman Chris Ross for about a month each. Both were injured in this past Saturday's win over Wyoming. Hudson suffered a knee sprain while Ross injured his elbow. Better news for freshman running back C.J. Baxter. He returned to practice yesterday. He's good to go after sitting out last week with a minor foot injury. Not good news for the 1-2 Baylor Bears. Official word from their head coach Dave Aranda yesterday that their starting quarterback Blake Shapen will not be ready to go this week. Shapen suffered a knee injury in Baylor's season-opening loss to Texas State. That means redshirt sophomore Sawyer Robertson, the Mississippi State transfer, will get the start. Elsewhere in college football, Michigan State has initiated the process to fire suspended football coach Mel Tucker with cause. Tucker was placed on administrative leave without pay earlier this month after it was revealed he was the focal point of a university investigation into allegations of sexual harassment. In the NFL, doubleheader of Monday Night Football to wrap up Week 2 in the league. Pittsburgh, the Steelers forced 4 Cleveland turnovers, scored 2 defensive touchdowns, en route to a 26-22 win over the Browns. Both teams now 1-1. Not only did Cleveland lose that game, they also lost their all-pro running back Nick Chubb for the rest of the season with a gruesome knee injury. Happened early in the second quarter. He's done for the year. In Carolina, meanwhile, Saints came to town, marched in and beat the Panthers 20-17. They're 2-0 New Orleans. Also in the NFL, New York Giants announced that their star running back Saquon Barkley has a ankle sprain. He'll miss most likely 3 to 4 weeks. Major League Baseball, tough loss for the Astros last night. Cedric Mullins hit a 3-run homer in the 9th to rally the Orioles past the Astros in a matchup of division leaders 8-7. Rangers unable to take advantage. They fell to Boston 4-2 in the opener of that series in Arlington. Mariners did take advantage of the Houston loss. They topped the A's 5-0. So right now Houston leads Texas and Seattle by a game and a half in the AL West.
We didn't talk much about the other Monday Night Football game, the Saints getting the win. The Saints defense is underrated, and we don't get enough credit. Nobody gives the Saints defense enough credit. The Saints are the first team to go 10 straight games without allowing 21 points since the Legion of Boom Seahawks in 2013-14. They did 11 straight games without allowing 21 points.
Yeah.
I mean, that defense, and they've had some personnel changes on that defense, too. They haven't always gotten offensive support, if you will, because, once Sean Payton was out, they really kind of struggled offensively to find their identity. But, man, that Saints defense is legit. That's probably what's going to help them win that division, because that division, other than the Bucs right now that are trending, I think the Saints may be the leader in the clubhouse.
Atlanta 2-0.
Hey, listen, 3 teams in that division are 2-0, right? The Saints, Falcons, and Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield and the Bucs are all 2-0.
I know.
We all predicted that when the season began.
Exactly. I don't trust that 2-0. Some of the 2-0s look a little bit more substantive. I don't know about it, but the Bucs 2-0 is because Baker Mayfield's playing out of his mind. If he continues to play like that, then maybe it is real.
Yeah, and they've got good weapons. He talks about Mike Evans as one of maybe the best receiver he's ever played with, and Chris Godwin on the other side. But there's 7 2-0 teams in the NFC. The Cowboys, of course, one of them with a dominating 2-0.
That's the best one.
Philadelphia, Washington, Atlanta, New Orleans, Tampa, and San Francisco all 2-0. And can I mention that Bijan Robinson, we talked about him being the odds favorite to win the Rookie of the Year. He's off to a great start. He's currently second in rushing yards in the NFL behind only Christian McCaffrey. He's second in the league in rushing first downs, first in the entire league in receptions for a running back, and second in the NFL in receiving yards for a running back in his first 2 games as a pro. Not a surprise because we saw him here for 3 years, but blasting off.
Yeah, he had the most yards from scrimmage for a Falcons rookie since 1979 last week. So, I'm with you. As long as, he stays healthy, I think he's a lot.
Well, and you and I, when we made our NFL predictions, I think we both picked Atlanta to be in the playoffs, and I picked them to win that division. I think the Saints are – actually, no, I picked the Saints to win the division, and I picked Atlanta to be a wild card team.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I remember I was high on. I'm trying to think exactly because I think that we didn't know who was going to make the move in NFC South. We said that's kind of the surprise.
And I seeded to Derek Carr because he's the most experienced quarterback in the division.
And they got a defense.
Yeah.
And the Saints have a defense, and that has been kind of a common thread with whoever's going to be.
Well, and the Saints are going to get Alvin Kamara back, right? He's suspended right now. He'll be back for them. And Michael Thomas had a nice game last night. Michael Thomas actually shows up.
Chris Olave.
He had 12 catches last night. Yeah, Chris Olave is a good player.
Yeah, he's good. That's a good. If he's back, that's a nice receiving core. If he didn't get Alvin Kamara back, who also you got to consider part of the receiving core. Yeah, I like the Saints in there. As probably said, I have more faith in the Saints, but I wouldn't be surprised if Desmond Ridder plays well with the recipe that Arthur Smith has for the Falcons. Because like I said, behind Shano and the 49ers, they are probably the second most, they're probably the second best offense when it comes to positionless football. Like, that's how they've built and constructed the roster with all those guys who can move around the chessboard. They can be a problem. The Saints they may be able to contend with the Saints in that division if
right.
Desmond Ridder plays well.
Yeah, no question. I think they just have a ton of weapons. And remember, they improved their defense through free agency and trades before the draft. Atlanta did, right? Bud Dupree is now there as providing some pass rush. They tried to rebuild their secondary a little bit. And that division, anybody's division right now. And again, in the NFC, it feels like I think it's pretty clear that San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Dallas
next level
are next level.
Yeah.
And everybody else is just playing for wild cards at this point. One of those three teams will be in the Super Bowl, in my mind.
I'd be shocked if it's not one of those.
Right, agree.
Something crazy.
Agree.
What the
agree.
hell happened?
100% agree. And one of those three teams will be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Good point.
All right, real quick, Rod. Go back to that stat I said at the top of it. Just start the hour, and then we'll get into your rant.
All right.
For Longhorn fans who are concerned, right, that they've won 3 games by double digits, all 3. They're the only team in the FBS who have played 3 teams so far who won a bowl game a year ago. And remember, Wyoming and Rice both returned a lot of players.
Yes, they did. It was, remember we talked.
17 Wyoming Cowboys, including
Mike
10 on
Blumgren.
defense.
It's one of Mike Blumgren's best teams.
Yes.
Yes.
And they added JT Daniels, an experienced quarterback. So
highest rated recruit ever, signee ever.
So, and again, I'm not trying to pump up their schedule. I'm just saying they played 3 quality teams who are planning to be back in bowl games this year.
Mm-hmm.
Rice turned around and beat Houston after they played Texas pretty tough for a half. Wyoming is going to be one of the favorites in the Mountain West Conference, and they came in 2-0 and beaten Texas Tech. So it's fair to say the Texas Longhorns had a nice schedule that they played and performed well in. Not perfect, not by any stretch, a lot to work on. But to win all 3 games by double digits, to be comfortably winning all 3 in the fourth quarter. Obviously, the Alabama game was a huge high, but at the same time, that's a nice prep for conference play, and it tells you the Longhorns are a pretty good football team this year that can beat you in a variety of ways with offense, defense, and we haven't seen the special teams win a game yet, but kind of feel like it can if it needs to.
Well, the special teams has been a strength for Texas since Jeff Banks stepped on campus. So we got to give Jeff Banks more credit because out of all the phases of the game, offense, defense, now it's all coming together because they've been able to, recruit, and now the messaging is the same, continuity with the staff, all that stuff. It all helps. But man, I don't think we had any down years. Hard to even see a down game from Jeff Banks' special teams unit at Texas since he got here.
Yeah.
I got right.
The punter Sanborn has been rock solid. Bert Auburn's been a good kicker.
Yeah.
Their coverage teams have been excellent. And so it's a 3-phase football team right now through 3 games, and now it's conference play time. Let's get Rod's rant, first one of 2 on our 5 hours this morning.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butt.
All right, I want to talk about this Dallas Cowboys defense just a little bit because I think what sets them apart from the other 2 teams you mentioned there, Philadelphia and San Fran, which also have great defenses and elite, you can consider elite D-lines and front sevens, 49ers and the Eagles. You can throw the Cowboys in there too with Michael Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, and the way they're playing. But the secondary for the Cowboys, I think, sets them apart from those other defenses. By the way, the Cowboys, it's only 2 weeks, so small sample size. Lead the NFL in sacks, pressure rate, takeaways, total defense, and scoring defense.
Gosh.
So they are right now the best defense in the league statistically. There is no question. You can talk about the opponents they face and all of that, but it's still a very small sample size. I think they're going to continue to trend as the best defense in the league. But it's the secondary that really has taken their game to a level. And by the way, secondary doesn't have Donovan Wilson. They're missing one of their starting safeties, those 3 safeties that the Cowboys like to play. How about this stat for Trevon Diggs? And I know he's been a very polarizing player because he's a high risk, high reward player, but last season he lowered a lot of that risk and kept the reward relatively high, and he's getting some more consistency in his game. stabilizing his game so that he's not such a volatile player. But he is arguably the best ball-hawking defensive back in the league. Through 2 games, the passer rating when targeting Trevon Diggs is 1.0. The passer rating when you throw the ball at the dirt every play is like 39. So you actually have, you as a quarterback, all right, you have a better chance at success throwing the ball at the dirt than throwing at Trevon Diggs.
Yeah.
That's how good he's been. Versus the Jets, he had a 5 targets, 0 receptions allowed, 1 interception, 2 forced incompletions, a 0.0 passer rating allowed. Remember, I told you guys this. Remember, when he was at Alabama, he basically had only played the cornerback position exclusively. When we first got there, he was playing wide receiver and safety, and they were playing him all over the place. And then he played it exclusively his sophomore year. Believe he had a competition, ended up getting benched at one point. He also had an injury the next season. And so his rookie year in the NFL, you look at it, was probably his 2nd or 3rd year being able to play the cornerback position exclusively for an entire season. Because he was an athlete coming in, and because of the circumstance, wasn't able to really complete a season and get those valuable reps. And now in the NFL, this is his 4th season in the NFL. He's been playing the cornerback position exclusively for probably about 7, maybe going on 8 years now. Yeah. And I think the light's starting to click for him. The light's starting to go off that he knows how to play the position with great technique and fundamentals, which help as fail-safes within his game. He can still now go after the ball, take those chances that he did when he was a younger player, but he's lowered the risk in his game by keeping the reward really high. That's been huge for them early on. Also, Deron Bland has continued to play really well. He's got the 3rd lowest passer rating allowed in the NFL for any defensive backs. Trevon Diggs has the lowest, of course. It's 1.0. So you can't get better than that.
Well,
Deron Bland is 16.7. So the secondary, I don't think we're giving enough credit. Obviously, Micah Parsons is the best defensive player right now on the planet. Defensively, he's probably going to win Defensive Player of the Year. But that secondary has taken their game to a new level, and it's because of Stephon Gilmore as well out there at that corner. He's another big part of why this secondary could be considered the best in the league right now.
Yeah, and the defense. Look, I mean, aside from the Garrett Wilson touchdown catch on Sunday, I mean, this team has played almost 2 perfect games. I mean, I don't know they've played and faced Daniel Jones and Zach Wilson, and they'll be tested further at the quarterback position. But 40-0, and then if you take away the Garrett Wilson touchdown, that's a 30-3 beatdown. So one play that a defense an offense has made against them. The other part of the Cowboys win that we didn't talk probably enough about yesterday because we were talking about so much Longhorns and the win over Wyoming. Dak Prescott completed his first 13 passes on Sunday. They controlled the ball for 42 minutes. This was the recipe, right? Control the football, keep your defense fresh, and let them attack. And yes, the addition of Stephon Gilmore to go with Trevon Diggs and those safeties, that's one of the best, if not the best, secondary in the league. To go with one of the best pass rushes, if not the best pass rush in the league. And that's why they've been so overwhelming so far. The real test for the Cowboys will come, I think, 3 weeks from now when they play San Francisco. San Francisco. We'll see the Cowboys play at Arizona this week. They're confident that Tyler Smith, the left guard, will play in this game. I think he's going to be back on their offensive line, which bolsters their O-line. But they'll overwhelm Arizona, much like they've done for the first 2 opponents. Then they play New England at home. And then they go to San Francisco, week 5. That's obviously a huge game, to say the least. But the Cowboys have been, we kind of chuckle about Mike McCarthy a lot of times. They've been outstanding through 2 games. There's not been a team that has been as well coached and as well prepared for 2 weeks than the Dallas Cowboys.
I agree with you. And nobody's been as dominant as the Cowboys. And it is because the Cowboys decided, and as an organization, I think it was smart. There are 2 ways to win a Super Bowl in the modern era: elite quarterback play or elite defense / elite pass rush. That's just it. If you go, and now there are exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, you got to have 1 or 2 of those things. And the Cowboys, I figured out defensively with Dan Quinn and all these weapons, they were probably closer to being a model that wins with elite pass rush and defense than they were with an elite quarterback. So instead of being a Dak-oriented team, they had to make the offense Dak-friendly, but this is a a defensive oriented team. Like they're gonna win with that defense. That's what's elite about this Cowboys team. I'm not saying that the offense isn't going to score a lot of points and situationally improve, but there is no doubt this defense has a chance to be not only the best defense in the league, but special. Michael Parsons is his 2+ sacks in the game versus the Jets, and he'll probably get 2 more sacks next week coming up versus the Cardinals. Gives him 10 games in his career out of 35 with at least 2 sacks. That is the highest rate, 28.6 in NFL history. Reggie White is second. He's only at 21.6. So we haven't had a player on this type of pace in multi-sack games since Reggie White, and he's actually way far in surpassing Reggie White's pace, which that I don't think that's hard to even say. Yeah. Passing Reggie White's pace, but that's what kind of freakish talent that Michael Parsons is. And by the way, DeMarcus Lawrence having a great season, and nobody's talking about it.
Yeah,
great season.
He is.
He's number one among edge rushers in run defense grade by Pro Football Focus, and he also is doing pretty good rushing the passer. His pass rush grade was 84. He had a tackle for loss. He played really well, and he's playing really well. But man, Michael's just on another planet right now.
Well, and as I keep saying, you hear the players talking about it. They want to be considered one of the greatest defenses in the history of the NFL. That's their mission that they're on, right? Mike has talked about it. You heard DeMarcus Lawrence say it after the game this week. And again, without the Garrett Wilson 68-yard touchdown that he caught on Sunday, the Cowboys, if you remove that play, in 2 games, 2 NFL games, Rod, where parity is the build, they would have outscored their opponents 70-3 and allowed an average of 160 yards per game. They haven't.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
I'm with you. I didn't think they'd be this good. I thought they'd be the best defense in the league. They look better than I thought.
Yeah, me too. They're so fast, and so they play downhill and aggressive. And now that they can cover in the back end to match up with that pass rush, it's pretty tough for defenses, to say the least. Can you guys talk about the Cowboys? 4 red zone trips, only 12 points, and no play action passes. I'm still worried. Well, look, they have 70 points in 2 games, so that's the most in the league. They've outscored everybody in the league. So, yes, the red zone situation is something you work on. Tony Pollard took 25 carries on Sunday, and he handled that pounding. So, yes, much like the Longhorns, it's not been perfect on offense, but the defense has been so good, it hasn't mattered. And that will be tested as the season goes.
Just for the texture though, prior to last night's games, I believe they were 6th in play action pass rate. But yeah, you're right. Situationally in the red zone, that's what you're talking about. That's another example altogether.
Well, and your kicker, who was a problem last year, has been great. He made 5 field goals on Sunday for the Cowboys. 2-0 for the Cowboys, 3-0 for the Longhorns, and still room to grow, which is fun. We'll talk more about it coming back on a Tuesday. We'll also get our Bullish or BS segment before the end of this hour. We are in hour 2 of 5. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. Austin's only local morning sports conversation.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Tuesday on the Horn, it's Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up. Bullish or BS before the top of this hour, talking all things Longhorns. Looking forward to the Baylor Bears. We mentioned in the headlines that Blake Shapen will not play in this game for Baylor. That's a huge blow. He's their best player, I think, or one of their best players, certainly on the offensive side of the ball. Shapen was injured in that Texas State game. They were hopeful he could get back for this game. It's an MCL sprain, but Dave Aranda made it clear yesterday he's not ready. He said he's out about a week. He's about a week out, and I don't expect him in this game. That means against Texas.
Could
MCL.
use Austin Novostad right about now.
Yeah, the Dripping Springs kid who had committed to Baylor, but then last minute flipped to Oregon.
That's probably a good decision. I mean, think about it. Right now, I mean, Dave Aranda, we're talking about Dave Aranda being on the hot seat.
Yeah, for sure.
So, last thing you want to deal with is coaching changes. That's a better offense up there, too. Offensively, is it Will Stein running the offense up there?
Well, that's interesting. Because it's kind of cool that there's a lot of connections between the state of Texas now and this Pac-12 start, right?
Oh yeah,
because Will Stein was at Lake Travis as a coach, and then he went down to Incarnate Word and then UTSA.
Yeah. And
that's where he developed. When he was at Lake Travis, was when he developed the relationship with Austin Novosad when he was a young guy. There's all the kid, the quarterback at Washington State, Cam Ward, Rod.
Oh yeah,
he's from Texas, and he's we talked about this list of great quarterbacks in the Pac-12, headlined by Caleb Williams and Shedeur Sanders and Bo Nix at Oregon and all these guys. But Cam Ward, remember that Washington State team that Colorado State almost beat Colorado on Saturday. That Washington State team put 50 on that Colorado State team in Jay Norvell in week 1. Cam Ward was at Incarnate Word and then transferred to Washington State. He's from Cleveland, Texas. So he's a Texas kid. So Will Stein with Texas ties as well. He's now at Oregon. Yeah, Austin Novosad from Dripping Springs, Texas. He would likely be the Baylor starting quarterback this week if he had stayed with that commitment. Because this kid, Sawyer Robertson, is not good. I don't mean to just say that, but I watched him. He's not good.
He is struggling.
Watched him against Utah.
Yeah, I'm surprised they couldn't find a better backup in the transfer portal era for Baylor. And you're in Texas. First of all, you're in this state is the quarterback mecca. There are more quarterbacks starting for FBS college football programs that played high school football in the state of Texas than any other state. Also, you go look at, transfer portal gives you more options to try to go find quarterbacks that'll help you. I'm surprised Dave Aranda didn't have a better option.
Well, there's a reason Texas is 3 in the country, right? They built through the roster through really good recruiting classes and then targeted players in the portal. Adding A.D. Mitchell.
Come on, man.
Dave Aranda said yesterday at his press conference that, he was asked about the difference in Texas this year from last year, and he said the offensive line is matured, the defense is even better, and he said last year you really only worried about Xavier Worthy. This year they got other dudes, right?
Yeah, a lot of dudes.
And A.D. Mitchell, big part of that, and Texas wanted to add that piece. Well, by the way, speaking of Baylor at a 1-2 start, you know who did a better job building his roster and using the portal this offseason than he did?
Texas State.
G.J. Kinney.
How about say Texas?
G.J. Kinney added better players than Dave Aranda did.
I think we all.
And that's why they beat him.
It's like, come on, man.
Right. T.J. Finley could be the starting quarterback for Baylor. I know. He'd be probably better than Blake Shapen.
T.J. Finley's a good player for Texas State.
Spencer Sanders could be the
dude.
Any backup now?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Spencer Sanders could be your backup.
It's his last year college eligibility, and he's backing up Jackson Dart.
Exactly. That's how much he hated Oklahoma State, which, by the way, is rotating 3 quarterbacks. They're still doing it. They asked Mike Gundy if he was going to rotate 3 quarterbacks. He was like, yeah, I'm doing it again. You're doing it again? What is the definition of insanity?
They just lost to
South Alabama.
South Alabama badly.
He's going to go down his way. He's like, I'm doing it my way. And he's going down.
Well, by the way,
fiery blaze.
You know what? He was asked yesterday, Mike Gundy, about Deion Sanders. And his thoughts.
What did he say?
No, he was complimentary.
Oh, good.
He just said what I like about Deion. I don't know him. He said, but he's doing it his way and not listening to the critics, which is almost a shot at his own media.
Yeah, that's why Mike Gundy like, I'm going to do it my way. Leave me alone.
Almost saying without saying. He's like me. He's like me.
Me and Deion are the same.
We don't listen to the outside noise. We do it our way.
Well, I would say there are some similarities, though, right? He does kind of, he got the mullet, he had the mullet and everything.
Well, look, I mean, again, I don't want to minimize this Baylor game, and if Blake Shapen was playing, I'd be a little bit more concerned if I were Texas. But Sawyer Robertson,
he just can't.
Not very good.
Yeah.
He's
not a threat.
Had to go play the game, but if you saw them play Texas State, that was not a fluke. Texas State was the more talented team.
No, he just beat them.
They beat them.
It wasn't like
they beat them.
It wasn't they ran trick plays. It wasn't like, no, they just beat them.
And then they played with desperation against Utah and had a lead in the second half, but couldn't hold it because the quarterback turned the football over. And then against Long Island University last week, it was a close game at the half. And again, Texas was in a close game with Wyoming, but Wyoming's a pretty solid group who went to a bowl game last year and brought a lot of dudes back.
And Utah had a back.
LIU is Long Island University out of the FCS level.
You disrespecting Long Island. Long Island.
Did you see their quarterback's throwing motion?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
It looked like Uncle Rico.
It did look like Uncle Rico.
It's got a hitch. It's sidearm.
What was he doing?
I don't even know what. He brings it from his hip.
Yeah.
Like he throws it from his hip. It's weird.
But this is the quarterback for Long Island University.
Yeah. LIU. What's LIU? What is their mascot?
I did not think Long Island University had a football team. That isn't. I didn't know they played football up there.
I didn't know they played football up
They
there.
play
I was thinking about this yesterday.
They just don't care about it as much.
If you go to a public high school like on Manhattan Island, do they have football teams at those high schools?
I think they have they have football teams. They play football on the East Coast. They just don't.
Where do they practice?
It's not a religion like it is here in Texas.
Where are the fields?
Huh?
Where are the fields? Where do they practice?
They have fields.
I've been to Manhattan. I've never seen a
Long
football
Island
field.
are the Sharks. They are the Sharks. They're coached by Ron Cooper.
They do. They have them up there, Ty. I assure you. It's just like I said. They don't have down here. It's such a religion and it's such an economic engine that you got 3 football fields at one damn high school over there in Wesley. They don't have that, okay? Because they don't prioritize it like we do. They don't have $1 million stadiums for their high school sports. They don't do it like that. It's a little bit different.
They used to be called the Long Island University Blackbirds, and now they're the Sharks.
Oh, they're politically incorrect or something?
What's wrong with Blackbirds?
Exactly. What's wrong with the black? Is the blackbird an actual bird?
That's like the grossest mascot ever. Like
Blackbirds?
Isn't a blackbird just like a random bird?
The grackles. Yeah. LIU plays in a 6,000-seat stadium there in Long Island.
LIU. There you go.
And that's where Baylor, they won the game 30 to whatever, but it was at halftime it was like 13-7 or 16-7. It was not by any means dominant. And Baylor's just not that talented right now. And again, they could rise up and give Texas a hell of a game because it's a conference game, but at the same time,
and whose fault
player
is that?
for player, it's not real close right now.
And that's Dave Aranda's fault. That's all on Aranda. That's all on Aranda. For letting that roster. You won the Big 12.
Yeah.
So recruiting should have spiked.
Yeah.
Yeah, you win the Big 12, recruiting should have spiked. Where's the recruiting spike?
Yeah,
Where'd he go?
Not real good. And you're right. When you had Blake Shapen as your quarterback and you didn't attack the portal more, I think they had a lot of eggs in the Austin Novosad basket. But that happened in early February.
Come on, man.
You had a whole offseason
to add time to recover. Remember, he let that other quarterback go to what U of H. Remember that
Jerry
one?
Bohannon.
Yeah, he was like, "Hey, man, we got our quarterbacks. You can go." It's like, "Hey, don't be telling quarterbacks to leave. Don't encourage quarterbacks to leave. They'll leave on their own. Don't be encouraging them to leave."
By the way, we shouldn't be just knocking Baylor and give Texas State credit that G.J. Kinney's doing a hell of a job down there. They are 2-1, and they're going to be a contender in the Sun Belt. But the Sun Belt's no joke. It's South Alabama with Major Applewhite calling the plays. Just beat up on Oak State. It's the Fun Belt.
Oak State's got some talent issues as well.
Yeah, they do.
Just like Baylor. Also because their coach is stubborn about the transfer portal and about NIL.
Is Mike Gundy the alt-right version of Deion?
The alt-right version of Deion.
Oh, no, alt-right? What we got to go alt-right?
I don't
Mike
know.
Gundy does it his own
Just
way.
say he's a more conservative version.
He's a little bit more conservative.
Right. He's the more conservative version. Alt-right.
Hey, Colorado's got their own challenge this week playing the Oregon Ducks in one of those 6th-ranked matchups. Last week we gave you the tip to get your honeydews in last Saturday because this Saturday you're going to want to be glued to your football television watching all these great games, including Ohio State, Notre Dame,
ooh, that's sexy.
Ole Miss, Alabama, Oregon, Colorado. A lot of really good games this weekend, so we'll start to drill down on those only Tuesday. As for the NFL, Rod, we'll get back into that coming up with the doubleheader on Monday Night Football last night. The gruesome injury, so gruesome, by the way. ESPN, and props to them, they wouldn't even show the replay. They showed it to the stadium crowd in-house, and that was it. That's enough that they needed to see.
We needed to see it.
Hate that for Nick Chubb. to say the least. You gave the stat earlier about Nick Chubb and how people because he plays in Cleveland. People
People
don't see
watch
him enough.
They don't know how good he is. I mean, he really. I'll give you the Nick Chubb stat that I always give. That's mind blowing. People are like, that's not real. I'm like, it's real. Throughout NFL history, there are only 129 instances of a running back averaging 5+ yards per carry on at least 190 carries. The only running backs with more than 3 such seasons in their career: Barry Sanders, Jim Brown, Jamal Charles, and Nick Chubb.
Dang. And
Isn't
how about
that
this?
crazy?
Chubb's one of 5 players in NFL history with at least 8 rushing touchdowns in each of his first 5 seasons. The other gentlemen on that list, Adrian Peterson, LaDainian Tomlinson, Emmitt Smith, and Jim Brown.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people think I was drunk. I was like, man, he'll have a case. If he retires today, somebody will make the case for him in the Hall of Fame, and it won't be ridiculous.
Yeah.
It won't be
And
as
he's that
ridiculous
good.
as you think it is. Like, he's been really, really good his first few years. Like, he won't make the Hall of Fame. I'm just saying
And
a
that-
case for it.
And Jerome Ford came in and did pretty well. And as you said off the top, the Steelers, who have not lost a Monday Night Football game at home since in 32 years. 32 years since they lost a Monday Night Football game at
I cannot
home.
believe that stat.
You should have given me that stat yesterday.
I know I had it. I apologize. I didn't give you that. You were bullish on the Browns.
I still think the Browns would have won if Nick Chubb stays in that.
I kind of agree with him on that.
Even
I
though
think,
Jerome
yeah.
Ford did play well, had that big run, the
The
team was
Steelers-
shook.
the
Steelers only had
scored-
255 yards.
Yeah, the Steelers only, but they
Total.
had 2 defensive touchdowns and they
had
had
2
4
defensive
turnovers
touchdowns.
forced.
Yeah.
And they took the lead on a strip sack fumble touchdown. They were down 22-19, and that's when 22-17. That's when the strip sack turned the game, and the Steelers their defense won the football game.
Yes, it did. It scored more points than the offense did.
They did. They did.
Only 4 current Steelers were alive the last time they lost at home on Monday Night Football. Cam
And
Hayward.
listen, the Ty's in there trying to buck that trend.
Cam Hayward. We probably should have given that stat to him, too. Cam Hayward, Patrick Peterson, Marcus Golden, and Chris Boswell. Only Steelers that were alive last time they lost at home on Monday Night
By
Football.
the way, Gus in the Bronx has texted us. Gus in the Bronx and said, "Oh my gosh, Ty, we play high school football in New York City.
Exactly.
In the city, it's not like Texas because they have their own scheduling and playoff format. Outside of the 5 boroughs in New York, they play traditional Texas format where you play for a state championship.
So not outside the 5 boroughs, though.
Ty needs to get out more. Ty needs
I've been to New York. I hate New York.
Well, no, it's just because it's built like different.
I
Because of
hate
the
New
city.
York.
But it's built on top of each other. But yeah, they just don't have the space in the land that we do to have
I know
these,
that.
all these practice
It's
fields.
an island. It's an island.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm just asking the questions that people
No,
want to hear.
that-
Come on.
that's a good question.
Gus in the Bronx did not like your question.
He did
We
not
come
like-
back. We're going to hit some
insulted
bullish.
by your question.
Hit some bullish or BS. Also, reset those headlines. Talking Texas, Baylor, Cowboys in Arizona, the NFL, college football, all coming here on Ian Rod B.
Babers. Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
Time for Bullish or BS here on Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up. Bullish and BS. Bullish on the Cowboys for sure after a 2-0 start, 70-10. Longhorns also 3 double-digit wins to start their season. They'll open up Big 12 play, their final Big 12 conference season and slate coming up on Saturday. How about this, Rod? Bullish or BS on Phil Mickelson? Phil Mickelson, the Hall of Fame golfer, posted yesterday to his Twitter account a long message in which he confirmed and admitted what we've all known for a long time, that he was a gambling addict. But he's no longer gambling. Phil Mickelson said, most of you will enjoy this football season with moderation while having lots of fun and entertainment. The fantasy leagues will provide banter amongst friends, and money won or lost won't affect you. I won't be betting this year because I crossed the line of moderation and into addiction, which isn't any fun at all. The money wasn't ever the issue since our financial security has never been threatened, but I was so distracted I wasn't able to be present with the ones that I love and caused a lot of harm. He went on to say, if you've ever crossed the line of moderation and enter into addiction, hopefully you won't confuse your enablers as friends like I did.
They've done studies, 60% of the time it works every time.
Yeah, he said, after many years of receiving professional help, not gambling, and being in recovery from my addictions, I am now able to sit still, be present in the moment, and live each day with inner calm and peace. I still have a lot of cleaning up to do with those I love most, but I'm doing it slowly as best I can.
Damn, Phil.
Yeah. He said, this football season and beyond, enjoy yourself with moderation so it doesn't distract you and detract you from your ability to be present. In my experience, the moments with the ones you love will be far more remembered than any bet you win or fantasy league triumph.
Good for him. I'm glad he's getting the help he needs, recognizing his dark passenger.
His dark passenger. You know who's laughing in there and snickering is our own gambling addict, Ty.
Yeah, that was a pretty funny statement.
Do you think you don't think you're an addict?
No, I could stop.
I
have stopped.
You have stopped for a while. Okay, good for you.
Kidding with him.
Everything's fun in moderation.
Yeah,
not everything,
including moderation.
Well, look, Phil. I mean, the book that is out, his that thing, your friends, your enablers who you considered friends. That book that's out, written called The Gambler, with all the stories on him. I think it revealed a lot to those around him, including his family, just how bad it was. Right?
Oh yeah.
I'm sure some of the things he's revealed in that book, they did not know the extent of the amount of money he was gambling, right? And now that book is out, and it's kind of pulled the curtain back on just how extensive his gambling was.
Yeah, I mean, the allegations, though. What was the money? What was the dollar figure they were throwing out there? It was some crazy number, though. Yeah. It was like Wilt Chamberlain, like the Wilt Chamberlain 20,000 women number, where we went back and did the math on it. But we did determine that if you win,
total nearly $100 million.
Yeah, but that's not all. Some of that is profit from when he won.
Yes,
it's not just the money. It's not just all money from his bank account. It's like, oh, I won money. Okay, now I'll roll that over into the next bet or whatever it is. So that's just $8 figure, but it's still a lot of money. Not throwing out.
Well, it's one of those things. I don't want to, I don't know his personal life and he's got a wife and kids. I would speculate that his wife saw that and said, "You bet you lost $100 million."
No, babe. No. It was more like 20 million. But I had one.
Well, how do you come back when your wife asks you lost $100 million?
You don't come back at that point.
You say. What you just said. No, babe. It was only like 80. It was only like 80.
Yeah. You got to walk that number back. No. It was like 15. And then remember, and then you add some interest. It was okay. It wasn't that much. That's a lot of money, though. That's a lot of money. Okay, bullish or BS? Patrick Mahomes' new restructured agreement, gentlemen. Patrick Mahomes
got a raise.
Restructures agreement. Yeah, he was like the 8th or 9th highest paid quarterback at one point. Giving him $210.6 million between 2023 and 2026. That'll be the most money in NFL history over a 4-season span. His compensation for all those years is now guaranteed. Also, the Chiefs said they're going to revisit his contract after the 2026 season. That is also a guarantee, a stipulation in the new restructured deal. There you go.
Yeah, pay the man. He's the best player in the game.
Yeah, honestly, I'm remember, it was, I said at one point, it was the best bargain in all of major American sports, that he was like the 8th highest paid quarterback in the league. And now that is no longer the case. They're still getting a great discount with Travis Kelce the greatest tight end of all time, and they're basically paying him like a tight end, and he's one of the top receivers in the league. But still,
well, look, and as I mentioned yesterday,
Chris Jones,
watching that Jacksonville game on Sunday, their defense is better than people think. Their defense, because I think Jacksonville's pretty good offense. I mean, they scored 31 in Week 1 against Indianapolis. They're going to score points, and they held them to 9 points at home with 4 turnovers. The Chiefs did. Their defense bowed up in a big way. And having Chris Jones back,
also having Chris Jones
really
helps.
fast.
Yeah.
Well, and they can really cover, Rod.
They can.
They can really cover, which allows Chris Jones and the pass rush to get home. It's kind of like the Cowboys. Cowboys covering the back end, and now that pass rush can get to the house even better. Longhorns are in that road, too. By the way, bullish or BS for you two? You guys use Twitter, right? You're on X. You guys are on
Yes,
X.
sir.
Elon Musk said yesterday in a roundtable that included Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that he was in a roundtable conversation that says he does plan to charge all Twitter users, X users, a small monthly fee in the future. Would you pay that? Are you bullish or BS on paying? He was asked how much, and he said small. Small.
What's the billionaire's what's the richest man
I
in
don't
the
know.
world? Richest man in
It's
the
like
world.
Phil Mickelson. How much is too much?
If you're the richest man in the world, what's your definition of small? I need to know that. Because
what's the number for you? If it goes over what number would you not subscribe to X?
We're talking about monthly here?
Yeah, monthly. Is there a number?
If it goes over $10.
If it goes over like $5, I probably would
You're
be
out?
disappointed. Yeah, I'd be thinking about it. I mean, Twitter's been free.
Isn't it like 8 right now?
I don't pay.
No, I don't pay anything.
Yeah, but if I pay just because
you want the blue check mark.
Well, no, not that. Like Twitter doesn't push your stuff unless you.
Well, and you have you have advanced features.
Just
when
like
you
the
pay
horn,
too.
the horn Twitter now is verified.
Yeah,
it helps with the algorithm of getting your stuff out there.
I don't give a damn.
And y'all have way more followers than I do. So I need it.
Yeah, I don't use it. I use it for work more than anything. You guys, I don't socialize.
Right, that's
really
right.
on
I mean,
Twitter.
it's kind of like the
old
old school news ticker.
Yes.
But speaking of, follow me at Texas Guy Ty on Twitter.
Texas Guy Ty. He's got his.
Guy Ty.
And if you're gonna, unlike Phil Mickelson, if you're planning to gamble this football season, Ty will be your assist. Even though he had the dang Browns last night in Pittsburgh, where they haven't lost a Monday Night Football home game in 32 years.
D. Fry says $. F that. Not paying Jack. Other texter $. I'm out.
I'm out.
Hey, Instagram's doing the same thing now too. Facebook. It's
They know
the downfall of society.
Now they have you addicted, so now they can charge you.
Yeah, hey, we'll be back. There's your bullish or BS. We'll pick up the headlines plus more Longhorn Baylor chatter. See you in Rod B. Hook 'em up. Tuesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. I think most of you have noticed by now, or if you haven't, I'll remind you that at the top of the hour, every one of our intros, Rod, the music we play is a local artist.
Live and local, baby.
Live and local, because we're Austin's only local morning sports conversation, and all through the ATX, all over the world on the Horn app. Take us wherever you go. That is Spoon, of course, a great band here from Austin, Texas. Also, we have Gary Clark Jr., we feature the Black Pumas.
Yep.
And, you know, on our 5th hour and the 10 o'clock hour, it's something different each morning, a wild card. But I say that because today is Ham Day. Austin is the live music capital of the world, and to try to keep it that, one of the big ways they do is the Ham Alliance, the Health Alliance for Austin Musicians. So, you know, in addition to talking sports, get out there and support some live music today. It's that 18th year. It's on one of Austin's most iconic celebrations of community and live music, and it's really health insurance and health benefits for independent contractors, musicians.
Yes, they are.
Who you know, they travel a lot, right? They're on the road. Their health not always the best, and Health Alliance for Austin Musicians. It's a great day. There's been live music since 6 a.m. My buddy Nick Shuley, our guy, who'll be here with the Setlist ATX tomorrow with all the best shows for the upcoming week. He's going to be down at HEB on Lake, the one right there by
Lake Austin,
by Lions Municipal Golf Course, that new HEB. They're going to be there at 9 o'clock this morning. I think there's going to be some Texas players out there.
I did see, and you can go follow their Twitter account at MyHam, MYHAAM.
Yeah,
MyHam. But yeah, and they got gear and all kinds of stuff. And you can, I think, donate on the website. You can go check that out too. I think at myham.org is where you go donate, find out more information. But it's a great organization. It really is.
It is. And today is their big day.
They're going ham.
Push.
Going ham. Well done. You should be in marketing, Ty.
Yeah, somebody said, thanks for that Spoon song. I wanted to know who that was. Yeah, Spoon. That's their first song off their album that was Grammy nominated last year for Best Rock Album. Didn't win, but it was nominated. It's a really, really good album from the local guys, Spoon. So check that out. A song called Held. Hey, so go help that. Ham, myham.org is how you do it. It's 2 A's in Ham, and we'll keep pushing that this morning. Also talking Longhorns and Baylor. Also talking Cowboys at 2-0 and the rest of your Tuesday morning. The NFL is in the books for 2 weeks now, and we were treated to 2 pretty ugly football games last night, Rod. At the end of the day, you kind of get all geeked up for a doubleheader. And I actually, because I missed the games, I mentioned Nick got me a ticket at the last minute to see Jason Isbell on the 400 unit tape at ACL taping last night, which was an incredible show, as usual. My man Nick came through in a big way. But so I caught the end of the Steelers game, but man, these were 2 ugly football games last night, Rod. 2 ugly NFL prime timers. The Carolina New Orleans game was kind of cover your eyes, football, and then the Brown Steelers was just a rock fight.
The Steelers, man, the Steelers offense. I've been talking about this for a while. It is probably one of the worst offenses in the NFL. I mean, they had 255 yards of total offense last night. Their defense actually scored more points than their offense did because they had 2 non-offensive touchdowns. But you go look at the last in the Matt Canada, because he's the offensive coordinator there. In his time as the offensive coordinator for the Steelers, they have not one time had a game where they gained at least 400 yards of offense. Not once has it happened. They are the only team in the NFL that has gone that amount of time since 2021, since he became the OC, without at least one 400-yard game.
Yeah, and their offense is challenged, even though they scored 26 points last night. 14 of them came on defensive touchdowns. They only had 250 total yards in the game. Najee Harris, I thought he was going to be a really good player out of Alabama. He's just an average running back right now. Their offensive line still struggles, but they beat Cleveland. They beat the Browns because they forced 4 turnovers, and that's a Mike Tomlin team.
You got to win ugly.
You would think, Steeler fan, and Steeler, you played the sound earlier. Steeler fans were chanting, "Fire Matt Canada."
Oh yeah, we have.
Out of the offense. Yeah, they really have. And to be able to come out in this situation and force a 3 and out, that's Canada. Big time. They use the timeout. You've got 1 left, but 3 minutes left.
That's the Steelers fan base. They're one of the classiest fan bases in all of sports.
But they also know football. They're smart.
Yeah, and they know Matt Canada ain't
it. They know bad offense when they see it.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, they are limited, but they're not this limited. That's just, they got enough of a sample size to know, like, Matt Canada just doesn't have enough creativity. And there's just, his offense is not clever, and it's very predictable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but they still won. And by the way, that's the way the Steelers do, man. They still won.
Yeah. All right, let's get to your other headlines, trending topics to start a Tuesday morning. Top Gun. Rentals and Lawn Equipment bringing you the news. Longhorns ranked third in the country after their first 3-0 start since Mac Brown was the head coach. David Ash and Case McCoy were the quarterbacks. It's been a bit. 2012, this week for Texas, it's the beginning of the end. They open Big 12 conference play for the final time. And first up for Steve Sarkisian's Horns, a trip to Waco to face the Baylor Bears for the 113th time. Meetings between the two, and possibly the final time. Steve Sarkisian knows what they're in for.
I think this week, Big 12 play, and that's exciting. And like I touched on with the team, Big 12 doesn't care that we're 3-0. The Big 12 doesn't care that we're ranked number 3 in the AP poll. We are 0-0 in Big 12 play, and this week we've got to do everything in our power to try to get to 1-0 in a hostile environment against a really well coached team, a veteran team. And it's going to take a lot of poise, a lot of composure, and we're going to need to play a complete game. We're going to need all 3 phases Saturday night, and so that's what we're putting forth in our effort, and that all started this morning.
On the injury front, Coach Sark announced yesterday that they're going to be without starting right guard Cole Hudson and redshirt freshman defensive lineman Chris Ross for about a month each. Both injured this past Saturday. Hudson's got a knee problem, and Ross injured his elbow. Better news for freshman running back C.J. Baxter. He returned to practice yesterday, and according to Sark, good to go after he sat out last week with that minor foot injury. Longhorns got the breakout game from Jonathan Brooks with Baxter not playing. Not good news for the 1-2 Baylor Bears. Meanwhile, official word from their head coach Dave Aranda that their starting quarterback Blake Shapen not ready. He won't be right back for the game this week. He's been out since week 1 when they lost to Texas State. That means the redshirt freshman Sawyer Robertson will be the starter. He's a Mississippi State transfer, only completing 44% of his passes this season. Elsewhere in college football, Michigan State has initiated the process to fire suspended head coach Mike Mel Tucker with cause. Tucker was placed on administrative leave without pay earlier this month after it was revealed that he was the focal point of a university investigation into allegations of sexual harassment. NFL, we mentioned, doubleheader of Monday Night Football. Wasn't pretty, but the Browns get the 26-22 win. Not only did the Browns lose that game, they lost their all-pro running back Nick Chubb for the remainder of the season. Gruesome knee injury in the second quarter. In Carolina, meanwhile, Saints improved to 2-0 with a win over the Panthers, 20-17. And in Major League Baseball, what a gut punch loss for the Astros last night in Houston. Cedric Mullins hit a 3-run homer in the 9th inning as the Orioles rallied past Houston 8-7. And they still lead the Rangers and the Mariners by a game and a half in the AL West.
Yeah, we'll get into Sark talking about those injuries for the Longhorns. And they actually have been relatively lucky, because that's basically all it is when it comes to injury luck. And you do need that injury luck if you're going to make a championship run in any sport at any level. You're going to need injury luck on your side. The Longhorns haven't really had to deal with any big-time injuries. They have had Cedric Baxter get dinged up in the first couple of games, unable to finish those games. But this is their first injury with Cole Hudson, and even when the Chris Ross one doesn't necessarily hurt Texas that much because they're so deep on the defensive line. They actually rotate a lot of defensive linemen. We've seen them in a couple of these games early on rotate as many as 12 defensive linemen they did in that Rice game. So they're deep there. They're deep on the O-line too, but Cole Hudson is crucial to what Texas does on the offensive line. Remember, he played more than DJ Campbell versus Bama because I think matchup-wise, he fit what they wanted to do. DJ Campbell known more as a road grader and a run blocker. Cole Hudson known more as a more polished overall offensive guard, but also a guy that's better in pass protection. Now, you got to figure out who's going to be their rotational right guard there with DJ Campbell, and he was your backup center as well. Backup center, that's big.
Yeah, it is, and but both are expected back. I guess there's a chance for Oklahoma, but that's like 3 weeks away now. Then there's a bye week after the OU game, so I would expect to see both back after that bye.
Good point.
But let's hear Sark from yesterday because he talked about with C.J. Baxter. He probably could have played on Saturday if it was a more critical game, but they wanted to make sure he's healthy for conference play. But what we did get to see with Jonathan Brooks with a breakout game, 167 yards on 21 carries. He was the identity of the offense. Here's Sark yesterday on what he thought about Jonathan Brooks seizing the opportunity with the freshman injured.
Well, I think maturity, it's like anything. Guys year 3 now, and he had a chance for 2 years to be with Bijan and Roshan, you know, 2 really mature guys and that handled adversity really well, never really got emotional. And I think now, you know, Jonathan is at a state of his career where he's a little bit more even keel, you know, and he's a little bit more focused, and that allows him to kind of not make kind of some unforced errors, and he's taking care of the ball better today than he ever has. Knock on wood, you know, he's really taking care of the football situationally. His understanding of what we're trying to do. He's a problem in the passing game, so he's just grown, right? His development has been that he's grown as a player, but he's also, I think, grown personally, and he's a guy that's one of the leaders on our team, and I'm glad we got him.
Yeah. About Jonathan Brooks, he was, you know, waiting patiently behind Bijan Robinson, a generational talent, and Roshan, and then they recruit this number 1 running back in the nation.
Hey.
C.J. Baxter comes in, and guess what? He's still here, Rod.
It don't stop.
He's still here. I mean, this is kind of like the Roshan Johnson thing. I was always amazed that Roshan didn't seek elsewhere. I mean, the transfer portal, you can move on, and if
you can, and you can play. He obviously is talented enough where he'll go somewhere and play.
Yeah,
I think it's crazy that none of these running backs transferred. I fully expected one of them before the season started to.
That is
leave.
one of the, you know, probably the under talked about conversation about Sark and the culture he's built. Guys want to play in this program. Guys want to be here, and you know the fact that they have 3 good quarterbacks, and Malik Murphy is still back, you know, backing up Quinn Ewers. That leads to a lot of depth on this football team right now.
I will say that he's put out there on film the last couple of years, just talking about specifically the running back position. He has put out there on film that he is willing to play 2 tailbacks on the field at the same time. Did that upwards of 15+% of the time in 2022. It was close to like 6 to 8% of the time in 2021. And I think this year he's obviously been using a lot of 2 tailback sets, 21 personnel, 20 personnel. I think showing the young running back recruits, hey, I'll play multiple running backs on the field at the same time. So just because you're in the room, the running back room with the lead back, doesn't mean you won't see the field. And he's shown that is the case, that he'll play those guys.
A couple other things from Sark I thought was interesting that I piqued my interest listening to it yesterday. One thing, they're playing at Baylor, and this is the first time they'll play at McLean Stadium at night. Every other road trip to Waco since that stadium is open has been during the day. 3:11 a.m. kicks and then a 2:30. But this one will be night. I don't know if that changes anything. But here's Sark on understanding the environment of the Big 12. We mentioned earlier that you know, Dave Aranda said, you know, people just all offseason have come up to him randomly and said, hey, just beat Texas. Just beat Texas, right? Whatever you do this year, find a way to beat Texas. This will be a fired up, rowdy crowd. It's the, you know, as we said, the 113th meeting. Texas has only played A&M and Oklahoma more often, and this may be the last one. Here's Sark on he and his team understanding what they're walking into here in the Big 12.
Well, I think we just need to understand what we're walking into. You know, we're going to go into Baylor here Saturday night on the road. It's been well documented that as of right now, the last time we're going to play Baylor, last time we're going to go there. And so we understand the environment we're walking into, and we can't be fearful of that. You know, we have to embrace it. We gotta walk in there and be ourselves and play our brand of football, but understand what we're going into. And so, you know, I do think that's part of it. I do think, you know, as a lot of these games and historical games are going to come to a close this season, now more than ever are their horns down, right? Now more than ever are there, you know, who cares about Texas? Let's take one more shot at them on the way out. And so we can't sit here and be a punching bag. You know, we got to walk in there and we have to be in attack mode, and we have to make sure that you know, we're built for the environment. And I think we've proven that to ourselves now over kind of the last couple of road games that we've had, and no more than going to Alabama and embracing that environment. So we're going to have to do the same Saturday night.
Saturday night, first ever night game at McLean Stadium for the Longhorns.
And you want a fast start. I think that's something Sark's going to emphasize. We know the opening script for Sark in years past was really good, especially his first 2 years. Hasn't been great this year, but now you have your fourth quarter response from this team. I went back and did the math. Texas in Sark's second year in 2022, just the opening script alone, first 20 plays, Texas was averaging 9.5 points per game. All right, out of that first 20 plays in that first script, that's a good amount of points. Now you're down to 4.3, which isn't terrible. All right, but you're not where you were last season in terms of that quick, fast start, putting points on the board early. But if you go look at what's happening in the fourth quarter, you're outscoring your opponents now in the fourth quarter by an average of 9 points per game in the fourth quarter, when last season you were outscored in the fourth quarter by a combined 12 points in fourth quarter and overtime. So it just seems like the focus and the emphasis just has shifted to the fourth quarter, and I think that's better than being a first quarter team. Now you're a fourth quarter team. What you want to be is a 4-quarter team, which means you play the first, second, third, and fourth.
Right.
That's the challenge for Sark. He hasn't had a full quarter team yet, but being a fourth quarter team, you can make it to the national title doing that. TCU did it last year.
One other from Sark that I thought, and on the Baylor front, he was asked, is there any chance beyond this year that you keep playing, the program keeps playing the Baylors and the TCUs and the Texas Techs, and keeping these rivalries alive? Sark was not very optimistic that that's going to happen after this year.
Well, I think that's always a hard one, because the moment you play one of them, the other one's going to be even more upset. Why isn't it us? And so, all I can do is focus on the teams we play, and I recognize these are great rivalries and games that have been played for a long, long time. If that's the direction it ends up going into, that'd be great. I think it's great for the state of Texas and so on and so forth. But some of that is obviously out of my control of what we do there. But I do think one of the challenges with that is you play Baylor, Tech's upset. You play Tech, TCU's upset. You play TCU, Houston's upset. They finally just got in the conference. And so it kind of just, there's that trickle-down effect. And so where it goes moving forward, I'm not really certain. I know we're excited. Next year we get to play A&M again, which we haven't been playing for some time. So you can't play everybody. All you can do is just try to, play the schedule you have and play it as good as you can.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know the way him and CDC are talking, if you'll really get any consistent tradition of them playing Texas schools. It'll happen. But I'm just saying, I don't know if it'll be a rotation or any consistency. I don't think they want to commit to it.
Yeah, I don't
It
either.
might happen, but I'm saying they don't. It's pretty obvious CDC and Sark, they're not committing to that.
Well, and there might be some political pressure with Tech just because they've got, it's a state school.
Exactly.
It's a flagship school, or one of the state schools.
Yeah.
Obviously, TCU, Baylor, private schools. We'll see where that goes. All right, Rod will have more with the Longhorns behind the burnt orange curtain coming up at the bottom of the hour. Can I ask you this question, Rod? You know this.
Let's do it.
How much did the Browns pay Deshaun Watson? Guaranteed?
It was fully. I don't know exactly what the number is.
Like
I'm gonna get it wrong.
$232 million.
It was
I think 250.
250. Yeah, I think it was a big number.
Yeah.
Fully guaranteed.
Can
Shout out David Mulligetta, who got
they've
fully
now
guaranteed
played the
deal.
Bengals and the Steelers this year, right? He's had the whole offseason. Last year, when he came back after his suspension for the massage peddling thing and all the civil suits, he wasn't very good. He wasn't very good.
He was terrible last year. He's much better than he was last year, actually.
Well, right now, through 2 games, he has a QBR of 29.3.
Yeah, that ain't good.
29.3. Baker Mayfield's is 65.5 in Tampa Bay. Joshua Dobbs is 51. The 2 quarterbacks who preceded him are playing better than he is right now. And now Nick Chubb is out, which that offense is built around Nick Chubb.
Yeah. Like I said, Michael Vick is the only example we can think of a quarterback that missed that much time and came back to the NFL. And Michael Vick signed a big deal and that performed at a high level. That's basically what I think we're asking of Deshaun Watson, to miss that much time and then come back and play at an elite level.
9.3.
I mean, one time people were debating, and I was debating, and I could prove it, that it was a reasonable argument that he was a top 5 quarterback after that.
I watched the whole season.
Yeah, that 2020 season.
Yeah, he was really good.
He was really good. And then,
they paid him how much? They gave up how much and then gave him how much guaranteed?
Hey, because they saw that season.
I know.
They saw that 2020 season and went, oh, man, if he's that guy, we're going to be in the Super Bowl in like 5 years.
And he's got a quarterback rating of 29.3.
But he's not that guy. Because to be that guy, you have to cultivate your craft, day in and day out. And he didn't do it for 2 years. And now you want him to come back and be a top 5 quarterback. It's just, it ain't happening right now. And now with Nick Chubb out, I wouldn't doubt it. They're going to get in, at least spark up the Jonathan Taylor trade discussions
Ooh,
again.
And Cam Akers.
Oh, and Cam Akers. In fact, Cam Akers is probably better.
Like, you probably get him cheaper.
He'll be cheaper, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
But Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb may not play football for a while. That's a tragic injury.
Yeah, and remember, it's one that he is not re-injuring, but he had a similar issue.
Yeah, he had his left knee reconstruction in 2015.
Yes.
And now that thing, I still haven't seen it. I don't need to see it. I heard the groans. Can we hear this one more time, Ty? The groans from the Steelers audience, the fans. They didn't show this on ESPN, and you'll hear Troy Aikman and Joe Buck here.
That's horrible.
You can go find this on social media if you'd like to. I don't know that you need to, but gruesome leg injury. His leg went the wrong way. When he ran in with Mika Fitzpatrick. Man. And here's the way it sounded in Pittsburgh when the fans in attendance got to see it on the big screen.
I am told that the replay of Nick Chubb getting injured is not to be seen.
Yeah, we're not going to show it.
Yeah, God dang. By the way, speaking of Baker Mayfield, how about him on third down this year? 20 for 23 on third downs. Passer rating of 132
Money Mayfield.
For Baker. 2-0.
And he's got the highest passer rating when throwing against man coverage.
Yeah.
Baker.
Having a hell of a season so far.
Mayfield,
and we all knew that they, along with New Orleans and Atlanta, would all be 2-0 after 2 weeks. All three of the 4 teams in that division are undefeated through 2 weeks. Cowboys, of course, one of the 3 teams in the NFC East that is undefeated as well. All right, we come back. We'll go behind that BOC, Burn Orange Curtain, more with Sark, talking Baylor in the Big 12 and his team, 3-0 for the first time since 2012. We'll also go off the record before the end of the hour. It's Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
Yeah, we mentioned it. Dave Aranda, the head coach at Baylor, said yesterday at his weekly news conference, quote, "I can't tell you how many times this offseason it's been, hey, Dave, just win one game, please. Just win one game, please." And, of course, that's the Texas game. And the Longhorns are going to hear a lot of that as they enter their final season in the Big 12 Conference and conference play. Baylor Bears on Saturday night. As we look at the Big 12 to start conference play this week, Baylor, one of the 4 teams of the 14 that are 1-2 on the year. Not off to a good start, and their quarterback, Blake Shapen, is hurt. The other 1-2 teams, Rod, and so far, Iowa State, Texas Tech, and Houston at the bottom of the Big 12 right now.
Yeah.
Texas Tech, of course, lost to Wyoming and Oregon. Houston lost to Rice and now TCU in their first conference game. Iowa State, not very good. Matt Campbell's team, they won that game, beat Northern Iowa, but they've lost to Iowa and Ohio now.
They never beat Iowa.
I know.
Matt Campbell never beats Iowa.
Well, think of the Big 12 Conference.
That's the last time Matt Campbell beat Iowa. I can't even remember. Even his good teams, he didn't beat Iowa. Weird.
The mighty Big 12 this year has lost to college football heavyweights Rice, Texas State, Ohio, South Alabama, Wyoming, and Miami of Ohio. Yeesh.
Yeah, that's some coyote ugly going on right there.
Your 3-0 teams in the Big 12 are Texas, Oklahoma, BYU, Kansas, and UCF.
Yeah, BYU is going to be sneaky.
They're interesting.
That's going to be a sneaky tough game for Texas, because we know they usually have decent lines of scrimmage.
Yes,
that's just kind of one of the things that they're known for. But they may not have veteran experience, but they have older players. Some of these guys have mortgages and families and stuff like that, just because of their missions. So they are it's a different type of roster.
That's a home game for Texas, obviously.
Yeah, and Sark
Kansas,
played at BYU.
Yeah,
so be emotional for him.
That's right. That's his where he played college football. Threw for a lot of yards. Of course, BYU beat Sam Houston State in the opener. They also beat Southern Utah and at Arkansas. So decent, one of the more impressive. I mean, with the Big 12, they're impressive non-conference wins, few and far between. Texas is over Alabama stands out. That BYU over Arkansas, also of note. Kansas beat Illinois out of the Big 10, and on that Friday night game that they played. And then Central Florida, you just don't know with Gus Malzahn. They played Kent State, Boise State, and Villanova.
Just not sure.
Oklahoma even, right? They played 3 Patsies. And maybe SMU's not a Patsy. But that game was closer than you would think. It was 28-11, but they scored a touchdown late. It was a 1-score game for the Sooners. So they're off to a 3-0 start. Statistically, Oklahoma's been the best team so far because they lead the Big 12 in offense and top 2 or 3 in defense right now. But again, they haven't played anybody.
I believe Matt Campbell is 1-5, like a 1-5 or
against
1-6.
Iowa.
Does he get fired after this year?
No, they just
too much money.
They don't know if they can do better, so not right now.
I think he's entrenched there, but he missed his window to move on. Remember, he turned down that Detroit Lions job.
Shouldn't cash that lottery ticket, man.
Should have cashed it.
Jeff Traylor, cash that lottery ticket. Don't stay there too long.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's a mistake.
All right. So again, Texas, they're if you look at the way the Big 12 is right now, they get Kansas at home, they get Kansas State at home here in Austin. They also get BYU here. So that's
and when they do travel. They don't have to travel outside the state to play these
They'll play
teams.
at Fort Worth.
Yeah.
And Sonny Dykes' team.
At Waco.
And, of course, Oklahoma's the neutral site in Dallas. And a couple. By the way, the same weekend, the Longhorns played the Sooners in what could be – it is the game of the year in the Big 12. The next day, the Cowboys play the 49ers. How about that weekend?
Oh, that is sexy. Damn, in Dallas.
But is it in Dallas?
It's at San Francisco.
Oh, it's at San Fran.
That's at Fran. Yeah. I was hoping it would be pretty cool if you could do the double dip. Catch
both
nice. Of those games.
Oh, man, that'd be fantastic.
Hey, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain and talk some Texas football. Longhorns getting ready for Baylor.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right. We talked a lot about the Texas offense versus Wyoming. I think we have pretty much covered the struggles and covered all the different dynamics from the offensive performance versus the Cowboys. But let's jump to the defensive side of the ball. And defense was phenomenal in that game versus Wyoming. They did give up the big run early. All right, so we understand they gave up the big run early. But really, after that big run early, man, they settled down, and you really saw this Texas defense just suffocate Wyoming and force them to really nitpick, kind of dink and dunk their way down the field, which they did. They put together some drives, and that's the one criticism I would have the defense. They didn't force Wyoming into a lot of third and longs. I believe they only had 4 third and longs, 3rd and 7 yards or more. But you take away the 62-yard run from Wyoming, that touchdown run on the first drive, they only gave up an average of 3.5 yards per play, 2.5 yards per rush. That's pretty good. So here's Sark when he was asked about the strengths of that defense, which is playing really, really well right now. He asked about the strengths of the defense at his Monday press conference.
Yeah, well, I think we're playing together, right? I think our communication is as good as it's been since I've been here, and so that starts with your safeties. That starts with your kind of inside linebackers, making sure everybody's on the same page. And so, for the most part, we don't have catastrophic busts, right? Whether it's in coverage or in the run game. I know the one run spit out the other day, but that was for a kind of, in my opinion, a variety of things. But I think that communication has been helpful. I think, too, their understanding of why we're calling what we're calling and PK what he's calling and what we're trying to defend. 3, I like the way the effort that we're playing with. I think we are getting to the football. We're populating the ball. We're tackling really well. And ultimately, we're affecting the quarterback. And, in a game that was kind of heavy run driven and the ball getting out of the quarterback's hand, the one time we had an op, Barron Sorrell with a big sack there late in the ball game. So I think all those things add up to we're playing a style of football that's fast, that's aggressive, that's physical, and it's smart. And so if we can keep going down that path, we're going to be okay.
I agree with him. I think the football IQ has definitely increased on the defensive side of the ball. You can see that in some of the adjustments that the guys were making real time during the game after making a mental error or a mistake of some kind. The guys are fixing those things on the field real time. They're not issues that are plaguing this defense, like a guy losing contain or a guy being out of position in coverage. I see it watching film. I see it 1 or 2 times, and then I don't see it from that player again.
Yeah.
You see these guys correcting mistakes and the coaches correcting those mistakes.
And I think I don't know if you're going to play the sound, but his comments on Jahdae Barron being maybe one of the highest IQ players on their team, and no one watches more film. I know you're a big fan of Jahdae. Well, to have he and Jaylan Ford, on the field together, 2 really smart, players who kind of connect that front and the back, right, to lock it together with the defensive front that they have is really impressive. And Jahdae he wants to be a football coach when he's done, Ron.
He did say, he said he doesn't want to be a head coach, just he
wants to be a defensive coach. He said, I don't want to coach offense. I want to coach defense.
He said he doesn't want to do both. He said he doesn't want to worry about other people's issues.
Yeah.
And I feel about that. I said, you could be a head coach that calls the plays, though, defensively.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Nick Saban does.
So I don't know, but I agree. His football IQ is through the roof. He talks, or at least I heard on the broadcast, Lowe talked about how Jahdae Barron presents the coaches, Terry Joseph, Blake Gideon, with plays and formations and personnel groupings every week that he believes that they can actually exploit and make splash plays against. Like, these are opportunities for us to actually, get takeaways, opportunities for us to make plays. So he's a really high IQ football player. Here is Steve Sarkisian talking about Jahdae Barron and his impact on that Wyoming game.
On defense, Jahdae's kind of the glue over there for us right now because he does a really good job of tying the front and the back end together. Jaylan obviously does it from the backer position, but Jahdae does it at that star position because he's in and around the box in the run game. We're asking him to play in coverage and zone coverage and man coverage, and he gets some tough matchups in the slot. But his ability to, one of the higher football IQs on our team, and his ability to diagnose what's coming and then trust his instincts and go make plays really shines through. It's not by chance. It's not by luck that he makes plays. He does his studying. He has prepared for the ball game. And then when he sees something and he knows it, he goes for it. He cuts it loose. And in turn, he makes some really big plays for us, and he does it with a really physical nature.
Yep, totally agree. I mean, you can watch him and tell that he watches a lot of film, and because he immediately picks up on clues and keys that the offense is giving him, and he has no fear and no doubt once he sees something that is confirmed by his film study, once he see a key or a clue, I call him a great football investigator. Once it's confirmed by his film study, whatever key he sees, he's going. There's no doubt, there's no fear, no hesitation at all. And that's why he makes so many plays at the line of scrimmage. That's why he's almost unblockable by wide receivers. I haven't seen a wide receiver block him yet. When they're on those wide receiver screens, nobody blocks him because he's so quick to the football. He reads the keys way before the wide receiver can even react to block him. It's next level. So he had a great game. I predicted he would be a first-team All Big 12 defender. He's gonna make me look really smart in Big 12 play because he's gonna continue to play just like that.
Well, and as I said, you have a guy like Jalen Ford next to him, or on the field in the back end with him playing linebacker, who's a very similar player, right? To play different positions, but they're both just so smart. And you put Byron Murphy, in front of those guys with Tavondre Sweat. The central nervous system of the defense, as you call it all the time, Rod. And you got a guy like Jalen Catalon playing the high safety when you get to Big 12 play. These are 3 or 4 really, really smart, intelligent football players.
Instinctual football players too, all of those guys. And these are the guys, all 3 of them, right? Jalen Ford, Jalen Catalon, also Jay Barron. They're havoc players too. They make a lot of splash plays on defense. You just heard Sark talk about Jay Barron. He had several third down stops for Texas in that game. Had the interception versus Alabama. Jalen Ford had an interception earlier this year. Jalen Catalon's a splash player. That's the guys you need. They're havoc-minded players. You keep up with havoc plays, which are basically fumble recoveries, forced fumbles, sacks for loss, interceptions, PBUs, splash plays by the defense. And last season, Jalen Ford led the Big 12 in havoc plays. Jahdae Barron was also top 10. Averaging he was around 1.2 havoc plays per game. I think he's going to be on that same pace, and it's actually a little disrespectful he didn't make all Big 12 last season. He's definitely going to make it this year, in my opinion, if he keeps on this type of pace. He won't be the only Longhorn, though, that will be giving all Big 12 honors at the end of the season. Several guys on the defensive front will probably get some love, too. And Sark talks about this, the pass rush depth for Texas. And he was asked about, them rotating a lot of guys on that defensive line and trying to, cause as much chaos and havoc as they can on the D-line. Here's Sark talking about the pass rushing depth.
No, I think it's great. Again, we came into the season, like everybody, wondering where were we going to get that pressure from on the quarterback, right? We knew a year ago that we applied pressure on the quarterback, but we didn't get the numbers in getting him on the ground. And I think it's a real credit to Coach Bo and to PK in being creative in their ways to get pressure on the quarterback and trusting the depth that we have on that defensive line. And now to think we're getting it from a variety of people, and whether it's the interior defensive line with Sweat and Murphy and Alfred Collins and Vernon and that crew, or you get to the edge position with Ethan Burke, Barron Sorrell, getting him one the other night. We've been using Chris Ross more. Justice Finkley's been showing up. And then, the utilization of Anthony Hill, that ability to play depth and letting guys rush the passer fresh, I think has been helpful. Where a year ago, some guys were on that field for a lot of snaps, and then it came down to critical third downs, and they just didn't have enough juice in their tank to get the quarterback on the ground. There may have been pressure, we couldn't get him on the ground. So now I think we are reaping the benefits of a rotation on the defensive front to apply pressure on the quarterback and ultimately get him on the ground.
That has probably been one of the most pleasant surprises of the season. Well, everybody was stressed about who's going to be, applying pressure on the opposing quarterback opposite Barron Sorrell. And man, Ethan Burke has been he has been a godsend for Texas. I mean, he has been one of the better defensive ends in the country, one of the edge players in the country. Not just in the Big 12 and not just for Texas. So now what we thought would be potentially a liability, or at least it was an unproven area, it was something that was an uncertainty. Now it's a strength for Texas on the edge. That I think is also why the defense is trending in the right direction.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Sark and his staff's ability. What does Jerry Hamilton call it? Recruit to the whistle.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think of Jahdae Barron, remember he was a Baylor commit.
Yes, he was.
He was going to play for Matt Rule.
Matt Rule guy.
And then Matt Rule left, and he said, "All right, well, I'll come to Texas." Ethan Burke was a last day commitment who had been committed to Michigan, and Anthony Hill, of course, late in the process, flipped from A&M to Texas, and those three guys, how impactful are they on this Texas defense right now? I got them on the final day of recruiting. Hey, we come back. We're going to go off the record, including, we've said it over and over, but the numbers continue to back it up. This Deion Sanders gravitational pull of college football continues to amaze. Everybody is tuning in to see Deion Sanders' football team play at Colorado. A 1-11 team a year ago that is now must-see TV for everybody across the country. Details coming in Off the Record. Yeah, that's right. Off the record time. You know, last week, Rod Babers, our producer, Ty Henderson, failed miserably at a challenge to eat the hottest hot wings at Wings Up.
The ghost pepper wings at Wings Up?
Did not go well.
No.
Made himself sick. Only finished 4.5 out of 25 wings.
That was a tough challenge, still. 25 wings, 10 minutes, no water or refreshments while
you need to get halfway. You need to get halfway to even call it a moderate success.
He had 4?
I'm not chiding him because he didn't get to 25. I don't know if anybody could do that.
No.
Kobayashi himself probably could not. But apparently Ty is ready to take up another challenge that I also think could go worse than the wing challenge. I've just heard what this might be.
Good for you, Ty.
Ty he's committed to the bits. He's committed to the content for our digital platforms. And tell me what's going to happen here. Your weekly challenge this week is to challenge who to what?
So right now it's still tentative on what time and day we're going to do this. We're looking at on Thursday, going over to one of the local high schools or fields around here, and me and Casey Studdard will have a punt, pass, and kick challenge.
Punt, pass, and kick.
Wow.
I've got so much money on Casey Studdard on this. It's not even close.
Pass and kick contest. Yeah.
Just like I had money on the Ghost Pepper Wings last week, I got money on Casey in a big way.
Punt, pass, and kick.
Casey's one of the better athletes you'll ever come across who played offensive line.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Okay, so
punt, pass, and kick.
Are we going to do kick and field goals is the kick part, right?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know distance? Have we decided? Are we just doing an extra point?
I think 33 yards is usually
okay.
That's an extra point now, right?
All right. And as far as the punt goes, we'll do that.
Punt's just distance.
What? Then the
How many punts are we going to get? It was one punt?
Are we doing accuracy with this throw or just distance with the throw?
We'll do 3 of each. And I mean, if we do it at Westlake, they have the
the apparatus where you can throw
it into.
Yes,
like
the little
the buckets kind of deal with the net. So maybe we'll put one of those down the field. So you do accuracy and distance.
I like that. I think accuracy should be a part of it. You can't just go distance. He's going to kill you if you just go distance.
Now in the real P,
you got to put some accuracy in there. That way you got a shot.
In the real PP and K that they do, each contestant is allowed 1 punt, 1 pass, and 1 kick.
That's with a lot of kids and stuff, though.
Yeah,
I also haven't told Casey what we're doing yet.
So you haven't told Casey?
He did. I just told him that we're going to record a video on Thursday, and he said yes.
Well, listen.
He didn't know he's going to be engaging in physical activity.
No, I think you should have
definitely need to tell him that.
I think you probably should have challenged him in beer chugging, but he probably would have beat you at that too.
We can do one of those at the end too.
Oh yeah, okay. Let's do PP and K and a beer chug.
A shotgun.
Yeah,
PPKS?
Ty has no shot at beating him in a beer chugging contest. Honestly, he's got a better shot at the punt, pass, and kick than the beer chugging.
I don't know.
Man,
Ty is a world-class beer chugger.
I know, but
apparently.
He's a former O-lineman, dude.
He's an NFL athlete. Ty got shin splints walking to the football game the other day.
NFL O-linemen, I've drunk with NFL linemen before. Dude, these beasts, these humans, they drink at a different level, man. They consume alcohol at a different level than I've seen when you 300-pound humans. Now, he is smaller now, and he's a father now, so maybe he's lost his ability to chug.
He's still bigger than me.
But man,
I mean, I consider myself professional shotgunner. He's a professional athlete.
Yeah, but offensive lineman.
I know it translates.
All right, well, we're going to put some criteria on this because D-Fry tells us that the typical PPK, the punt and the throw, are scored on distance and accuracy.
Accuracy's got to be a big part of it. That way Ty has a shot. Because if it's all distance, then he's just stronger.
Well, it can't be like Deshaun Watson throwing deep balls out of bounds 10 yards last night. Good God, what was he doing? He threw a deep ball down the sidelines. It was 10 yards out of bounds.
Hey, man, he's a little rusty. He took some, a little rusty. It's
he flashed a few times. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
a few good throws on the field of Mark Cooper.
Flash. Oh, I see what you're doing there. Deshaun Watson, flash. He flashed.
Did he get a rub? And
I see what you did there, Tom. Well done there. He flashed.
What do you have on off the record there, Rod B?
Okay, do you guys remember the young man who hit Travis Hunter? Who from Colorado State, the safety? Apparently, he got death threats. His information was all leaked online after that. Apparently, either Colorado fans or maybe Colorado State fans, they're not sure exactly who the culprit is here who revealed that information. But all of his information, his phone number, his address, all got leaked online. He received death threats as a result of going after his name is Henry Blackburn, the Colorado State safety. And he received death threats over his dirty hit on Colorado wide receiver cornerback Travis Hunter.
Richard Sherman on ESPN yesterday alleged that he thought it might be they had a bounty on Travis Hunter on the Colorado State team. I don't know that to be true. Now
He's going to be out 3 games. We know that, though, too.
That's a shame, too.
Yeah.
That was such a cheap shot. I still can't believe that guy stayed in the game.
Didn't deserve the death threats, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if he deserved the death threats.
Well, you know what? Well, no one deserves that.
Yeah.
But that game was ESPN's 5th most watched college football game ever. Ever.
Crazy.
And it's their largest audience ever in the nighttime window. That game ended at 1:30 in the morning.
Everybody stayed up
it
to
shattered
watch
the
it.
previous ESPN late prime window viewership.
And we stayed up.
It's also the most streamed regular season game of all time for ESPN. You don't think people are tuning in to watch Deion's team? And remember, those streaming, that's because the game was, Colorado State was winning the game. So you tuned in to see the show, and then all of a sudden, well, now they're winning. Can they close it? And the game went to overtime. They had all the compelling drama of an overtime game, and then everybody wanted to see the handshake afterwards. What's going to happen with a handshake?
Man.
Yeah. Well,
get your popcorn ready.
Get your popcorn ready.
Yeah.
Wait for this Oregon game this week.
Yeah, man, Dion's the best thing to happen for these broadcast networks in a long time. He's instant ratings.
He's like gold, man.
He is. And thank Brett Yarbrough, he's the only good thing happening to the future of the Big 12 right now.
Yeah, Yormark's probably claiming Colorado right now. No, they're one of ours. They're one of ours, Colorado. All right, we're back. The NFL after 2 full weeks, college football after 3.5 full weeks, and here we go. We're talking a lot of college and pro football. Also, Major League Baseball, 2 weeks to go in the regular season.
Oh, yeah.
That Astros, Rangers, Mariners race is as tight as ever. Astros are up 1.5 games on each of those two teams. They coughed one up last night down at Minute Maid Park in Houston. The Orioles, Cedric Mullins hit a 3-run homer in the 9th inning. Ryan Presley gave it up. And the Astros snatched defeat from the jaws of victory and weren't able to gain another game on the Rangers, who lost to Boston. Mariners did beat the A's last night, so we'll follow that pennant race. Also talking football. Also on the way to the timeout, we're talking about Deion Sanders. Can I play this for you, Rod? Todd, do you have that? So in addition to almost 10 million people tuning in at midnight, think about that on the East Coast. That game ended at 2:30 in the morning.
It's like 1 or 2 in the morning. It's crazy.
We were at Applebee's in Greenville, Texas, where it was popping at Applebee's watching that game. Everybody, and the bar was packed. The restaurant was packed. Everybody's watching this game.
Watching Deion, man.
Watching Deion. He is an attraction, to say the least. Well, listen to this. He was on 60 Minutes then on Sunday night after the NFL action. And here was the guy asking him the question of, how good is he?
But I tell you this. I love and I adore.
Actually, that's the second one. Let's play the first one first, and then we'll play that one. Because this is the guy asking, because Deion Sanders has been a college football coach for what, a couple years now, 3 years?
Yeah, because he's this is his
very successful at Jackson State. He did coach high school football.
Yes,
with his Prime Academy.
Yep,
up in the Metroplex. Then off to Jackson State, and now here in 3 games with Colorado. And here's the question from the 60 Minutes interviewer:
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
You feel that?
What, you think I'm gonna sit up here and tell you somebody else? You think that's the way I operate? That somebody else got that on me?
There you go. You think I've been spit out another name?
Got that on me?
Well, here's the other one, because then he did double back, because it's a fair question to say. Well,
he talks about
Nick Saban.
Yeah, of course.
Here was then he said he does Nick Saban.
But I tell you this, I love and I adore and I respect, and every time I do a commercial with Coach Saban, it's a gift. Just sitting in his presence and hearing him and throwing something else out there so I could hear his viewpoint on it, because he's forgotten more things than I may ever accomplish. So I'm a student looking up to this wonderful teacher saying, just throw me a crumb of what you know.
Well,
there you go.
And like in football with Deion Sanders, who, he was an elite player and he's a winner. But he also, Rod, we see this in a lot of industries where someone comes from the outside and doesn't do it like everybody else does.
Yeah, he's an alien. Yeah. He's an outsider.
Yeah, he doesn't have all the, like, maybe we were talking about Dave Aranda and his struggling Baylor program. He's been there 3 years now. He still doesn't attack the portal.
Nope.
He's got a quarterback in Sawyer Robertson who's awful. And, if you're a Baylor fan, you're like, well, how does Deion have a better team than we have? Like, and he did it in one offseason, and they're better coached. Like, they don't commit penalties. They got, and that's, and again, I like Dave Aranda. I'm not trying to, but I think it's fair for fan bases to say, wait a second, why is this guy able to think outside the box and do these things where our coach is still living in the past? And I think Clemson fans are looking at Dabo Swinney a little bit that way, because there's a way you used to do things, and you might have been successful with that, but as your industry evolves, Rod,
you have to.
I mean, we've known in radio, right? We've known in radio for a long time that changes were coming, and now you've got to have a YouTube channel. You've got to be digital. You've got to be, on social media. You can't not. I mean, you cannot like it, but at the same time, you've got to be on it.
Yep, you have to evolve with the times. And
I like this camera in my face all day?
It's gonna be there. Get used to it. And one thing I don't think we talk enough about with Deion. Usually, when you make a move like that, we've seen Lincoln Riley do it, but he didn't do it to the extreme that Deion did. But he brought a quarterback with him. Deion brought a quarterback with him. I'm talking about Shadid's son.
Good.
Yeah, exactly. He brought a quarterback with him. That was the main piece that Lincoln Riley brought with him, and then he brought some other ones. But then, as you bring that quarterback, that's 50% of the job. Everything else you can just fill in. You got yourself a quarterback, then you got at least a foundational piece to build with. Shedeur Sanders, 73-8 as a starting quarterback since high school. He's a player. He was 11-2 at Jackson State. He's a player. He can ball out. That was a big part of it, too. Yes, he got all the transfers and everything, too. But it happened. It's just so happened the quarterback happened to be his son, but he did get that piece. All right? He got the most crucial piece, which was the quarterback.
And look, Texas fans understand that more than anyone, right?
Yes.
They're wandering through the wilderness with no quarterback for a decade
hell.
plus.
Yeah.
And look at Alabama. You know, Alabama
there you go.
Still has the highest percentage on their roster of 4- and 5-star players.
Exactly.
Of any team in college football.
Come on now, the blue
chip
chip
ratio. Yet they don't have a quarterback.
They ain't got a quarterback.
And they stink. Well, they stink. They're not where they were. Now,
well,
I mean,
for Bama standards, they stink.
For Bama standards, they're not very good in comparison because the quarterback. And, you're right about Shedeur Sanders. They don't win that game against Colorado State without him. He was unbelievable.
He's special.
I mentioned after the Colorado game with Nebraska, the differential between the quarterback play in that game was more than maybe I've ever seen. Shedeur Sanders versus Jeff Sims of Nebraska. I mean, it was ridiculous how much better he is. And, yeah, right about Caleb Williams, right? Lincoln Riley knew that. If I'm taking USC, Caleb, you're coming with me.
If I'm going to have a fast start, I got to get this guy to come with me. And he did. That's half the battle. Find the net QB.
Well, and as we said, we previewed it through the summer. Why did the Pac-12 have 8 teams ranked right now? Because they have really good quarterbacks.
Amen. Exactly. Right. And Longhorn fans have even said it. Texas is going to go as far as Quinn goes. Because they know too. They know this defense is really good. But if we're going to be a championship caliber team and compete for a college football playoff, they know, well, Quinn Ewers got to be playing at a really high level. The only reason you beat Bama is because Quinn
outplayed Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of the quarterback position in football. That's why it's so important.
It is. This says, don't forget, Deion brought Louis V with him, too.
He brought that Louis luggage.
Yeah, baby.
That Louis luggage.
And he told everybody to beat it. He told those guys.
He was realistic. We talk about Sark's treating these young guys like professionals. I mean, we didn't like it, but Deion was bringing a very professional mindset to that game. Like, hey, man, you ain't producing, then you can't be on my roster.
And look, this Texas guy, he's won 3 games. Look, you're right. And he may only win 6 games this year.
And he won one the year before, though.
He's a 21-point underdog. He's already won. He's because he's made Colorado
relevant,
must-see TV when they were a 1-win team a year ago. They weren't even relevant in Denver last year, in the last several years. They don't even cared. They were all Nuggets and Broncos and whatever. But now they can't get a ticket to the stadium.
It's the highest priced ticket in college football right now.
My brother had to sneak in.
It's more expensive than Ohio State tickets.
Your brother
Texas
goes
football
to Colorado.
tickets.
Yeah, and he snuck in on Saturday.
He got in.
He got in. Standing room only?
That sunglass dispute that he had with our guy Jay Norvell, the Blenders company that he did the Prime line with, made $4.5 million last week.
Yeah,
in profit.
Hey, my conspiracy theory is making a lot more sense now.
It is. That Norvell was in on it?
I think all the coaches are in on it. I think Deion's hitting him up before the game.
Dan Lanning's not saying anything.
We'll see. They already got something out there for him, but we'll see if Dan Lanning gives him a little bit of red meat because maybe Deion doesn't need it anymore. He probably's like, man, I'm good now. I don't need it. I don't need the promotion. But that Jay Norvell, the timing of the Jay Norvell thing, and then the specificity of the comment about the sunglasses, and then the sunglasses, like the promotion and the marketing campaign, it just seemed like it was all too aligned, too symmetrical. Just seemed like too much coincidence.
You know who ordered them? Ty bought them.
Exactly. He fell for the great marketing campaign.
Well,
it's brilliant marketing.
And I don't know if it was Deion or this. It's very possible that the sunglass company called Jay Norvell and say, "Look, this is about to launch this Prime line. Get in on this deal. We'll cut you in on the deal." Something along those lines. Maybe it wasn't Deion.
I think it's Deion. I think Deion makes sense because coach will pick up that call. They'll pick up that call. I don't think this is going through marketing and promotions departments. I think this is going Deion to coach, going, hey, man, let's have the highest rate. Let's have the most watched college football game of the weekend. I can make it happen. I need you to help me out a little bit. Just a little bit. Just give me a comment, say one thing. I'll do all the rest of the work. Matt Rule, I need you to go stand on the midfield. You ain't got to do nothing else. Just stand there. Yeah. And I'll take care of the rest. And me and my son will take care of the rest. Oh, then his son gets upset. Oh, he's disrespecting us at midfield. Was he? Matt Rule said he was praying. Who knows? Was he praying or not? He said he asked Shedeur Sanders to come pray with him. Shedeur Sanders said, hey, man, you disrespecting my daddy. What? What's going on? What happened?
Yeah, exactly.
All we know is we're riveted and we're watching.
Well, and you are a wrestling fan more than I am, but yeah. I grew up watching. I understand it, right? You have to create the drama.
Yeah.
With the heels and the
storylines,
and it's very wrestling-like. And guess who was there last week? Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Come on now.
I mean, it's very wrestling-like. It's daytime soap opera-like.
He brought his mama out after Jake Norville was coming about his mama. Dion brought his mama out for the pregame.
That's WWE
to get like she was talking trash. Well, I'll send Ty the sound. He brought his mama out to say, "Yeah, but what my mama got to say?" Like, what is happening? What is going on? But I love it. It is captivating the nation, and we saw this happen. Like I said, with the women's national title game in college basketball, did the same thing. Women started talking trash. Tony Yayo, you can't see me, John Cena stuff, and boom, like you talk about kind of the wrestling mentality. We all, even the White House was commenting on the women's college basketball national title game. When the hell has that ever happened?
And Angel Reese was talking trash about Jill Biden.
Yes, she's talking trash back to the first lady. Like, yeah, you know what? You need to mind your business. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Where are we in society today? But I love it. I'm here for the petty, baby. I'm here for the petty.
Yeah. Well, look, and now you got Texas going up against the Big 12, which there's going to be a lot of that kind of conversation, right? And Sark's got to embrace the hate. There'll be people tuning in to see which
Brett Yormark cracking jokes.
Yeah, Brett Yormark doing his thing. That Texas Tech game now must see, even though Tech's 1-2 to start their season. Joey McGuire, don't write checks you can't cash, with a 1-2 football team.
Yeah, that's true. Let Brett Yormark do that for you. Let Brett Yormark do the trash talking for you.
Can I give you another piece of breaking news before we get to Rod's rant and talk some other football?
Yes, sir.
How about this? According to this report, according to Axios, you have your breaking news sounder, Rod. And speaking of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Oh, The Rock.
The XFL and the USFL are in advanced talks to merge. The deal would be completed before the 2024 season, creating one alternative football league to the NFL. As a reminder, each league averaged about 600,000 viewers in 2023, and the XFL lost $60 million.
Wow. No, that's smart because the XFL is losing. First of all, any league that is they're not competing with the NFL that is operating alongside and in the same industry, in the same market as the NFL, which is pro football. They're going to lose tons of money until they get an actual partnership with the NFL of some kind. And that's what I think The Rock is hoping to do. He already has they have a partnership about it's about it's an experimental rules and equipment partnership with the NFL. Basically, the NFL will take different rules they're thinking about or different equipment, safety equipment, or different technological advances that they want to experiment with in the game, say like camera angles, stuff like that. They will experiment with it within the XFL first.
Well, and that's just smart. Those two didn't need to be separate. Yeah. You were like, well, what is it? Is USFL? Is this XFL? They were confusing the audience, right? Consumers didn't know which league was which and when one started, when one ended. And you also combine the players, right? Now you'll have a better product because you won't be splitting the players as well.
Yes.
And it should be better. I like that's happening. And look at springtime football. People will check it out. The attendance wasn't terrible. This is a smart way to go with The Rock. And maybe you can just get Dion to come coach the team. Right? Come and get Dion because he'll bring the eyeballs.
Yeah, they get guys who used to be NFL coach. I mean, Bob Stoops coached in the XFL. Yeah, they get former coaches.
But in your mind's eye, you think, well, did Bob Stoops win the XFL or the USFL?
I can't remember.
XFL.
I think it's XFL.
XFL. But now if you merge them, we won't have that conflict.
I will say the NFL does need a developmental league.
Yeah, there's too many good players.
This could be the beginnings of a developmental league for the NFL. They need one, but basically college football is that.
But it needs to be during the NFL season.
No,
in my mind,
that would be.
You're
tough.
asking these guys if you make it, you're playing a complete year
That's
of football.
True. Great point.
And you could have, the G League happens during the NBA season, minor league happens during baseball.
But they can't put it during football because you're not going to get the eyeballs. You can't.
Well, it won't matter.
You can't thrive and make money if you're trying to compete with the NFL and college football and everything that goes on in the fall. The reason it can work in the spring is the money. That there's only baseball and the NBA playoffs. So you again, if you're going to make money, it's going to come from TV.
But to Ty's
you're
point,
not going to make money from.
Are they really trying to make money?
To Ty's point,
sure they are.
The G League. Does the G League make a lot of money?
No,
exactly. And the minor leagues don't make a lot of money because they are partners of the money making mothership, right? Of Major League Baseball. So I'm saying if they become partners with the NFL as a developmental league, what Ty is saying is profit won't be the primary concern. Development will be the primary.
Well, then you. But if the NFL is going to bankroll it, yes. But if you're going to try to be a standalone business, you need the TV viewers, and you're not going to compete for TV viewers in the fall.
No.
You need to be in the spring when you're kind of standalone and the only thing going. that way it makes more sense. But I see what you're saying. I mean,
if they want to be a development league, but right now they aren't.
Right.
So you got to survive now.
Yeah, the G League survives because the NBA funds it. Each team's got their own team. Minor league baseball, same thing, and they just revamped it. But until the NFL is ready to go there, and I don't think they are, it needs to be. It can't be at the same time.
The NFL's billionaires do not like loss leaders. They don't like things that take a loss. No. They don't like that. They don't. No. That's why they're against the development league.
Remember NFL Europe? They canceled it.
Yes, exactly.
Like we're not making any money on this.
It's losing money.
We're
it's
out.
Like, well, we're developing great talent. I don't give a damn about that. College football will do that for us.
We're out.
We just trying to make
especially
money.
College football now with the advent of the NIL, right? Because players can make money. Some players will make more money playing staying in college. Caleb Williams at USC's already said, if the wrong team gets the first pick, I might stay for another year. I'm doing fine in California.
Yeah, but if they ended up being partners, it could turn into like a G League Ignite situation.
Sure.
Where it's like, I don't want to get drafted by that team, so I'm going to go play professionally, quote unquote, for a year, and then maybe.
But the NFL would have to want to buy into it, right? And right now they don't.
I would say The Rock has had more success than other semi-professional league owners at convincing the NFL to at least be open to the conversation. He already has a partnership with the NFL. It's about experimental technology and methods and officiating and rules, but still, it's a partnership nonetheless.
Well, this was a first big step to merge these two leagues because they couldn't both survive.
No,
and they were hurting each other by being separate.
Cannibalizing
in fact, this is
each other.
happening. Yeah. Now they can combine forces. It'll be a better level of talent, and you can have one league. I don't know what it's going to be called, but we'll see.
Texas brings up a good point, though. NFL better act before the PIF.
Oh, the Saudis.
PIF jump in here. What'd you say? We'll buy that damn. How much you want? $1 billion? You got it. Nothing.
The Saudis have shown the inclination to get involved in global sports. Right now, football is an American sport.
It is an American sport.
They get in the global games.
Yes.
Soccer, golf, baseball. I think they're look at what they're getting into cricket.
I can see them getting into basketball.
Yeah, potentially.
NASCAR,
That's a global game.
Yep. They're in Formula One. They love Formula One.
Yeah.
Because it's a global sport. Yeah.
Hey, we'll get to Rod's rant coming up after the timeout. I'll also tell you, how about this, Rod? The Athletic.com has out their week after 2 week power rankings with the Dallas Cowboys at number 1. The Dallas Cowboys.
I'm not surprised by that. I mean, you think about how impressive they've looked compared to every other team in the NFL in the first 2 weeks, and you can't say a team looks better than the Dallas Cowboys through 2 weeks. You can't say that.
No, you can't. Well, and the thing that puts it over the top for me this week for the Cowboys is, remove the defense. We know they're great. And as I said, if you take out the Garrett Wilson 70-yard touchdown, the one fluke play they've given up this year on defense, they've thrown a wet blanket over the Giants and the Jets. Those two teams, if you take out the Wilson touchdown, Rod, have gained a total of 380 yards combined in 2 games.
Unbelievable.
Just ridiculous.
Yep.
Well, if I remove the defense, which we know is elite and we knew was going to be, the Cowboys put up almost 400 yards of offense and 30 points against the Jets, who were a top 5 defense. They controlled the ball for 40 minutes, 42 minutes. Dak Prescott hit 13 for his first 13 in that game. And yes, they settled for 5 field goals, but that's an elite defensive front. That's a great coverage team. So that's the encouraging thing. And I know people are still looking at Dak and wondering, I am too, but to put up 400 yards on that defense, who you just saw force Josh Allen into mistake after mistake on Monday Night Football, tells you that, Dak is in the mindset with Mike McCarthy of taking care of the ball, moving the chains, keeping the defense fresh, being letting the foundation of your team be that defense. Mm-hmm. And you just don't put them in bad spots. You don't give the ball away. We're going to be fine. They've shown that through 2 weeks. It'll get tougher. We know they'll beat the Cardinals this week, and then they'll get New England, which they'll be 4-0 coming out of the week. Then they go to San Francisco in early October, and that'll be a barometer
game. Ultimate test. But really, Cowboys I see their tests as those 2 Philadelphia Eagles games, that game against San Fran,
Miami.
Obviously. They play Miami later. They play Buffalo later, too. Those are pretty much going to be, and I think there may be one more down there that I'm missing on their schedule.
Those Cowboys games.
Those are the big 5 games where the Cowboys will be tested. Their defense, honestly, it is a defense that is going to annihilate and eviscerate almost any other opponent in quarterback situation. But those 5 games that I mentioned, Philadelphia Eagles twice, 49ers, as you mentioned, then the Dolphins at one point later on, and the Buffalo Bills, they have enough firepower to potentially expose any weaknesses, if there are any, on that Cowboys defense. Well, I don't think any other any other teams, I expect to have the offensive firepower to be able to expose them. And a lot of that is quarterbacks that can move around.
Yeah, and I'll say this. You're right about that. Those 5 games are the barometer games, and they can win all of them.
They can.
But it doesn't matter until they get to January. For the Cowboys now, it's about January. And we know they're going to be there, but that becomes the challenge. So to be number 1 in the power rankings week 2 doesn't mean a lot. But they do look like a team that can make a run. But can they perform in the biggest moments come January? Because that's who you're playing. And as you said, those games with Philly, Miami, and Buffalo, those are must-see. The San Francisco game. Because you have elite talent and elite coaching going head-to-head. How does Dan Quinn try to deal with that San Francisco offense and that juggernaut of Christian McCaffrey and Debo and Ayuk
Mike
and
McDaniel
Kittle
versus Dan Quinn? That's going to be
Mike
fun.
McDaniel and the
that's going to be fun.
That's crazy. Can I give you, how about this? The Dolphins, according to Pro Football Focus, ranked by position. Tua is ranked as the number 1 quarterback.
Amen.
Tyreek Hill's the number 2 wide receiver. How about this? Former Longhorn Connor Williams is ranked as the number 3 center in football by Pro Football Focus after 2 weeks. Jalen Waddle's number 13 at receiver. Their right guard is number 9. And you're right, Mike McDaniel against Dan Quinn head-to-head. That's not till December. We'll get the San Francisco game in early October. That's football porn for you, Rod.
It really, I mean,
you're a football theorist.
You might be talking about the best offense versus the best defense by that time. Even by down in December, we still gonna be talking about the Cowboys number one defense in the NFL versus the number 1 offense in the NFL. Because man, that Miami offense, if knock on wood, Tua stays healthy. And like I told you, he's better than Josh Allen when he's healthy. I know people will have a hard time believing that. And he's like, really? Are you crazy? No. When he's healthy, he's better than Josh Allen in that system. Because that system is perfectly...
His accuracy's off the charts.
Yes, it's perfectly compatible with his skill set. Lots of RPOs. And you're right, his accuracy. I heard Brian Dable had a statement about his accuracy. I'll make sure I read the quote right. It was a great statement. And I think I've heard NFL coaches throw it out there before. But basically he said all quarterbacks can hit a house at a very far distance. Some really good ones. Here it is. All quarterbacks can drop back 7 steps and hit a house with the ball. Some of them can even hit the door. A few can even hit the door knob. Tua can hit the keyhole. It's Brian Dable on Tua.
He's really good.
Yeah,
man.
like that's how accurate
he is.
He
reminds me of when I watch him?
Keyhole,
he without the legs, he reminds me, because he's left-handed, but he's all like Steve Young was. Steve Young, when we were playing for Bill Walsh, and then George Seifert. Extremely accurate and just puts the ball where it needs to be, and you get these receivers on the run. We'll come back. When we do, we'll have a Rod's rant of this 9 o'clock hour. Also, before the end of the hour, a fun round of Who Said That? And play some fun audio there. We roll on. It's 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. Austin's only local morning sports conversation here on The Horn. That's right. It took them up. We'll have a round of Who Said That before the top of the hour. So Rod's got a rant here coming up. More of a deep dive thought. Says, did I hear correctly? Cowgirls are number one in the power rankings into week 3. Yes, that's true. That's the Athletic. All the websites have their own power ranking and opinion, but it's hard to say someone's played better than the Cowboys through 2 weeks, right? I think Miami could get some love because you said, Rod, because they've gone on the road and beaten the Chargers in L.A. and the Patriots in New England. That's a great way to start. The 49ers went on the road and beat Pittsburgh and then turned around and went to L.A. and beat the Rams. So, to have to be 2-0 with 2 road wins is always impressive. Philadelphia is 2-0.
Yep.
Those are your teams, and put them in a hat. I mean, I would also put the Chiefs even at 1-1 because they played Week 1
without Chris Jones, without Kelsey,
and with Kadarius Toney point shaving.
Double agent.
Yeah, he was supposed to what are you doing?
Yes.
I mean, I think anybody that watched that game would tell you if Kadarius Toney doesn't make one of those 5 gaffes, they win the game. So they'd be 2-0 as well. And I watched that game with Jacksonville this week and was extremely impressed with their total team. Patrick Mahomes found a way. I mean, now, look, they were sloppy as hell in the first half with turnovers.
Jacksonville's defense played well.
They did.
The offense didn't do its job.
Well, that's interesting, Rod, because, and I want to get into your rant, watching these teams, they're very similar, and it's a copycat league. But, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs don't even really try to run the ball. Their running game is their short passing game.
Yes.
And as you documented in your rants and behind the curtain, that teams are taking away the deep ball. Teams are borrowing from the Big 12, borrowing from college football, and backing up their safeties and saying, look, go 12 or 15 play drives without making a mistake or a tip ball or something. Kadarius Toney playing volleyball out here. And we don't think you can. Or if you do, props to you, but we're not giving up a big play.
Nope.
And so you watch these teams. Buffalo's the same way. They won't run the ball.
They won't run it. Josh Allen's their running game.
Yeah, they won't run. Now, last week they handed the ball to James Cook quite a bit. And that was the thing with Jacksonville that you're like, well, run the football, Trevor. Don't throw it 45 times. Run the ball. They're playing deep safeties, and it's funny that those top teams in the AFC are all kind of the same. They're limited running the ball. They have great quarterbacks. And it's like the team that's going to end up running the football is going to be better. And this is what the Longhorns did this past weekend with Wyoming. The Wyoming head coach, Craig Bohl, said yesterday that, hey, our goal was to not get locked up in man coverage, keep everything in front of us, and make them go the distance. And, Sark finally realized, look, just hand the ball to Jonathan Brooks. Let's just pound this rock and get behind our run game. And he's going to have to take a note. But that's in the AFC, we see the same thing with Jacksonville, Kansas City, Buffalo. And it feels to me like the Miami Dolphins are the team that runs the ball the best, coming from that Kyle Shanahan system where everything's based on that run game, right?
Yeah, they'll still run 21 personnel. I mean, they'll run 2 backs out there, actually, out of Miami, just try to isolate some matchups. And you're right. Actually, I believe at this point, Joe Burrow still hasn't completed a deep pass. Because
neither's Mac Jones.
Yeah, because the blueprint is pretty simple. We'll back our safeties up, and like you said, we're going to force you to work your way down the field, 12 to 15 play drives. We'll see if you have the patience and the discipline to do it. And yeah, there's a lot of frustration, I think, from offensive coordinators and from the quarterbacks that they can't really they can't have it their way. Like it's BK.
Have it your way.
They want to have it their way by having some of these vertical shots downfield. And right now, the defenses are, just like you pointed out with Wyoming, they're saying, no, I'm not. You're not going to get me with the haymaker shot downfield. If you want to beat me, you want to beat me throwing the football underneath, and we're coming up and making a tackle, and yep, you want to do that 12 to 15 times. Unless you want to run the ball, we'll give you that numbers advantage in the box too, but we're not going to give you that knockout blow over the top. Not happening. And Texas never got it against Wyoming. Never got it. Yeah. They had to rely on the underneath pass to X-Men, and X-Men got the yak. And usually that's what Kansas City does well, but their wide receivers aren't being cooperative so they can get the yak yards.
Sky Moore.
Yeah, so that's why their offense is stalling a little bit too. Kansas City's going to be all right, but that's why it's stalling, because if you don't got the yak daddies, then you're in trouble with this new blueprint of playing your safeties really deep.
Here's a quote from Craig Bohl yesterday. He said, the game plan centered around, quote, not putting their secondary in precarious situations where they're going to be locked in one-on-ones. We were going to make them go the long, hard way.
Exactly. That's what she said.
Thank you very much.
But you're right, though, right? 'Cause that's what Bama didn't do.
Yeah. They gave up the big ones.
Bama was leaving their DBs isolated. I guess they figured, our DBs can handle it. Wrong.
Yeah.
You were wrong about that. So that's a great point.
Well, and you pointed out that Brandon Staley, the Chargers coach, did the same thing week 1 to Miami. Played man coverage on Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
And Jalen Waddle and got torched for 466.
80% man coverage against Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, and that was a mistake. Then what did Belichick do the next week? He played 3 high. He came out there and 3 high.
But that's where Miami was able to run the ball. Raheem Mostert had a big game.
Exactly.
2 touchdowns, 127 yards rushing, and that's
what did Wyoming do? 3 high. What did Sark do? Run the ball. What did the Vikings do going up against the Philadelphia Eagles?
Run the ball.
They played a lot of 3 high. They ran the ball for 200 and
right. Well, and that
30
feels
yards,
like
whatever it was.
Right now, Cowboys, Dolphins, 49ers, the best equipped to run the football against these looks, right? And Chiefs, Jacksonville, Buffalo, still not willing to commit to it and run the football. They want to be quarterback dominant in that spot. So we'll keep an eye on that as the season develops. Let's dive into Rod's rant here on the 9 o'clock hour.
I'm not gonna take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real. My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butt.
Okay, so Texter just said Miami looks good as well. We've been talking about Miami, probably the best looking offense so far this year. Real quick nugget about Miami, and this actually bodes well for them. Maybe even getting the number 1 seed in the AFC. Because you're Miami, you got to be thinking about that right now. Be like, you know what, man, we might get the number 1 seed. Might have to force Kansas City to be one of the wild cards.
Rod, through 2 games, they're averaging 462.5 yards per game, 7.3 yards per play.
That's what I'm saying.
They're on offense. They're the Cowboys on defense.
Before, I believe after week 1, they were averaging like 8.6 yards per play, some freaky number.
Like
but how about this?
Pretty good.
You're gonna like this though. After this past weekend, the Dolphins now will only play 5 road games this season.
Yeah.
They had 9 road games last year, so they got 8 this year. So that got 8. They've already played 2 and supposed to play the Chiefs in week 9, but that's now in Germany, right? So that's in Germany now. So I guess
don't have to play at Arrowhead.
Yeah, don't have to play at Arrowhead.
And Chiefs fans are all mad about that because they wanted the return of Tyreek Hill to be in Arrowhead.
Yes, and then their first 2 games have been on the road, so that brings them down to 5 road games. Isn't that crazy?
Yes. 5 remaining road games, 9 at home, 1 neutral site, and 1 bye. That's a hell of a favorable schedule if you're Miami. It is. And remember, they were in the playoffs a year ago, and now they're better.
Third-string quarterback.
But again, it all comes with the caveat of keep Tua healthy.
Yeah. He learned, was it judo or jiu-jitsu?
Jiu-jitsu.
It was one of those MMA mixed martial arts, but they taught him how to fall better, so let's all hope it works. Okay, well, if he plays the Dallas Cowboys, he's going to need to know how to fall. Every quarterback that plays the Cowboys needs to know how to fall because you're going to fall early and you will fall often because that defense is just that good. I'll give you a stat because I think one of the reasons the Cowboys defense has improved tremendously, even though they didn't have a lot of room for improvement. They're already a top 5 defense. They got a lot better in the offseason. Remember, they don't even have Donovan Wilson yet. But you go look at Trevon Diggs and the secondary and their coverages now, their coverage units. They are actually right now one of the better coverage units in the NFL now, given they've gone against Daniel Jones, a playoff quarterback, and Zach Wilson, so the sample size is small. But I found this little nugget about Trevon Diggs and how he's taken his play to the next level. Remember, this is a guy that's only in his 4th year playing cornerback in the NFL. And remember, I told you guys, at Alabama, he didn't settle in on cornerback, all right, until his sophomore year. And then he got benched because he wasn't playing well by Nick Saban. His junior year, he had an injury, so he didn't make it through a full season playing cornerback then. He didn't make it through a full season playing cornerback until he got to his senior year at Alabama. So basically, if you talk about him playing cornerback exclusively and then getting through an entire season of reps, this is only his 5th season doing so. His 5th season playing cornerback exclusively, and then hopefully he makes it through an entire season. We don't know, but then making it through an entire season because, like I said, his sophomore and junior year never made it through the entire season. Got benched 1 year, then had an injury the other year. His freshman year, he was a wide receiver / returner / safety, and Nick Saban moved him while he cried. By the way, after that move, moved him to cornerback. And Trevon Diggs right now through 2 games, he has a passer rating allowed when targeted of 1. Damn. 1.0. By the way, I'll give you another stat to put that into context. The passer rating of a quarterback who throws the ball into the dirt on every play is 39.6. So quarterback would have a higher passer rating just throwing the ball into the dirt every play rather than targeting Trevon Diggs. That's how good Trevon Diggs has been. And by the way, he's allowed 26 yards receiving on 8 targets in the first 2 games. He's forced 3 turnovers already. And he's been,
he forced the fumble return for Deron Bland in week 1 on the tackle.
So he's still a ball hog. He's still got the high reward to his game, but he's done a great job of using fundamentals and technique to lower the risk element of his game. So he got high reward. He was a high reward, high risk player, but now he's just a high reward player with a minimal risk. And he's been great. I think Stephon Gilmore actually has played a huge role in the improvement of Trevon Diggs and his maturity. They got the best cornerback tandem potentially in the NFL right now. And I think when Donovan Wilson comes back, they may have the best secondary in the NFL, period.
Yeah. Impressive, that defense. And now because they can cover in the back end with those really talented safeties and those corners you just illustrated, now they get home. And the quarterbacks are under duress, to say the least.
Oh, yeah, and I forgot, Deron Bland. Right now, Trevon Diggs is leading the NFL in passer rating allowed. Deron Bland is third. He's third in passer rating allowed at 16.7, which honestly would be really good, and we'd be praising him. But Trevon Diggs has just been so damn good. So I don't know who you're going to pick on among those cornerbacks for the Cowboys. You're picking on Trevon Diggs, who has the lowest passer rating allowed, picking on Deron Bland, third lowest passer rating allowed, who had 5 picks last year, by the way, and Trevon Diggs is the best ball hawk in the league. Or you can pick on Stephon Gilmore, who's a former defensive player of the year. Pick your poison, sir, however you want to take it.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about this defense now. I think the improved play in the secondary, that's the reason they lead the NFL now in sacks with 10, takeaways with 7, turnover margin part of that too, because they haven't turned the ball on offense, so they're +7, leading the NFL in turnover margin. Total defense and scoring defense. Right now, statistically, the Cowboys are the best defense in the league, and Michael Parsons, yes, is indeed playing like the best defensive player in the league. He's the reason you're leading the NFL in pressure percentage and in contested target rate too. Getting back to those DBs we were talking about, Micah's stats real quick before we get done here. Just through 2 games, already got 3 sacks. He's got 6 pressures, 6 quarterback hits, 4 tackles for loss, 1 pass deflection, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery in 2 games.
Yeah, well,
that is amazing. If he keeps this up, he's not only going to win Defensive Player of the Year, he's going to be in the conversation for MVP.
Last defensive player to win it was Lawrence Taylor.
And it's only been 2 to win it in the history of the award, and that was Lawrence Taylor, you're right, in 86, and then Alan Page of the Minnesota Vikings in 71. I'm telling y'all, if Micah keeps on this pace and they continue to have the number 1 defense in the league, which I think they will, he's going to be in the conversation for MVP. And honestly, you know what I think the Cowboys will do just to make sure he wins it if he's in it like that? They'll put him on offense. I know it sounds crazy. They'll put him on offense. They'll put him at running back. They'll put him at running back in goal line, something like that, and they'll let him get a couple of snaps just to make sure that he's it. Just like J.J. Watt did it too. Remember J.J. Watt was in the MVP conversation, and they started putting him on offense, letting him get some goal line.
Well, as a Texans fan, watching Micah does kind of, I know they're different players, but J.J. Watt used to make impact on every play.
Oh,
every
it was
play,
unbelievable.
Every play. He would force a run the other way. He'd beat his man. He was havoc wreaking on every play when he was in his prime. It's why it's terrible he never got to be with a really good team and a really good quarterback and play in a Super Bowl. We see with Aaron Donald, but it's just different with Micah because he's all over the field and they're weaponizing him to such an extent. And they can use him because they have so many other good players on that defense. I feel bad for Joshua Dobbs because he's the Arizona Cardinals quarterback. That's not going to be pretty.
Oh, yeah. You know what? You might be. I wonder what the over-under is for how many sacks Micah's going to get in that game.
Joshua Dobbs, get ready. And then Mac Jones, you're up next. Mac Jones and the Patriots over the next 2 weeks before they play Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
And remember I said that if he's in the MVP conversation, which he will if he continues on this pace, they'll put him on offense. Remember in high school, he was a running back. Michael Parsons scored 27 touchdowns in 12 games in high school. Like he was actually a running back, so I'm telling you, they're gonna do it. Mark my words. My Black Jones prediction.
Good news for the Cowboys on offense that Tyler Smith, their second-year left guard, is optimistic he'll be playing against the Arizona Cardinals, coming back from that hamstring. We come back, we will go with the little "Who Said That?" from audio and decide who it is. It's fun stuff every morning ahead of 10 o'clock. It's E and Rod B. Hook 'em up. Who said it? Ian Rod B, hook 'em up. We play some audio that the other has not heard, and we try to figure out who that was. It's Who Said That every morning here on Ian Rod B. And good stuff. This says, guys, it's the Giants and the Jets. Calm down, Rod, on the Cowboys defense. Well, you know what? It's still NFL football.
I'm just giving you the stats, the numbers, and the facts. I mean, you can do with them what you want. But
well, the
they
Jets
still have done it.
The Jets team beat Buffalo in Week 1. And the Giants team turned around and beat Arizona.
Last year.
And Daniel Jones, and Daniel Jones last week had a huge game. 321 yards and, ran for 50 plus. And so, I mean, this is the NFL. To completely stymie a team like that is impressive. It's a long season, as I just said. None of this matters till January. I mean, the Cowboys' ceiling is getting past the divisional round into the NFC Championship game and beyond. So, yes, but it's fun to talk about because Micah Parsons is one of the greatest of all time and going to be one of the greatest of all time. And, he's a guy that, the only two guys ever have been a defensive MVP. I think he's going to be in that talk. I agree with you 100%, Rod. It's going to be he and Mahomes and Tyreek Hill. Tua. Those are your guys. Jalen Hurts will be back in it, I think, as the season goes along for the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, what do you have, Rod, and who said that?
All right, you know what? We got a couple of pieces of audio here. Ty, how about you grab the one of the college football player? Got this one? All right, it's he's probably one of the most recognizable college football players in the country right now. Who said that?
It's football, though. At the end of the day, stuff like that's gonna happen. So I just stay humble. I mean, hey, he did what he was supposed to do. It's football. Something bad's gonna happen on the field sooner or later. We just gotta get up and fight again. That's what I try to do. Get up and fight. Good thing the doctors stopped me because if there was no doctors there, I would have still been out there playing. But I'm thankful for everybody that helped me that day. Yeah, well, it's going to be a speedy recovery.
Is that Travis Hunter?
That is Travis Hunter. That's who said that. He was letting the people know on the live stream exactly how his medical diagnosis went. He's going to be out for 3 weeks.
See what he's wearing?
What is that?
Sunglasses.
No, it's like a
pajamas.
giraffe onesie.
With
a hood over it.
Yeah, it is.
He's streaming. He's like gaming, streaming.
Yeah. So, what's the purpose of the outfit? Just to be
kids these
weird?
days are weird.
Kids these days.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Some kind of cosplay or something. What are they doing?
It's weird. Yeah, it's like a giraffe. Is it a giraffe? Like animal?
I think it looks
costume?
like a giraffe.
It is weird. I don't know what it is. I thought it was like pajamas or something.
I should have taken more pictures, but earlier this year, remember in August when we went to the Astros game, went down to see Bill Doran Day at the Astros. So we got there early enough that we went and had some food over at Biggio's. Craig Biggio has a restaurant there, right by the convention center.
I didn't know that.
A couple of blocks from the stadium, a block from the stadium. So big group of us. But so the convention center that Saturday was hosting one of these Comic-Con conventions. It was unbelievable. People watching. You never see anything like it. These people walking by.
I bet it was fantastic.
Like grown adults.
Oh, yeah.
Full costume.
A lot
of LARPing going on.
Oh, it was unbelievable. Like you wouldn't believe it.
That's great. I bet it was. So what was was there a theme? Like
I never got that far because we noticed when we walked from our hotel to the restaurant, some people passed us and I was like, oh my gosh, what is going on down here? This is like the Twilight Zone. Who are these people?
You'll never catch me at one of those. So
well, we were right in the middle of it because the convention center is right there by Biggio's.
You can't avoid it.
And they were everywhere.
Oh, that is
all right,
good.
Piece of sound. Big games in college football this weekend. Who is this college football coach? You'll hear the question and the answer.
Lane, what did you see on film that led you to make the comment last night about Coach Robinson coaching their defense?
That was. Again, I was asked the question what it was like going against Steele's defense, so I wasn't really trying to start this big thing. We saw things on TV copy just where it was different, of first off of what the play looked like, the calls and stuff, and then so we looked into that further, and then, it ain't no secret. We kind of, people in these buildings know each other, so obviously got some information that way too. So, it just is what it is, kind of like the quarterbacks. You got to prepare for a different quarterback. For a different play caller, so we got a game film of that. I'm not sure whatever transpired after Texas, but we're gonna have our hands full no matter what.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah,
that's Lane Kiffin,
Joey Freshwater,
and essentially he is basically saying that. Is he basically saying that now Kevin Steele was demoted?
Yeah.
And he thinks somebody else is going to be calling the defensive plays now, right?
And Nick Saban denied that, said that it's really about on game day play calling and how you relay the thing. Yeah, he said he saw on film that it didn't seem like it was a Kevin Steele defense because he used to go against Kevin Steele when he was at Alabama, and he felt like there might be something that he's just playing games with Alabama, right? He's just doing his Lane Kiffin thing, and Nick Saban had to respond to it because it became a thing. So there's Lane Kiffin, Joey Freshwater.
I think I might take Lane Kiffin because he's got a quarterback at least.
He
he's
does.
got two of them. He's got more quarterbacks than Alabama has right now. All right, so okay, let's play the let's play the artist here. Ty, you ready for this?
Hit it.
Who said that?
Also, I want to tell you something, and I'm excited I get to share this with Night 2. I had to make it official first, but I've been looking for a long time, trying to figure out, the right place for me to live where I belong outside of Toronto. And I finally, after all these years, found me a place in Houston, Texas. So y'all be seeing me around.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, who said that?
I don't know who that is.
That's Drake.
He's moving to Houston?
Drake says, along with, obviously lives in Toronto, he's from there, but he's going to have an official residence in Houston, Texas.
H-Town.
He loves H-Town.
For tax purposes, of course.
I'm
sure that helps. Yes,
State of Texas.
Yes. But yeah, he said he's going to have a place in H-Town. So there you go. Houstonians. Drake's going to be a fellow citizen.
All right, who is this college football coach who might be in a bit of denial here, Rod? You'll know the voice, I'm almost certain, but who is this?
The problems, clearly, you get those worked out. The major problems, can they be fixed?
I don't think we have majors. I'm just being honest. I'm going to be able to give you a really good thought 3 weeks from now. Let me go back now. What we did out there Saturday was ugly. I'm not saying anything other than that, but I'm saying it's not. I don't see it as a major issue. I see it when I watched the tape. I felt a lot better than I did when I went home. Let's put it that way. I think everything that we're doing we can improve in enough to play and compete and give ourselves a chance to win games.
So get your facts straight.
Thank you, Coach. They lost 33-7 at home to South Alabama, and they don't have major problems.
Yeah, I know who that is. That's Gundy. And who still claims that even after losing in embarrassing fashion to South Alabama, he is still going to rotate 3 different quarterbacks. He's done it every game this year. I've never heard of this in my life.
Hold on.
3 different starting quarterbacks? Crazy.
This is the Twilight Zone.
Like, how would you...
Oklahoma State in that game at home gained a grand total of 208 yards. They ran for 90. They threw for 114 with 3 different quarterbacks.
Why does he think this is working? But it's not working.
And he just said, straight face, I don't see major problems.
I'll be able to give you an answer in 3 weeks.
We gained 200 yards and got smacked around by South Alabama 33-7. But nothing to see here. We're good.
Is he putting a George Costanza trying to get fired? I think Mike Gundy is putting a George Costanza trying to get fired. He is daring Oklahoma State to fire him, and they won't do it. How do you get fired, Oklahoma State, if you want to get fired? What do you have to do? What do you have to do, E?
Lose at home.
Well, he's trying.
He's trying. He's
trying.
begging to get fired.
He's begging to get fired.
Look up his buyout. That's probably what it's about. Some mailbox money.
Yeah.
I'll get out of here. Go
definitely
live on my ranch and hang with my grandkids. All right, we'll come back. There's Mike Gundy. That's some Who Said That? We've got one more hour to go. That's the fabulous 5th hour here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Today is Ham Benefit Day. That's the little Shiny Ribs. They're playing over at that HEB where Nick Shuley's hanging out this morning. HEB on Lake Austin Boulevard down by Lions Golf Course, Lions Municipal. And Shiny Ribs playing today. Their music all over town. It started at 6 a.m. this morning. It's the Ham Benefit Day. So get out there and support local music. And you get to see some really entertaining people. And really talented people like
Amen to that.
Kevin Russell, who is a.k.a. Shiny Ribs.
Shiny Ribs, great name.
It is. And he is, you want to talk about a great, upbeat, fun concert he puts on every single time. Really, really good stuff. So, yeah, Nick will be here tomorrow with a full recap for the Setlist ATX and music all over town. Just go to hambenefit.org.
2 A's.
2 A's, yeah. It's Help Austin for Austin musicians. Health Alliance for Austin musicians. And today's their big day. So myham.org is your website, myham.org. MYHAAM.org. Fabulous fifth quarter, Rod. Here we are.
Fifth hour, baby.
Fifth hour is here, and it's been an interesting morning. Two ugly football games on Monday Night Football last night. Also had the conversation about Mel Tucker. Oh, Mel Tucker. The second Big Ten coach fired already, right? Because you had the Northwestern situation with Pat Fitzgerald during the summer, and now Mel Tucker is out with controversy. And that story is percolating for sure in the Big Ten. And it's, looking forward now to the biggest Saturday of college football so far with all the ranked matchups and the big games. So we'll be getting into those.
This is I gave this stat out earlier, but I think it's worth reiterating because you said last week, hey, guys, make sure you get your honey-do list out of the way, get some points with wifey, because this weekend coming up, you said it was going to be a spectacular just a star-studded affair when it came to the ranked matchups, where I'll give you this stat, 6 ranked matchups this week. First time there's been this many ranked matchups on a September Saturday since 2006, when there were 7 on 9/16/2006.
Yeah, schedule makers.
This was the weekend.
Kind to the fans this week, without a doubt. And
it's a sexy slate.
It is. It's good stuff, man. I mean, it really is, and it's up and down the day part. If their game's Friday, they're good, which is exciting to see. So yeah, it's into your weekend. Even like the Auburn A&M game will be interesting to keep an eye on, right?
For A&M, that's
not a ranked game.
That's
but
a big game for the
huge
Aggies.
game.
That's a big game, man.
Yeah, I mean, even the I guess even the unranked games, there are some really good ones that I want to see Cincinnati play Oklahoma on Saturday.
It's because Oklahoma has not really been tested yet, and Cincinnati should provide the best test they've had so far, and that's on the road, correct?
That's at Nippert Stadium in Cincinnati.
At what?
Nippert.
Wow, that's an unfortunate name.
Nippert Stadium.
Nippert Stadium.
Well, look at 11 a.m. on Saturday. You got Florida State, Clemson at 11 at Death Valley. Oklahoma.
That's a sexy one, too, even though it's not ranked. Clemson, we'll see if they look a little bit better against Florida State.
Well, of course, they laid the egg against Duke, where they fumbled the football and turned the ball over at the goal line so often. Duke upset them, so they're out of the top 25 now. But Florida State's there. Oklahoma's at Cincinnati. Those are both your 11 a.m. games. And then at 2:30, you got Colorado, Oregon, which with Deion Sanders will be must-see TV for everybody across the country. Also at 2:30, UCLA, Utah, Ole Miss, Alabama, all kicking off at 2:30. So 3 big-time games at the 2:30 window. Also then in the evening, you've got Arkansas, LSU, Oregon State, Washington in the evening. Ohio State, Notre Dame is the primetime affair.
That'll be the big one.
Is the monster game, a couple of top 10 teams. And look, I think right now Notre Dame is a little bit better than Ohio State as far as their quarterback play. We talk about quarterbacks and how important it is, right?
Hartman.
Sam Hartman's playing great, and Ohio State just finally got their offense on track last week, but they're breaking in a new quarterback. And this Sam Hartman guy is off to a great start to his Notre Dame career so far.
He's been fantastic really for the last 2 years.
13 touchdowns, no picks, Rod.
Yeah, he's been great for that. We just nobody watches him because he was at Wake Forest in the ACC, but he actually has been one of the better quarterbacks in the country for the last 2 years. He's actually been a captain every year that he's been a college quarterback, which is wow. Like, how do you do that even as a young starting quarterback, underclassman starting quarterback? So, no, he's the real deal, and I'm with you. I think his veteran play and just his composure out there for Notre Dame makes such a huge difference. And that's what Ohio State does not have. They got the system. Still Ryan Day's system. They got the talent.
Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, they got the talent in the system. They don't have the composure at the quarterback position. Texas got the system and the receivers too, but sometimes what do we lack with Quinn? little composure in the pocket, just a little composure. So it is no doubt that position, man. We can't. It's just so invaluable. You can't quantify what a veteran quarterback can do for you.
Yeah.
Just can't.
Well, and listen to this answer from Sark yesterday about Quinn Ewers, right? Somebody asked him at the end of the press conference on Monday, do you sometimes have to remind yourself that he's only played 13 games in college football, that he's still a young guy? Well, Sark, you'll hear him. He still sounds like he's holding Quinn to a higher bar, and he needs to play better. Here's Sark yesterday.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do remind myself of that, but I also know he's had 2 full off seasons with us, 2 spring balls, 2 training camps, 2 summer workouts and player-led practices. He's played in some great environments and some big games against quality opponents. So as much as I remind myself, okay, this might be a little new for him, I also know he's been in some really, big time environments and has performed at the highest level in those environments, and maybe some other ones not so hot, but I think he's learned from those. And so I trust in Quinn. Like, this guy is more than capable of having a big time season for us. Every game's going to go differently, and the fact that he knows he has a team around him that he can rely on too, that he doesn't have to make every play, I think is beneficial for everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's played enough to not have, off games like he did the other night, I think would be my read of that. It's, come on, we need – and Sark put it on himself too, blamed himself for the play calling.
The game plan wasn't a game plan that matched up well with what Wyoming was doing. He admitted that too. But like I said, I still defend the game plan. We're like, why do you defend the game plan? Because game plans are constructed based on your strengths, trying to match up your strengths with their weaknesses. All right, that's how game plans are usually built. You identify what their weaknesses are. You go, okay, you know what? Their strength is their defensive front. The weakness is their secondary. What's our strength? Well, our strength is the passing game. All of our weapons, which nobody can really match up with JT Sanders and X-Man and A.D. Mitchell and Jay Witt. And then, and obviously that matches up really well with their weakness, which is their secondary. So it was a work in progress. Even Coach Bowles talked about that. Well, they went out of their way. Their game plan was to essentially hide their back 7 defenders. They did not want Texas to be able to exploit them in isolated one-on-one situations. So their whole game plan was built on making sure that they insulated and protected their secondary while Texas was trying to go after them. So Texas game plan didn't match up. What they thought would be a weakness wasn't a weakness, because they basically supported their secondary with the game plan. The game plan.
Well, the coach anticipated was let's hear Craig Bohl now. I had this audio of Craig Bohl from his press conference yesterday saying, "Look, we kind of thought they might be a little flat coming off the Alabama game, and then make the comment you just made about their secondary."
Defensively, I thought Coach Sovell came up with a really good game plan to try to muddy the waters. We felt like they may be off a little bit. It's been my experience when a team comes back from playing a game like that, they may be a little bit disjointed. I think Coach Sarkisian talked about that after their game, but I thought Coach Sovell did a nice job, not putting our secondary in really precarious situations to where we were going to be locked in one-on-one, and we're going to make them go the long, hard way. They did come up with, a big play on a now screen, and I think the guy runs a 10.18. I've never seen anybody that fast.
Xavier, I've never seen anybody that fast. The X-Man.
He actually was clocked at 21 miles per hour according to Real Analytics.
He was running.
X-Man was clocked at 21.
So there's no way Quinn Ewers or Arch Manning was that fast in the offseason, right?
I don't think it was sustained for more than a millisecond. He might have hit it, but how long did he sustain it? You know what I mean? Could he sustain it?
The report was, 20 miles an hour?
Yeah, it was around 20.
20 miles an hour.
No way.
I think it was Sark that said it.
That was it. Did he do it? Did he do it for more than 10 yards? Because I think X-Man could do it for like 20 yards. I hit 21 miles. You know what I mean?
And he probably gets going. 0 to 60 is way faster.
There you go. So I think it's a lot. And he might have hit 20, but like I said, how long did he maintain it? And in what situation did he hit? I think X-Man could hit it, like Ty said, probably within a 5 to 7 yard, stretch. He can get 20 max speed. I don't know if Arch can get to max speed that quickly.
Yeah, X-Man is a blur.
He is.
When he gets the ball in his hand.
And he's going to get drafted later. I think he's not going to go early in the first round.
He's just a little.
He'll get drafted late in the first round, which is so good for him.
He's
He'll
so
go,
slight.
He'll go to a good team.
Yeah, he will.
He'll go like to Kansas City.
And he'll
you know what I mean? He'll go like the. I'm serious.
They're going to like him.
Kansas City loves receivers like that.
They do, especially ones that can catch, not Kadarius
and
Toney.
Speed.
Tony had a better game this week.
He did have a better game.
Can I play this, though, from Sark?
Yeah.
Talking about one of the things that I harp on, I'm concerned about their third down efficiency, but Sark yesterday said something I said yesterday, which is, our third down issues are starting on first down when we're not staying ahead of the chains. And that's typical. When you have a team that's really good on third down, they're typically good on first and second down because they're staying in normal down and distance. And here's Sark saying that has got to be an improvement we make between now at Baylor and beyond.
Well, I think, one, we're a better team when we're really efficient on first down. And that's probably true for everybody. I don't know. But when we're good on first down, generally we almost avoid third downs because first, second down. But also when you win on first down, it gives you much more manageable third downs to win with. And when we get ourselves in trouble is when we put ourselves in third and long situations. And right now, that's just not quite a strength of ours. We need to get it to become a strength of ours, but we're not quite there yet. So we need to be really efficient on early downs. And when we can create some momentum that way, and we can really start sequencing plays in a manner to where the guys understand what's coming next and what's coming next. And so, again, that's why our base game plan is so important to us, and the guys understand it and understand our openers. I touched on it the other night. We're so proud of what we're doing in the fourth quarter right now, and from where we were the last 2 years, it's great. But man, we got to get back to being a really good team that starts fast and starts well and owns that game plan, which is something that was kind of a trademark of ours for the first couple of years. So that's going to be a big point of emphasis this week of make sure we get back to owning the game plan and being efficient earlier in the game and not having to wait till the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Sark's first 2 years, he was the antithesis of what's happening right now, right? The complete opposite. The opening script, first 20 plays, was some of the best game planning preparation in the country. Texas would actually get up big leads on teams and then collapse in the fourth quarter due to lack of adjustments, inability to counter your opponent's adjustments, and just the lack of resolve, right? They didn't respond well to adversity in the fourth quarter, late in the second half. This team is the exact opposite. They respond really well to adversity in the second half and fourth quarter. The coaches are doing a really good job of adjustments and anticipating the adjustments of their opponents and coming up with creative counters. And they are a second half team. They're a fourth quarter team, but not a fourth quarter team just yet. So I do think it's in Sark's DNA as a play caller to have that really good script, preparation, and game planning. But it's also clear that he emphasized second half and fourth quarter all off season long, all spring, all training camp, and he is, by the way, getting return on that investment right now. He's getting what he emphasized, but now we got to get back to getting that fast start for Texas. In the first 20 plays last season, they averaged 9.5 points for those first 20 plays. At this point now, they're at 4.3 points averaging those first 20 plays.
Well, and when he says win on first down, I mean, you can run the ball to win on first down, but you can also throw it, and that's what we saw against Wyoming. It was just disjointed, right? I mean, it was throws behind. A lot of times he just runs that little quick game trying to get 4 or 5 yards, but you got to execute that play. The receiver has to catch it. You can't have a 1st and 15 because the guy jumped off sides, which they did a few times against Wyoming, and that's what he's talking about. And when they do, as he said, when they execute on first down, they typically don't get the third down. They just march down the field because then they can go tempo, then they can come after you and speed the game up, which they're really good at. And I think that will be a big game plan. They're playing their first ever night game at McLean Stadium. It's the 113th meeting with Baylor, but the first ever at night in that building. They've only played day games since that building opened. 3 11 o'clock kicks and a 2:30. This will be the first night game under the lights at McLean Stadium. Can I give you – go ahead, Ron.
No, I also think it's easier for Sark to write that script. I think in his first 2 years, he had a better muse for his opening scripts. And when I bet a bit of muse, I mean inspiration. Yes, he had Bijan and he had Rojo as well. He had kind of these really foundational, transcendent pieces on offense where he knew no matter what concept they were running, that those two guys could execute the concept really well. So I'm not saying he doesn't have great players. Now, of course, he has great players on offense, but they were different types of players. I mean, Bijan and Rojo, you can go through the air with those guys, or you can go on the ground with Bijan and Rojo. You can't really do that the way the offense is constructed now. He doesn't necessarily know what roles the running backs are playing in the running game, but running back by committee that's going on there right now. And you've had some injuries there, but Jonathan Brooks looked really good last game. And in the passing game, there have been times, just like the Wyoming game, where he starts off with a high pass rate on early downs, like he did in the Bama game, by the way. In the Alabama game, they were upwards of 70+% in first down pass rate in that Alabama game. They were throwing a lot on early downs, but it was just an extension of the running game. There were long handoffs. He tried that a little bit in the Wyoming game, and it just didn't work. They were out of sync, drops, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, penalties, drops, bad throws.
If they're going to go with that route to be, a passing offense, even on early downs, but with high percentage, quick, easy passes, easy completions, they have to execute at a really high level, because if they don't, that's when they get behind the chains. That's when they get discombobulated and they have no rhythm on offense.
And as you said, we're not a very good third down. No, it is. When you're third and eight or more, it's tough.
Exactly.
Hey, can I give you a stat that you're not going to believe?
Give it to me.
I'm going to give you a stat, and you're going to think I'm lying to you.
I love these kind of stats.
You're going to say, no way, that's not true.
Wilt Chamberlain stats.
Because we already gave you earlier that the TV ratings are coming out from the weekend, that the ESPN game with Colorado State was the most watched ever in that nighttime window, that late window.
Those fake sounding stats. Give it to me.
At 2:15 a.m. Eastern time.
Okay.
2:15 a.m. Eastern, so 1:15 here, and at the Applebee's in Greenville, Texas. The ESPN Colorado State game still averaged 8.2 million viewers, an audience that was more than 1 million viewers bigger than any of the audience on Saturday in any other game at 2 in the morning.
Wow. Yeah, it makes sense.
Now, it wasn't a great Saturday of college football. Let's not forget. We told you go get your honeydews done and take your wife to dinner or something because the games aren't great.
It's true.
But to be 1 million more than any other game that day?
It was a good game, though.
At 2 in the morning.
It came down to the wire.
It's a great game.
It came all the way down to the wire, so you were captivated down to the end.
I would believe you if you told me that stat and said, no, they still had a great audience. But not 1 million more than any other game at any other point during that day.
Well, and everybody wanted to see that post-game handshake. Whether Deion won
or
lost.
That's right.
Deion kept saying, you want to stick around for the post-game handshake? He was like, actually, I do want to see that post-game handshake. These teams have been fighting, been shot dirty, cheap shots taken during the games, and dirty play. They actually might have something to say to each other at the end of this game in the post-game handshake.
Hey, listen, can I say that that's amazing.
That is amazing.
And you know who's going to become fast friends here is Deion Sanders and Brett Yormark, the new commissioner of his new conference.
Oh, yeah, because he'll put him on in prime time every time he came. He said, can we get him in prime time?
And they're going to collaborate on different ways to sell sunglasses.
Oh, man.
Why wouldn't you bring in Deion Sanders as your special advisor to the commissioner of how to market our conference better? Because this is what Jerry Jones has done for the NFL.
Oh, yeah. That's why he done for the Cowboys. The Cowboys don't win. They don't win championships. They haven't won championships in forever.
But he has helped shift the entire league.
Yeah.
With how he has operated his Dallas Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's not, since he's been this owner, they haven't won anything. We get that. That's frustrating when he was just being an owner and letting Jeremy Johnson run the team.
But the brand recognition.
But
through the roof. The profitability of the brand.
And Deion Sanders is the same way. We're all debating whether the sunglasses thing was a gimmick that he and Jay Norvell worked out ahead of time.
No, y'all are debating. It's my conspiracy theory. I'm telling you, Deion called those people, and that's why he's a marketing genius.
Right. So if you're Brett Yormark and he's coming into your conference, why aren't you consulting him on, hey, what else should we be doing as a conference?
I agree.
What else should we be doing, not just for your Colorado program, but us, because we are about to lose Texas and Oklahoma. We need branding.
And you know what they're going to do? I can tell you already. I know what's going to happen right now. I can tell you, I get money on it what's going to happen right now. They're going to have a Big 12, like not a music fest, but something along those lines. Here, Brett Yormark's he
Rock
loves
Nation.
Rock Nation, right? So he's already having concerts, by the way, having them before the Big 12 basketball tournament. He's got one playing like before the Big 12 championship game, something like that. He's already having like these concerts and stuff. Deion is a hip hop artist. Yeah, he actually has an album that has been that has been published. All right, he got himself a song. I don't know if you want to call it a hit song, whatever. Must Be the Money. I would put money on it. He had Lil Wayne performing at the Colorado State game. You know, Deion can bring the artist, and so can Brett Yormark. I wouldn't doubt they have a Big 12 like music fest before one of their events, and Deion performs. Deion performs Must Be the Money. Done. There you go. And everybody's gonna watch.
Must be the money.
And it must be the money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, who better? Because he's working magic with Colorado. It's only 3 games, and they still may go 6-6 this year, but they are must-see TV, and he's made it that. He made it to a situation where you wanted to see a handshake at the end of a game at 2:30 in the morning.
He brought his mama out to help him promote the contest, the matchup with Colorado State, just because Jay Norvell brought up his mama.
But listen, you got to connect these things because I know there are a lot of people out there listening to this right now that they don't like this. It turns their stomach. They're not a fan of Deion and the antics.
I get it.
But you know what? You know who pays for college football is TV networks. You know who loves this? TV networks.
They love it.
They will continue to prod Deion for new ideas, I promise you.
Yes, they will.
And Brett Yormark will be right there with him. All right, we'll come back. Mel Tucker has issued a response to Michigan State for them and their intention to fire him for cause. We'll get to that. It's getting juicy in East Lansing for sure. Also, Rod will have a trip behind the burnt orange curtain one last time here on this Tuesday edition to bring you some Longhorn football convo. For the end of the hour, we'll get what's popping. It's Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
And there's Austin's own Bob Schneider. I wonder if he's playing on Ham Day somewhere. I think he is.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Schneider? Come on, man. Well, look at this. Bob Schneider on Ham Day. Got to find that.
There you go.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Done it? That's old. That's old. Oh, sorry about that.
Low
Got too
one.
excited.
Love me some Bob Schneider.
Got too excited.
All right, Rod, we're going to go behind the burnt orange curtain coming up. It is Ham Day. Help them out at myham2as.org. And great thing that makes the live music capital of the world. The live music capital of the world.
No, it's unique.
Appreciate you doing that.
It's a beautiful thing.
They appreciate you doing that. Also, as I said earlier, I appreciate Nick Shuley, who'll be in here tomorrow. The
Hooked you up,
president
man.
of the Austin Music Movement. Yeah, I got the
clutch.
I was recording our latest episode of our Eyes on Texas multicast, which will come out today. Myself and Mike Craven, the senior writer at Dave Campbell's Texas Football, and as we're recording the episode, recapping the Wyoming game and talking all things Texas, which we do each week. That'll be out today. I get the text from Shuley that I've got an extra seat to the Jason Isbell taping in the 400 unit down at ACL Live at the Moody Theater. I was like, I'm going to miss it. I wanted to see that show, and I love his new album, and I was sure he's going to play most of that new album, Weather Vanes, which he did. And, man, what a show it was. So thank you to Nick Shuley. He was clutch.
He's clutch, man.
It's who you know, Rod. It's not what you know. It's who you know.
That's can apply to almost any walk of life, any facet of life. It really can.
Certainly so.
Yeah.
It's who you know, and
Yes,
we
it
appreciate
is.
Nick. He's a great dude. Okay, Rod. So and so is Rod. Rod's going to take us behind the burnt orange curtain. But I was reading this. So, all right. So this Michigan State story is ugly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Mel Tucker has responded to Michigan State's announcement that they intend to terminate him with cause.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of people who believe that this is because somebody leaked this story, right? This was an ongoing investigation.
Yes.
And Mel Tucker's side of this with Brenda Tracy, the former rape survivor who now
She's an
advocates for women
and victims of sexual
speaks
violence.
to schools and locker rooms about men and women and things that go on college campuses.
And consent is her big thing.
Right.
About consent. Yeah.
Well, so this has been going on since last year, this investigation, right? It got leaked at some point this summer, and there are people close to the football program and those on Mel Tucker's side of this thing.
Oh, we got a conspiracy theory here?
Well, they believe that there was somebody on the board of regents at Michigan State leaked this thing because they wanted to be able to terminate this $97 million contract they gave to Mel Tucker. That there's some people on that board that believe they made a mistake. Because remember, when he came in from Colorado, by the way, after he'd done a nice job at Colorado, he had Michigan State with Kenneth Walker, the running back, and
that transfer portal guy.
Yeah, he jumped in the transfer.
Yeah,
and they were having a great year.
Great year.
And there was talk that LSU and some other schools in the SEC were going to come calling for Mel Tucker, so they locked him up to this 10-year contract, kind of like the Jimbo Fisher deal.
Yeah, but
and now a couple of years later, that contract isn't looking as good.
No.
Okay,
looks terrible.
Well, so how do you get out from under that? If this story is going on, leak it, and in this day and age, it's going to be cause for termination. Now, and I say that, and I'm not on either side of this. I'm just saying this was Mel Tucker's response. He says, I'm disappointed but not surprised to learn that MSU intends to terminate my contract over Mrs. Tracy's improper public disclosure of the entire 1,200-page investigation file regarding her baseless complaint against me. Let's be clear, I don't believe MSU plans to fire me because I admitted to an entirely consensual private relationship with another adult who gave me one presentation at MSU at my behest, who gave one, not me, gave one presentation over 2 years ago. A cursory reading of the facts and timeline should cause any fair-minded person to conclude that other motives are at play here. Here is why. And he goes on to explain in very thorough depth of what he thinks that he's getting railroaded here, and that Brenda Tracy is a part of this, and it's about. He doesn't say it's about the contract, but somebody wants out from under that contract.
He implies, he hints at it a little bit. I mean, the details basically, it is a he said, she said situation here, because basically the dispute is about consent.
Correct.
They both, at least based on the investigation, they both agree that there was an interaction over the phone. All right. And he says it was consensual, and that yes, there was some some phone sex or whatever you want to call it. He calls it phone sex. She would call it an inappropriate interaction by him. But he says
he
had
was
consent.
pleasuring himself on the phone while talking to her.
Yes, he said he had consent to do all these things that he did. All right. She says she did not give consent for him to do all that. He just kind of started doing those inappropriate things. And that's really where the difference of opinion is.
Right. And
Is
what
whether it
he's
was
also
consensual or
saying
not.
is we can disagree on he said, she said there, but this thing should have never been leaked. If this hasn't been leaked, this was a school and this was a Title IX investigation, and then the school was doing an There were two separate investigations at Michigan State. And his argument, I think, is, A, this was consensual on my part. She's making this allegation. That is yet to be proven. Same time, the reason I'm getting fired for cause is that this report was leaked, and it's out. And so now it's hard for me to come back from that. And it's not because of what happened here. It's because they went out from under the $100 million contract, right? We'll see.
It's not the only thing it's about. It is about consent. I mean,
sure.
If she consented to that action, then you are well within your right. If the woman did not consent to it,
well, for
then
sure. But
you
if
don't need to expose yourself and do things like that. So it is about, like I said, it's he said, she said. We don't know.
Yeah, but my point is not that, Rod. My point is if the report, whoever leaked it, hadn't leaked it, we wouldn't know about any of this.
That's very true, but you don't know if there's a member of the media that have been working on the story for a long time either. You think it was somebody on the inside that leaked it. You don't know that. You don't know if there's been a reporter working on that beat that actually found the story. So we don't know that.
Well, no,
this is a conspiracy theory. If somebody leaked it on the inside, they had motive, an ulterior motive to leak it. This is his theory.
Well, even the people at USA Today, somebody got it to USA Today. They didn't dig for this. This was given to USA Today.
Well, if he's right, he's going to get his bag.
Yeah,
more than that 95.
Right, he's not going to be coaching Mississippi. He's trying to fight for some of this
not
money.
necessarily because he's got to prove that somebody leaked it from inside Mississippi State. And I don't know if he. No, Michigan State. But I don't know if he. How can he prove that?
Well, you can read the statement. He's going to court.
Yeah, you can throw out theories all you want. Can you prove that somebody within the administration leaked this investigation, or whether just a member of the media who actually did that due diligence and they found the story? Can you prove that they found it or that they give it up?
I mean, you'd have to get in court, and then they'd have to subpoena whoever from USA.
Exactly.
You know,
that's hard to do with a
muddy
university.
waters.
Think about it. You go. There's a reason these administrations, they got lawyers on retainer. I'm sure he's got one too. They got a team of them.
For sure. Well, there's no, and Michigan State's already had their share of scandals, right? The Larry Nassar situation. No, I mean, this is about, much like Pat Fitzgerald at Northwestern, and his was, there were more than one person, right? There were a lot of players who claimed what was going on with the hazing. But in this case, it's he said versus, because he says this was a perfectly consensual adult interaction.
Yep.
That she is, so whatever that is. But at the same time, somehow that investigation, which was supposed to be completely locked up in private, got put out. And now, look, I mean, you think about this. You went from having a pretty ironclad 9-year contract worth upwards of $90 million, and now you're going to be fired for cause with no money, and no one's hiring you.
Oh, no way.
So, of course, you're going to fight for some of that cash.
Yep.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. All right,
and
let's go.
And they'll end up settling.
Yes.
End up somewhere in the middle where it's all right, we want you gone,
hey,
but we're not giving you that whatever $90 million you do. You'll get 9.
Chris Beard got hired pretty fast.
He did.
And that was
in
person and physical.
Two things about Chris Beard. He's proven he's a better coach in his profession than Mel Tucker, number one.
That shouldn't matter.
Oh, it does.
I know it does, but it shouldn't.
It shouldn't, but it does. And I would say afterwards, there was more public relations work done on Chris Beard's behalf.
Well, remember she retracted. Retracted.
Yeah,
the claim.
Exactly. That was. You know what I mean? He had some work done to try to.
Oh, she retracted the statement. And,
but she retracted it after they fired him.
No,
yes.
No.
Really? You sure? I'm pretty sure they fired him, and then like 2 days later.
Maybe no. I don't know if it was after. I think it was after he was like suspended. Or right?
Well, no, she retracted before he was fired.
Yes.
But then he was fired, and then the DA decided not to press any charges. So no charges were ever filed against Chris Beard. All right. So, by the way, that contract for Mel Tucker was 10 years, $95 million. 10 years, $95 million, signed just in 2021. So we'll follow that story as it develops.
And some people said if he did something inappropriate, why didn't she just hang up the phone or whatever if it was over the phone? We don't know the details of that kind of stuff. Right. And, we have no idea. Those are details that we're not privy to.
Moral turpitude. Can we go behind the burnt orange curtain?
Let's do it.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Okay, Steve Sarkisian met with the media yesterday for his media availability Monday press conference to talk about the upcoming opponent, but also to review last week's opponent, which was the Wyoming Cowboys. He talked about a number of different things. One of the big topics of conversation was about the Texas passing game and how disappointing the Texas passing game was versus Wyoming. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about what may have gone wrong with the passing game versus the Wyoming Cowboys.
I think just every aspect of the passing game needs to improve. We felt like we weren't as sharp. We had a protection breakdown in there. Didn't have the best play calls predicated on what the coverages were. I think Quinn could have probably made a couple throws that he normally would make. So everybody kind of took their turn. And that's not to make excuses. We all have to be better. And that, again, you think passing game, you think play call, and you think quarterback. And most notably, both of us need to be better. But I think everybody else needs to be better as well. And so we all got to take responsibility of that. And we're going to need our passing game, as we know. And so, again, I'm not going to let one game kind of knock me off my rocker on this one. We were really good throwing the ball for 2 weeks, especially in week 2. It wasn't as clean as we wanted to. The lucky part for us, we have a run game that we can lean in on, a defense that we can count on, and special teams. But we'll get that fixed, and we'll go out and play much better in the passing game this week.
All right, there you go. Start talking about the struggles in the passing game. I think a big part of it is, I think in the Bama game, Sark did a great job of getting his quarterback in a rhythm, getting him in a groove. There is a part of Quinn's game that is streaky, like a streaky shooter. We've seen this actually all throughout his short career here at Texas, that when he gets hot and when he goes on this kind of completion streak, that he does seem to get in a rhythm and he does seem to become a lot more confident as a passer. And I think in this game versus Wyoming, maybe he tried some of that, but it was a failed venture to try to get Quinn in a rhythm and in a groove early on. I think he is streaky, and you got to try to get him early on in that kind of hot streak area. And they didn't do that in that Wyoming game. That was clear.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You go back and look at the play-by-play. They tried. I mean, they threw 3 passes on the first drive that were all incomplete after they fell behind 1st and 15. They came back out and threw again, and I think Jonte Cook dropped the ball. Either way, they were disjointed, and they were trying to go quick passing game, but it was just off. And how much of that rod is footwork for Quinn Ewers? When he is streaky, sometimes it feels like he's not, stepping into the throws and using the proper fundamentals that he kind of reverts at times, or is that just having a bad night?
I think when he's in the quick game and the short to intermediate throws, I think his footwork is actually pretty good. It's when he's got to process.
Yes.
And going vertically downfield with some of the routes. That's when usually the footwork suffers, is when you're forcing him to read and diagnose a defense pre-snap and post-snap. But the quick throws, the RPO throws, I mean, he's got one tag he knows he's going through. Now, some people would say, sometimes he predetermines his RPO.
Sure.
You're supposed to, base your RPO on the box count, and if it's the numbers advantage in the box, you hand it off. If not, then you're gonna throw it. And the tag to X-Man early, like the first incompletion to X-Man, there are some people that believe he already predetermined that throw to X-Man and that he was going to go there. Sark does have what he calls a fake RPO, which is it's not an actual RPO, but looks like an RPO and has all the presentation of an RPO. So you could have had that in that situation as well. But yeah, I mean, RPO is supposed to be part of the easy completions is what Sark calls them. He calls them opportunity throws, but opportunities for an easy completion. That's what he led off the game with. Some RPO throws. That should be a part of the game plan to get Quinn in a rhythm. Usually he's really good in the RPO game. Like you said, they were just off for a number of different reasons versus Wyoming, and maybe one of them was they do play the 3 high, 3 down. It's just a different look, same coverages, same pressure packages, just a different presentation. Maybe the presentation, threw Quinn off a little bit.
Well, and I thought the sound we played earlier this hour from the Wyoming head coach Craig Bohl was on point, where he said, in my experience, after you have a huge win like that, a lot of times you're just a little off. You kind of come back to earth a little bit, and we anticipated that, and that's why we were not going to let them get going and kept everything in front of us and didn't put our secondary in tough spots, which made it tougher on the Longhorns. All right, so no, this says, I hope nobody is Mel Tuckering themselves while they text y'all. Did we just make Mel Tuckering a verb now? What are we doing?
See, that's why I ain't gonna lie. I never really got into the phone sex
I was
and
gonna
stuff
ask,
like that.
Is that like an older generation?
Well, yes,
What,
because you used to,
phones?
before you
Yeah.
had the internet on your phone
I
and you
never
had the
got
internet
into
in
it.
general, you had to.
For long distance relationships.
Oh, yeah, and people
Yeah.
would call phone sex lines.
I know that.
Yeah.
I've never personally done that.
I mean, well,
No.
They don't really advertise those in the middle of the night like they used to.
Yeah, well, now you don't need them because you call somebody else and you can FaceTime and you can actually see
Go to
them.
OnlyFans
actually
or
having
whatever that
OnlyFans.
is.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like with a partner over the phone. Now you guys just send sex. You just send sex messages and you just send each other junk shots.
Oh.
Right? This is the thing. So your generation is a little different. Mel Tucker is a little bit older, so is Brenda Tracy. So they're kind of going kind of old school with it. Usually you just kind of send each other, like sexy texts.
This is odd.
You sex each
It's
other.
just an odd situation.
It is very odd. It's very
it's
odd.
I
weird.
could see both sides being partly right in this and wrong.
I just don't understand. My thing is, how do you not get consent to do that?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
The phone conversation started. So
what were they talking about that would happen? I'm sure they weren't talking about politics.
Yes.
And they clearly had like an in-person consensual
Correct.
relationship.
No doubt.
And that's what he's saying. And then
Exactly.
she
It's
took
like,
it to
we've
sex-
done this before.
And she's not claiming assault. She's claiming sexual harassment.
She's saying that it was an inappropriate interaction over the phone, that she did not consent to whatever he did.
And
my
that's
thing was, did he do something and then do something really wild? Like, she was like, because my thing was consent evolves. I had to tell kids all the time, consent evolves. Just because she consented to the first part does not mean she consents to the next part.
Right.
You have to get consent all the way through the deed. Every step of it. Hey, you like this? You like that? Yeah, that's what dirty talk is. Get consent. Right?
Yeah, but
get consent for it every
from
time.
hundreds of miles away.
Yeah.
What is he going to be like? Hey, can I? I'm about to say something real weird. Is that
Exactly.
cool?
He probably,
is that cool?
He probably said something that wasn't supposed to say in that moment. You got to be able to gauge that.
Yeah. But,
Right?
But that and in Mel Tucker's
You can't
statement,
drop
that's
a racial slur on me if we're having sex and you're talking dirty to me. You should drop a racial slur on me. You think I'm just going to take it, or I'm going to be like, "Whoa, hold up"? No, I'm not saying that's what he did. My point is, you can say things during dirty talk that can be highly offensive, right? If you judge the room wrong,
It's still a phone. It's the
But
phone
is that a
call
fireable offense, Ron?
Yeah.
Is that when you have two consenting adults who consensually got on the phone together?
I'm not saying it's
Is that a
fireable.
fireable
I'm
offense?
just talking about how consent can get really convoluted and confusing.
100%.
Right?
But
'Cause it
what
evolves.
Mel Tucker is saying in his statement is, this is not why I'm being fired. You're firing me because this got out and you wanted it to get out, and you didn't want to pay me 10 years, $195 million.
Now, yeah, I agree with that.
That makes a lot of sense.
I agree with that. I don't know if he can prove it. I like the conspiracy
Well,
theory.
then I would turn and say, Mel, you're dumb for letting this happen. When you had a 10-year, $95 million contract and you coach at Michigan State.
Ding, 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 ding.
This,
Yeah.
Why are you trying to hook up with the lady you're inviting for
I know.
sexual assault seminars?
Come on. That's another question.
That was the first mistake.
Come on, man.
No matter what, like that.
Shit, there's a lot of trauma there that you're trying to, right? Re-traumatize? Like, what's happening here?
We'll come back. When we do, we will let you know what's popping tonight. What's popping? What do you got popping today? You going to start watching some Baylor film? Some Dave Aranda Baylor film?
I am watching some Baylor film right now. So I'm doing that today. That'll be part of what's popping. Also, did you watch the latest Billions?
I did.
Oh, yeah. Watched that last night. That was good.
It is good.
It was good, man. Billions this is the last season. Oh, man, it might be the best season.
Yeah.
The last season might be the best season.
Billions
That's rare.
on Showtime.
Oh,
And
good show.
I'm kept on that. And then, of course, I told you yesterday that show, Winning Time, the Lakers show, it just ended. Ended.
Did they end it abruptly, or was it? Was it actually supposed to end, scheduled to end right now?
No, it wasn't. Because remember, it's based on a Jeff Pearlman book, and the whole show started at Magic Johnson's press conference, where he was announcing that he had the HIV virus,
and then they flash back,
and then it drops back to when Jerry Buss buys the Lakers, and he's at Michigan State.
It's supposed to work its way back up to the present. Or whatever that was.
Yeah, you. I think there was the plan to write it right back to that point.
Okay.
And tell that whole story, but it ended after they lost to the Celtics in the '84 finals.
Something happened.
Well, as I said, it's a writer's strike, I think. And
is that what it is?
And the funding and HBO dropped it.
Well, you can always pick it up later. I don't know why they literally had to come out definitively and say it's done. It's discontinued. They could always say, when the writer's strike, when it actually is over, then we can, revisit it or whatever. They just decided to end it, which is weird because it was so popular. People loved it.
It was a good show.
Yeah.
And well acted. And John C. Reilly was really good as Jerry Buss. And that was just heating up because he was getting divorced from his wife and she was trying to take all the money and get the team. And
oh, man.
His daughter is kind of coming to Jeannie Buss, who ended up in charge, right? You see her kind of rising.
You got a young Jeannie Buss in there?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man.
Hey, also, what's not popping? Okay, so this whole American League West race in baseball, Rod?
Yep.
It should be popping, but it's not. Because nobody damn wants it. I give you these numbers. The Astros have lost 13 of their last 18 at home.
Yeah, that's crazy.
In the month of September, the Astros are 7-9, the Rangers are 7-10, and the Mariners are 6-11. The hell? Who wants to go win this dang thing?
It's anybody's race right now.
I know, and if any one of these teams can get hot, it feels like they'll just separate and they'll be their division.
What do you got? How many games left? 15? What do you got?
2 weeks. 2 weeks,
so like something like maybe 12.
12 games.
12 games.
And so the Orioles beat the Astros last night. Turns out, according to some internet sleuths, they've discovered that Ryan Presley, the Astros closer, is tipping his pitches. Presley's a great fastball, then curveball pitcher, and someone uncovered that he's tapping his glove on the fastball, but not on the curveball. So he's tipping his pitches. And last night he gave up a hit, and a home run. And they lose the game. They were up 7-5. They ended up losing 8-7. Meanwhile, the Rangers had already lost. Mariners did beat Oakland. So it's still popping, but one of these teams needs to go get this thing. I'll tell you what's popping, though, the Orioles, because the Orioles have the best record in the American League. They have a ton of comeback wins like they had last night. They're fun to watch, that young Baltimore Orioles team. But Astros' magic number to clinch the West is 11. 7 is their magic number to clinch a postseason berth. So I'll be watching the baseball tonight, Rod.
That's cool. I like that. There's another show I just got done watching on Paramount Lioness. It wasn't bad. I finished it this past weekend. Let you know. Pretty good.
Oh, the Lioness. I saw an advertisement for it.
It's worth a watch. Good cast, too. Zoe Saldana. You got Nicole Kidman's in it. Morgan Freeman's in it for a little while. Good cast. Good quality cast. So there you go. Another show, Lioness. Might be worth your time. Not bad. It's on Paramount, though, if you got Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus isn't worried about the writer's strike because they got Taylor Sheridan. He's just writing all the damn shows. He ain't on writer's strike.
Well, did you see that he that they debuted Yellowstone from the first episode on CBS the other night after the
really?
Yeah, because then they don't have any new content.
Oh, that's right. But Taylor Sheridan, he ain't taking no strike. He ain't writing those.
Those are already written and in the can. They own those. They do. But to watch Yellowstone previously, you had to have Paramount.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to capitalize, make the best of a bad situation because there's no new shows coming online. So they took that show and they put it on big CBS from episode 1 with Kevin Costner.
Paying for that?
I don't know, but it did huge ratings. Did huge ratings on Sunday night because it came after the Deion Sanders 60 Minutes interview.
Well,
so
and
it was
of course, because some people haven't seen, I guess, Yellowstone because they didn't have Paramount.
Yeah, now you put it to, or they just didn't catch it, and now they're starting back from the first episode, which it's going to do very well, I would imagine.
It definitely will do well. Yeah, it will. Because you're right. It's those first, what season is on? 4 or 5?
Yeah.
5?
I've stopped watching it after
the shark. Yes, it jumped the shark after season 3.
But the first couple episodes are good.
The first couple seasons are really good. Really good.
So we'll see. That's their game plan at CBS. Hey,
it's nice.
How about
Like
this
that.
from our friend CJ Vogel on Twitter? This is not popping. Texas and Baylor have played every year in football since 1944. This will be the last game.
Hey, all things must come to an end. It's okay.
Including Ty's Sex Panther pick winning streak, because he went with Cleveland last night, even though the Steelers hadn't lost a game on Monday Night Football at home in 32 years.
He went with his gut. Got to go with your gut, Ty.
What do you have tonight, Ty?
Taking the night off.
Taking the night off? We're not getting a Sex Panther pick?
I just can't bet on baseball anymore. I'm sorry.
That Phil Mickelson.
Once Maction, midweek Maction comes, that's where the real money's made on Monday and Tuesday.
The Mid-American Conference
Like
is
that.
coming your
Action.
way. Rod, have a great Tuesday, man. Good,
You too, brother.
Enjoy watching that Baylor film. That quarterback, Sawyer Robertson's not very good.
Yeah, I won't watch much of it.
Kind of like Deshaun Watson last night. How much are they paying Deshaun Watson?
$230 guaranteed?
Holy cow, was he bad last night.
Mm.
All right. Hey, Ty, have a great night, too. If you missed any part of our program, make sure you go listen to the podcast at hornfm.com and benefit if you can. Donate if you can to the Ham Benefit Day, myham.org. That's my ham with 2 A's. Health Alliance for Austin musician. And get out and see some live music today. Weather's nice. Got live music all over town. They got a full calendar and schedule there at that website. Get out and check it out. We'll be talking about it tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Nick Shuley will be here at 9:30 with Setlist ATX, and we'll get you ready and up over the hump for Texas, Baylor, and a great Big 12 weekend in the NFL Week 3. Have a great one. It's all podcast at hornfm.com. Jim Rome next. Rich Eisen follows. Sports Complex, 5 to 7 with Patrick.